All right, we should be live. Let me know if you all hear me in the chat there. I want to make sure the mic's all set up here. But as we get started, let me just do a quick overview here. So we're going to be building out a Threads clone. Can't believe we're actually doing something like this. We have another Twitter, but if you haven't heard the announcement, Instagram, well, Meta released something called Threads. Basically a copy of Twitter, but not as good. But essentially, yeah, we're just going to be building that out. We're going to be checking it out, going through what it is. I only heard about it like 2 days ago. I don't have anything built out, so I'm going to be spending some time here. We'll see how long I can go, and we'll just be building it out from scratch. We'll go through the pre-planning process. We'll look at Threads and just kind of see what's going on there and just try to replicate it. So we're going to build Mark Zuckerberg's clone, so a clone of a clone. Let's see. Get this all set up here. So if you haven't heard of Threads, this is Threads. This is my Thread account. It's DennisIV11 on threads.net. I believe you can only make posts through the mobile app. So you can't make a post. You can only view things. So I actually pinned Francesco Chuela's account because he posts a lot more than me. But yeah, if you look at it, it's exactly like Twitter. So this is what we're going to be rebuilding. So we're going to start with setting up a React app. We'll start from scratch there. We'll set up our backend, and then we'll just kind of add in features, and we'll go from there. So for anybody that's looking for like a full tutorial, this will probably end up being a tutorial. If it doesn't, Control-C, Control+V, Twitter thread, yes. If it ends up not, being a good stream, if it kind of goes off topic or I don't, finish it, I'll eventually remake this in a full tutorial. I'll cut it up if it's a good stream. We'll make sure to add timestamps down below, and I'll make sure the source code is linked up in the video description. So I actually just opened up a GitHub repo. I provided some links down in the description. So if you want to check that out, you can see that. And just go ahead, and I'll be, as you're following along, I'll be adding, or as I'm building, I'll be adding to that. So we'll be adding to that repo. All right. So just wanted to say hi to everybody in the chat. Let's see how many people do we have in here. Let me know where y'all from, what time it is. It's actually Friday night here in the U.S. Let me go back to my full screen here. So in the U.S. right now, it is, or on the West Coast, it is 7:05 p.m. So I thought the stream is definitely going to be a few hours, but if I go into the night, I at least get the east part of the world, get your Saturday morning or midday, depending on where you're at. So yeah, just say hello, and let's see where everyone's from. I just want to take a moment to do that as we go through and start setting up and breaking down this app here. So let's see. I see Praveen here, and Lord Fullstack is in the chat. Good to see you, Toby. Good to see everyone. 5 a.m. in Egypt. What are you doing 5 a.m. on a Saturday? Wow, that's pretty early. Gambia here. Good to see you all here. So good to be back. I haven't streamed for almost 10 months now. Somebody asked me the other day when my last video was, and I said it a few months ago, or like 3 months ago, and I looked at my YouTube account, and it said 10 months ago was the last stream. So it blew my mind that much time went by. I just got busy, and then before you know it, you're not making videos anymore. 5 a.m. in Kenya. What are you guys doing up so early? That's crazy on a Saturday. India, 7:35 a.m. We have Charles from Kenya. I'm not going to try to say the names because I'm going to butcher them. Nigeria, 3 a.m. Wow. So I'm guessing you're still partying from the night before. So Vector, South Africa, Saturday morning, 4 a.m., 2 a.m. from Gambia. Okay, so the last chat. 3 a.m. from Nigeria. Someone's telling me to start coding. We'll timestamp it, but we'll make sure that anybody watching this later, because I guarantee you nobody's going to watch this thing all the way through if we take a long time. So we can timestamp it, and you can always jump into those sections. I'll make sure we have the coding start. But yeah, let's take a look at Threads here. And I'll be watching the chat here. Like I said, I want to make this more casual. I'll probably end up like explaining things as I'm going and coding. But it's also not meant to be a full tutorial. I'm just trying to have some fun and stream on a Friday night here. So let's see, we have Bangladesh. Just came back from vacation. Oh, Praveen just came back from vacation. I see. I thought you were referring to me as like I wasn't on vacation. So Bangladesh here, Egypt, Cambodia. couple people from Nigeria here, up really early or really late. Morocco, nice. Okay, so let's look at Threads. Let's see what the heck this is about. Who's heard of Threads? Are you guys all familiar with it? I'm assuming if you've been on Twitter, or you've been watching the news with Musk and all that, you might be familiar with it already. But essentially, Mark Zuckerberg released a Twitter clone. Like literally, it's exactly like Twitter, but with less features. And I have my personal opinions on it that I'll kind of go over. But this is it. Like it's, if you look at it, if we open up my Twitter account, let's just go into my Twitter account. It has way less features, obviously. It's just a quick release. They claim to have over 70 million users. Let's see what Francesco says here. 30 million users. That's what they claim to have already. But when you look at the accounts, I mean, it's, besides the profile picture being on the right instead of the left here, you got a quick bio, the follower account. You have threads instead of tweets, hearts or likes, comments, rethreads, and shares. I mean, it's, like I said, it's a copy. From the desktop app, as I mentioned earlier, we can't fully use it like you would within the app. Like if I'm on my phone, let me try to bring this into frame here. So this is my Threads account. I'm just going to have to do this here. So here, let me pull this up. So from here, I can make a post. So somewhere on the bottom there, you're going to see the option to create a post, and then you kind of get that same UI as you get on Twitter there. So yeah, it's literally a copy of it. And they're obviously just trying to compete with Twitter. They feel like they have a market. I think they're going to just kind of beta test it, see how it goes. My personal opinions on it, I don't think we really need a new social network. And I think any social network that's built as an alternative to something, in my personal opinion, isn't going to be the best. But they do have something going for them. They already have the audience and the infrastructure in place with Instagram. So you can pour users right in. And I think that led to their fast user growth. I think if they just open up a new app, it wouldn't grow that fast. But simply, you just go ahead and download the app. All your Instagram content goes over and you're in. So it really encourages people to sign up that way. And I think one of the advantages they have is kind of like what Twitter had with Clubhouse, where the reason why Twitter Spaces took off so fast was because the infrastructure was there and they kind of dominated Clubhouse, where Clubhouse was just like audio recording rooms and all that. So Twitter had the infrastructure of users already actively using it. And then when you port that in, it goes very well. So I think they have a shot, but I'm not too optimistic. I just want to see how this plays out. But meanwhile, yeah, let's, I don't know why I'm putting my headphones in, but let's start checking this out. So what I'm going to do here is I actually put this down in the video description. This Excali draw, I believe that's what, yeah, Excali draw. This is the app that we're going to use to kind of wireframe this. We're just going to look at a few things. And I quickly wrote out some instructions. Like I just had this idea yesterday to build this application. So I put out some notes here. We're just going to go ahead and kind of build out the front end. There's a loud dog from my neighbors here. We're going to build out the front end. We're going to try to style it. I am going to use Tailwind, but I'm not a Tailwind developer. This is going to be my first time using it in a real project. So we're going to use React and Tailwind on the front end. And then for the back end, we're going to be setting this up with AppRite. So this is kind of the steps here. We'll set up the front end, set up the back end. I want to render some threads, see how all that looks in my UI, and then we'll go through the CRUD operations. At this point, I can see adding likes, the ability to view threads, delete, comment, add in some authentication, and then like a following system. So let's look at threads here. So if we, it's funny because I actually can't just go to like a homepage on Threads. If I go to threads.net, this is it. This is all I see. So I can't just like view user accounts. So I'm just going to have to create like my own homepage, because on the app, I do have it, but I can't really show you that unless I'm just putting the phone to the screen. But that's going to look like this right here. So let's go back to Francesco's account. It's essentially going to be all this right here without this top section. Like that's going to be the homepage. And because I don't have a place to create the threads, I'm going to have to create my own form just like we do on Twitter. So on the Twitter homepage, we have this section right here where we can create that. So that'll be where our form is. So we're just going to replicate all of this here. So I'm trying to think if I don't really need to draw this out. Let's just go ahead and start building it, and we'll start taking code from here. So let's go ahead and set that up. I'm going to open up my terminal. And again, if anybody wants to follow along later, let's see what's Praveen saying. NPM Twitter @threads. we're just gonna start setting this up. So I guess this is where the tutorial starts here. So I'm just gonna get my terminal and get into the swing of things. It's been a while since I've just done this. I've actually released 2 videos the last week or 2 weeks ago on my channel, Traversy Media's. But yeah, going live streaming, it's a little bit different. It takes a minute to get into the swing. So on my desktop, let's go ahead and open up our React app, and let's start with this section here. So we're gonna do some prep work. So I literally have nothing. Like, this is gonna be the entire stream, and heck, maybe it turns into a 12-hour stream. So I already have Node installed, so we'll just do npm create Vite. We're going to use Vite to create our React app. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and this will be threads. And we're going to use React for this. Let me zoom in and get everything all prepped here. And we're going to use just JavaScript. We're not going to use TypeScript. Okay, that's all set up. Let me open up VS Code here. Okay. Zoom in here. And there is the threads folder. So I did work on this a little bit before. I just kind of went through some of the functionality, didn't spend too much time on it, but we are pretty much starting from scratch, but with some template code that I might reference at some point if I get stuck in here. So I'll just go ahead and install all the dependencies and set up our server. We got India in the chat. Yusuf, he's been in my chats for a while. I remember Yusuf from a long time ago. Good to see you here. Yusuf, you're from, if I'm not mistaken, Iran, I think. Let me know where you're from. I think I remember you saying that at one point. Saturday morning in Japan. Yeah, 11 a.m. I actually opened up World Clock. That's actually one of the places I do remember. I was trying to figure out who the heck is going to be up. Toby says, can't wait for the cage fight. Is that still on? Are they actually going to be doing something there? Musk and Zuckerberg? 2 nerds battling it out, except for Zuckerberg knows how to fight, but he's 5'7", and Musk is 6'2" and has about, or 6'3", has about 50 pounds on him. So that's going to be interesting. Actually, I think more than that. Okay, so npm run dev and start up our development server. For those of you using create React app, you just run npm start. That'll get your server going. So see the application. Let me just drag things into frame here. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I'm like talking as if it's a tutorial, but also nobody's following along in the live stream, so it feels a little weird. So that's why we can keep it more casual. Okay, so let's go into our React app. Let's remove this app.css file. I don't want any of their boilerplate CSS, main.jsx. Let's see, index.css. We'll keep that. We'll clean up our app component. It's kind of weird not having anything prepped. I'm just like thinking out loud with everybody. 7:45 in India, Indonesia, Brazil, 23:13 military time. That's 11:15 p.m. Yeah, we're sort of in that same bracket. Looks like you're just more east than where I'm at. Morocco, that's what it was. I don't know why I thought Iran. Yeah, Morocco, nice. Awesome to remember that. Okay, cleaning up my app here. Let's take out some of these imports. Okay, so with the styling, let's just go ahead and what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to import React Router DOM, and I'm going to create like the home page, the feed, and we're just going to start with styling that. I just want to make sure that we have something before we start building out a backend. Let's just kind of see where it's going, and then I can kind of reference that because I don't have any of the styling prep. We are going to also need to import Tailwind. So, okay, let's go ahead and create a new folder. We're going to call this pages, and then we'll create the feed.jsx component. React Hero function component exported. That's a shortcut for anybody looking for that. That's React Redux code snippets. Gives me this component, and I probably should capitalize this to keep consistency. All right. Will is saying, considering learning React, is it worth it? Yeah, it's definitely worth it, but it also depends what you're trying to do. But you really can't go wrong learning React. It's a really good framework to learn if you're in web development. It's going to be used in a lot of places, so definitely worth it. Okay, let's go ahead and install React Router DOM. Make sure I'm not blocking the screen. Okay, got that set up. Let's bring in our component into the app component here. Import feed, and we're going to import browser router. And this will be as router, routes, and route. Okay, that's all from React Router DOM, and let's bring in the actual page here. So set this up. Yeah, so for the backend, Ricardo, it's going to be AppWrite. So if you don't know AppWrite, just a lot of people know about Firebase. So AppWrite is a backend as a service like Firebase. They're an alternative to Firebase, something like what was the other one, Supabase. I've recently started I was actually looking into Firebase, and then somebody from AppWrite actually reached out to me and asked me if I wanted to do a sponsorship with them. And then after taking a look at it and using it, I really enjoyed it and got hooked on this whole idea of a backend as a service and speeding up the backend parts of my application. Like I still use Django, still do a lot of that kind of stuff. I just realized for simpler applications, sometimes it just makes sense to use a service like this. So it's really up to you. I'm going to alternate between them, but yeah, that's what I'm going to be using for this, just because I'm really enjoying it. Also trying to learn it more. It's also kind of the idea of why we're even building something like this. I want to do things like file storage, authentication with them, go into the CRUD operations, even adding in real-time features, that kind of stuff. So I'm trying to learn it as I'm working with it and using tutorials for that. So you guys are learning from tutorials. I'm learning as I'm teaching you. So we're both benefiting. Okay, so let's start up our server, npm run dev. I need coffee too. So I actually purposely did not drink much coffee today, just so I can stay up and drink this right now and hopefully stay up late into the night here. Okay, so what's this here? Importing app CSS. I thought I got rid of all those imports. Okay, app.css. Yeah, we don't need that. Okay, so this is a home page. Why is it aligned to the left like that? Maybe I can throw in paragraph tag around this. Actually, I think everything was centered inside of the app CSS folder, so that's why it's not centered. I thought with a V to automatically center. Okay, so let's start building out the template. Let's go into our index.css file. I'm going to start here. Just want to get rid of a few things. So first of all, I don't want everything centered. So we're going to go ahead and just get rid of place items here. So I'm going to use some CSS. If I can't figure something out, I'm just going to revert back to CSS because that's what I know better than Tailwind. But as I was building the components out, I realized Tailwind has a lot of benefits and I really enjoy it. So I'm just going to use it where it benefits me, but I'm going to try to stick to Tailwind and then we'll just kind of jump back and forth. So, okay, so my colors are there for the feed. I'm going to set the entire background color. I'm going to change this. So let's go to threads here and let's just grab this exact color. So I'm going to do inspect element and I'm going to zoom in for everybody. Let's just go ahead and grab this color. So if I go to the background, I think we already have it set. So it's RGBA 1616 16.1. So we're just going to change our background color. And yeah, actually, you know what? I'll split screen it later. I was just thinking about bringing this into the side here, but then if I'm so zoomed in, it might be hard to see it. Okay, so we'll just do RGBA 16 16 16 1. There we go. That gives me a new background color. And let's set up Tailwind. So we're going to go to tailwind.com. We'll go through that. Go through this installation. Get started. And I'm just going to follow the documentation because I don't use it that often, so can't remember everything. So I'll run these installs. Let's see. Happy to be here tonight, Dennis. I was coding when I saw this. Doing great. Keep it up. Yeah, if you're coding along, it's awesome. I actually watch streams when I code myself. Did I on the import? Okay, I did. Yeah, sometimes I'll just turn on like a George Hotz stream or anybody else that's streaming. It's kind of fun. I actually kind of got used to it where it doesn't distract me. It's enjoyable to have it on the background. So if my voice isn't too annoying, it's kind of cool. Enjoy a stream, enjoy your Saturday. I know a lot of people probably are. I mean, I do like code on Saturdays a lot if I'm not like going to some kind of event or traveling. I do enjoy sitting down on a Saturday and just getting some work done. Okay, so we're just getting this content section right here and putting that into Tailwind config. So this was set up after we installed it. So just paste over that. And then I think there's one more thing. I think we just need to add in this right here into our index.css file. Okay. By the way, if anyone's good in Tailwind, if you want to help out, if I get stuck, I'd love to get help. So I'll be watching the chat and seeing if I can get assistance here. But I think in order to actually make this work, so look, if I try to use some of this, let's just grab this class here. I think it's not going to work because I have to restart my server, but maybe I'm wrong. Let's just try this. Okay, let's see if that applies. Yeah, it's not applying. Maybe I need to do class name. Okay, so I think I have to restart my server in order for that to work. Let's go ahead and turn that off, run it again. So if you're following along, just make sure to restart it. Code with Sajan, I believe. Is that Julian or Julian? Excellent content. Good to have you all in the chat. Okay. Okay, let's just try to change the color here. So text 3L, font bold, underline. Okay. Why is this not applying? Let's try doing this. Let me actually change this. Move to the right. Need to minimize this. Okay. I restarted the server. This is why I was afraid to use Tailwind too. Okay, run dev and not applying. What did I miss? Let's go to the documentation. Okay, so we added, start the terminal, watch the build process. Did I select React? When we went through the get started guide, I think I selected React. Okay, let's just make sure everything's saved. Yeah, these streams always start off slow. It's always me trying to just get things working, breaking the rust off. Okay, let's try to do like text color. Let's just make something more obvious. Okay, text color. We'll just do text, and let's get like a red color. So this will be obvious. Text red. Okay, index.css was added to this file, I believe. It's up in here. Oh no. Okay, I think that's the problem. We didn't. I accidentally removed the index.css import. No, that's there. Make sure everything's saved. Try to flex a Tailwind, and then nope, it doesn't work. Included path. All right, let's go to the documentation. So what path are you referring to? Maybe I should just go to framework guidelines. Let's just go to React. Probably should have done this right here. So create React app. Yeah, that's probably what I did. Vite. Okay, I ran these installs, I believe. Okay, so this is what I did. I think I just used the wrong configuration. Okay, Tailwind config. Yeah, that's probably it. Gotta restart the server. Got these in here, unless they're Need to change the JS file extension in your TailwindCSS file. Okay, let me just make sure the installs are correct. I think I just installed these, but maybe it's a different import. There we go. Okay, so something with that installation. So Tailwind is configured. All right, that worked. Okay, so let's go ahead and build this feed out. So the first thing I want to do is go ahead and try to replicate this right here. So we're going to create like a thread component, and we'll start styling it. I want to center this container. So let's go ahead and do this. I'm just going to wrap everything in a container class, and I'll just do that in CSS, and then maybe I'll change that to Tailwind, and then the actual component I'll style with Tailwind here. So let's just go into here. We'll just wrap everything in a main container. And then let's just do main, just because we might have different containers. Let's just set up a max width, and this will be 600 px, and then margin 0. Okay, and then inside of feed.js here, class name. Okay, let me just split these up real quick again. And I think it's not centered, it's not centered. I thought maybe it was because I was too zoomed in. Let's see what's going on here. Okay. Class container main. I promise I don't code this slow on my own. Okay, let's just see if the class was added. I don't get this. Again, it's always the beginning of a stream. Container main, styling's not being applied. Is for some reason the index.css file not in here. If it's in main.jsx, that should be fine. Okay. Now let's just go for width then. And let's just add a background color of yellow just to see if it's working. Oh, okay. So it's just not centering. Margin 0 auto, yeah, that should center it. Unless in my app component, or no, I don't have a parent component to it. Will says he codes slower. Yeah, it's just it's a lot different during the stream. It's like this weird pressure comes on because everyone's watching it and they're supposed to be learning from you technically. So it just feels weird. Import styles. I mean, the styles are all imported. I mean, I got the index.css file. It's working. It's just not now. It's not centering. It's a different issue. With margin 0 auto, that should center it. Okay. Okay. Give me 1 second. It doesn't give me the view count of the stream. I don't know why. Oh, it does. Okay, never mind. 51 in this stream. Cool. Just StreamYard's changed since I used it last. Give me a second here. Yeah, that's. Is there like a parent to that? That makes no sense. Margin 0 auto. Yeah, the styling's clearly being applied. All right, let's just do this Tailwind way. Okay, so okay, I want to show you something really cool. Actually, I'm going to be using this. This is my new favorite search engine. It's called Find with a PH, and it's like ChatGPT, but it has modern data. And this is going to be amazing for coding along with. Basically, like, so ChatGPT has data up until 2021 with Find. What it does, and I'm actually going to put out a video on building this clone because I figured out how to do it with ChatGPT and LangChain. Ultimately, what it does is it actually does a search. Like if I look up like, hey, what happened in New York this weekend, it'll actually know, and it'll have up-to-date content. Because what it's going to do is it's going to go ahead and run a scraper. It's going to have its trained model, and then it's going to do a search engine scrape. It's going to look for this information, and then it's just going to find you the latest content. So like, let's see, we'll just say, what happened to the Titanic sub? So that happened about a month ago. If anybody doesn't know that story, there was that submarine that went under to find the Titanic, and then it imploded and everybody died. So right here, so the answer, according to the search results, the Titanic submarine named Titan suffered a catastrophic implosion. So this is using ChatGPT, and it gave me up-to-date content, and then it cited the sources that it found it all from. So it actually did a Google search, and then it found everything. So like if I'm looking up, like, let's just look up, at this point, centering container in Tailwind. Like instead of looking up the documentation, I can just go ahead and ask the question here and maybe get that shortcut for it. So it's performing the search. I think the guys that made this are pretty awesome. Okay, so container, MX auto, and then I just have to set a width. So we're just going to use that. So we're not going to use this container class. We're going to forget about that, and we're going to stick to Tailwind then. So yeah, I mean, I'm getting code blocks to code along with this is insane. Like I can get all like up-to-date content. Like if I ask about AppWrite, like there's, again, they're a new company. They just released like certain products. They've had new releases. If I want to ask about the latest version of Django, it'll have all of this. So it's ChatGPT, and it's just badass. So check it out. Go to find.com. So I'll just throw this in the chat. And yeah, you can literally ask it what happened this weekend. If I look up like who's Dennis Ivey, it's going to know about me. ChatGPT may not have that kind of information, where this will do a search engine crawl and then give me that information. It's freaking awesome. Okay, so let's go to our container. We'll just do container and then MX auto. And then maybe this will make me a full Tailwind convert if this works better because, okay, seriously, come on. So feed is inside of a parent. Okay, this is, do I have a parent somewhere here that has styling to it? Let's just look up like, let's do width. I think I can just do something like this, 100%. Tailwind BG color, I believe, and then I can do red, slate, 1 to 500. Let's try that. Okay, this is ridiculous. It seems like there's like a parent container that's not letting it have its width. Well, I'm not trying to center the text. Someone's saying text center. I'm not trying to center that. I'm trying to center the entire component. Okay, so Tailwind background color. Let's just go to the documentation. So we'll just do Tailwind. Actually, let's do like this background color. So let's set the color and let's just go the old school way of debugging. Okay, background color. Let's just find a color like an obvious one. We'll just go to yellow or BG amber 200. Okay, so it's not, you don't have to say color. Okay, it's gonna take me a minute to get used to that. Okay, so here's the feed component, and if we take out the width, it should just be centered. That's the annoying part. Okay, so that component should be centered. It's inside of a div. The feed component is inside of app element, right? Yeah, React Router DOM, it's element. Do I need to put like a fragment? Yeah, that's every stream in the beginning. Okay, let's just try doing this. Let's just try to put a div around here, around this main component, and let's just set that to 100%. We'll take this background color, let's style it, and let's just see what this looks like. Okay, let's just go width. I think it's just W and then full. Will give me a full width. second. I swear, if this is in my index.css, yeah, pretty sure there's something in here that's. Let me just get rid of all of this right now. No. Okay. Oh, because I probably need to make sure I still have my Tailwind imports. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's why I'm back in this file. I'm just trying to. Wow. Okay. Display flex from on the body. That's why. That's got to be it. Let me just try to. And then now I think I'm just too zoomed in. No. Okay, so that's part of the issue. Let's see if there's anything else in here because I. Okay, container. Let's just do. Let's set a width to it. Just do width half. Okay, there we go. Wow. Two issues. One, I had a Aaron, you got it. Wow. I had a width. First of all, the body was set to display flex, and that completely threw off the styling. And then I didn't have a width to it, so I'm trying to center an item that has no width. Yeah. How am I going to handle millions of tweets on the back end or billions? We're not going to think that far ahead. We're not going to scale up to that. Okay. Width, I think I could just do. Let's just do 600 pixels right here. For now, we'll just do 600 px. Then I'll have to figure out how to do responsiveness with Tailwind. Okay, so there we go. That's my items centered, and now we can actually get back to doing real stuff. So what are we? 36 minutes into it, about 30 minutes of coding with that. Okay, so let's go ahead and build out this feed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with this component. So we're going to go ahead and just build out a fake component here. So everything's within this container. Let's go ahead and set up our div here. This component, if we look at this, how do I want to do this? We're going to have, I think we're just going to have basically two divs. This is going to be on the left side. We're going to have an image and then a component around here. So let's go into Excalidraw. So let's try this. Can I bring in an image? Can I import? Yeah, I think I can. Okay, so let's do this. Let's screenshot one of Francesco's threads. And let's grab this. Bring this in. Yeah, that's the worst part is every stream starts off with a mistake like that. And it's like, I can't edit that later. Okay, just got the screenshot. Here's a thread. Okay. So that means the way I want to do this is we're going to have the entire div, and I don't want a background color to this. And let's just set that to full width. Then what I'm going to do is go ahead and have a div, or I guess the image will sit on the left side. And then we're going to have the body of our, like a container to our actual thread. Hey, what's up, Cody? Yeah, I still work at Agora. Still there right now. Good to see you. So we have that, and then we're also going to have this header here, which is going to contain like the user's name. So we'll just throw in like a line here. We'll have a user's name, and then we're going to have two items here. So we'll create another div in there, and that's going to contain the time since. So like time since we've posted, and then let's just duplicate that. And then that's going to contain like some kind of action item, maybe a tooltip, maybe we'll remove that or a trash icon, but this thing right here. So that's the way I want it to look. And then down here, we're going to have the body of the actual thread. And then we'll have a little navigation bar that's going to contain 3 items here. So we're going to 3 or 4 items. So we're just going to have those toggles. So those are going to be in a div aligned to the left. Yusuf sees Cody. It's like old friends seeing each other after a winter break or something like that when we haven't been in school for a while. So it feels like. Oh, somebody's in the link. Yeah, this link is down below. So I think I made it to where you can't edit it. It should be only view access. But yeah, you can go down to this link and actually see what I'm working on. Okay, and then down here, we're going to create one more div, and then that's going to contain 2 items in here in this section. Okay, so this will be the thread wrapper. This will be the other way. Thread body. Keep going the wrong way here, but okay. Action icons, I guess. So likes, and then stats, and then we'll just comments and likes. Okay. All right, so let's build this out. That's kind of what I'm going for. And let's start doing this with Tailwind. So this is the cool thing about Tailwind is I can just do this all in line without having to like name classes. That's literally probably the worst part for me in CSS is naming classes. It sounds hilarious, but it's such a pain to do that because you change one thing and you have to go back to both files and restructure everything. Threads, it's just threads.net. That's the website. So if I go here, I'm on Francesco's account, but threads.net, and yeah, I probably should in that somewhere maybe. Okay, so let's follow this model. Go in here. Okay, so first of all, let's just grab the image. I don't think I'm going to wrap it in a div. I think the image can just be its own item. So we'll just do an image tag. Source. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab my Twitter logo right now, or my Twitter profile picture. We'll start with that, and then eventually I'll actually store this with the AppWrite backend. So we'll just throw that into the URL here. So that'll be our image, and then another div here. And this div is going to have, I can close this one out. Okay, so it's going to be a div with 3 divs stacked on top, 3 or 4. Yeah, 4 divs it looks like. So we have a div, and then have a div like that. This will contain the name and those action items. So we'll just say something like username. So we'll just hard code that in. We'll just say Dennis Ivy, and that should probably be a strong tag at this point. So we'll do strong, and then in here, actually here, I think I can just do this. I can create a div inside of this one, and then this will contain 2 items in here. Okay, so let's just do this. We'll just do posted or 3 hours ago, something like that. And then we'll just throw in an icon. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to install React Feather right now and bring that, and we'll actually bring that in. So, okay, so this is my component so far. Let's go into images and let's just go ahead and style this. Okay, so let me try to remember my Tailwind abilities here. Okay, that's name. So width, let's try 14. And then I think we can just do rounded. Okay, let's a radius, I believe. Radius. Then we can do 1 or full, I believe, like that. Okay. Rounded full. Yeah, that's what it was, not radius. And then we also want to do object covered. I believe that's the right one to make sure it's all fitted there. Let's just do like 12. Let's make this a little smaller. Okay, yeah, it's going to take me a minute to get started up with the Tailwind stuff. Okay, so in here, we want to display it as flex. Here, I think now I can probably actually do this. Yeah, that should be a little bit better. And I'll move my Tailwind notes to the left here, so I can just pull those up on the other screen. Okay. So you can just do flex, and then justify. I should inline them. Okay, that'll split them up there. Perfect. Then with these, you just want to go ahead and split these up here. So we have a div containing all of these. Also justify between. Okay, and then let's add a gap here. Gap of 2 should work. Okay, wrong. Okay, so we need the name on this other side. So we have the image, and then the name needs to be. How did I do this? We're using AppWrite for the backend. Okay, so I think I added one extra div that I didn't need here. Okay, justify between. I don't think I needed this right here. I want that to the left side, and then in here, that's where I actually want to split that up. Okay. It's going to take me a minute to get into the Tailwind rhythm here. Okay, we have the entire container. We have the image. And this div wraps these. Okay, that's good. And then this is like our header. Then the header, we do display flex, justify between, which should align the name to the left and this to the right. Let's try doing this. Okay, there we go. So we put a full width on the entire component. I can get rid of this background color. That aligns it. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, CSS takes the longest for me on any application. It's like the least important, but most important part. Okay. Okay, so I think I want some padding with this too. So we'll just put padding to this entire component. Okay, let's bring in React Feather. I'm gonna go ahead and set this, bring in some icons here. So npm React-Feather. Import, let's just look up some React Feather icons. React Feather. It was the one with the 3 dots. That's what I'm trying to find here. Let's see, what was the name of that? More horizontal. Okay, so import we'll just throw this in a paragraph tag and then okay. And inline this, flex. More vertical also. Yeah, I think horizontal right now just to kind of keep a theme going here. So we have the name, we have those up there. Cool. Let's just do a padding here. Instead of just doing padding all around, let's just do PX, I believe. Yeah, I think that's what we wanted to set up. This sort of aligns more to the top here. Now what I could do is I can just add padding to this entire thing. So we'll just do padding for like that. So we have PX, there we go. Looks more like it. So we have a name, time since. Let's change that color of 3 hours ago. So I actually was able to find that color. I'm gonna have to reference it, but the color to that, let's see, I'm gonna reference some code that I actually had from before. Yeah, let's just see how the momentum goes on this stream. We'll see how far I get with this. Okay, so here, I'm just gonna go ahead and copy and paste this. So it's text, and then the RGBA color is like that, and that gives it like that darker look here. And is there a way to set a max width with Tailwind? Because if I zoom in too much, it overflows, and I just want to be able to use max width instead. So let's see. We'll go to find.com, Tailwind, setting max width. See what they say. 455 in Germany. Crazies. Up so early. Oops. So it's max W size. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So let's just do max width like that. There we go. Okay, that's a lot better. Okay, so that makes it to where I can zoom in and then everybody can see what's actually happening here. Okay, so we have that section. Let's just align these items. So at the top here, let's just do align center items. Center. That'll just make the alignment a little better, and I think maybe has some impact there. No, okay, so virtually no impact there. Okay, so we can go for the body. So let's just go ahead and grab one of Francesco's tweets here, or threads. So we'll bring that in. That's going to be in the next section. So we have the header. Red header, and then we'll just do thread body. And we'll just throw this into a span tag like that. Oh, and I just set a height and width to that image. Let's see. Okay, that looks a little bit better. Now we're just going to remove any styling. Okay. App right and React for now. That's what we're going to be working with for the Techstack. Okay, so we have that. And then let's just bring in these icons here. So the heart, comment, and retweet and share icon. So that's going to be in the section underneath here. Yeah, this might be better in a tutorial later, but we'll see. Just so I can clean up a lot of this stuff as I'm just kind of going along. But this part's also cool for people to see. I've done this before, and people really enjoy seeing the actual thinking behind it. Okay, so let's go ahead and import these, and I'll actually just have the names of these. Okay, I really just keep closing out my VS Code for the demo. Okay, so for this, we're going to bring in, so I have more horizontal. We're going to bring in a heart. That's also from React Feather. Repeat, that's going to be like our retweet. Then we'll bring in send, that's going to be the share, and then message circle. And then the order we want to put these in here. So that's down here. So let's see, we'll bring in heart. Repeat. Send. And then I think let's say, what am I missing? Oh, the message here. So we'll bring in message circle right after heart. Okay, and then for the size here, let's actually align all these. So we'll just do justify or flex and justify items or send. I don't want to do this. Actually, I think I can just do flex. I think gap. Yeah, I'm not trying to align them in a certain way. So I'll just do 2 for the gap. And then for the size here, I'm trying to set these so we can actually pass in this property. So the size, and then we'll just do 22 for each size. Make them a little bit smaller. Okay, maybe you can add more of a gap. Let's just do 4 for the gap. And then I also want to add in some padding. So just do py, let's see, try 4 here. And let's just do class name padding. Let's do py of 4 for the body too. I want to make sure there's some space. Yeah, so it looks like there's a little bit of space between that. So we have, now we should add, I guess, the replies and likes here. So we'll bring those in. So that's going to be the section underneath that. Tips for the responsiveness, mobile. Yeah, I mean, we'll make sure it's responsive, at least for the most part. Like right now, it's already responsive just by setting the max width here. Okay. So we need one more section. And we're just going to hard code these values in for now too. So for this, what does it look like? So we have replies and likes. So we'll just do 2 divs here. And let's just say like 16 replies. And then likes, let's just say we have 87 likes. I see Tessa's in the chat. Tessa is she works at Appright actually. She's the person that I got connected with and introduced me to this little drug here. So definitely excited to have you here. First half hour, what are we in an hour? So we're an hour in right now. We always start off really slow. And right now we're still in the early stages of getting that styling set up, working things out, and we literally have no plan. So just off the cusp, we're just getting things going. So this is always fun to do this in the stream. So you get to see the raw part of making the video here. Okay, so we just updated the styling or the colors here for the replies and likes. Let's go ahead and align those. Okay, I have some spacing here. I guess what I could do, I think Appright is actually on, I think I saw that they were also on Threads, so we'll find them. And then we'll just open up their accounts at Francesco. Okay, let's see. I'm pretty sure y'all made a post about that. No? If you have that, post in the chat. I actually want to open that up. Oh, there we go. Threads. Threads.net app right. Okay, couldn't remember the handle. So we'll reference that. We're done with Francesco for now. Okay, here we go. So make sure to give him a follow. Okay, so let's make sure that this looks good. So we have the replies and likes are somewhat there. We'll add in a gap. Let's just do 4. And it looks like there's like this dot right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to copy that. And I probably can find like an icon for that, but just using a period wouldn't work. So I'm actually just going to go ahead and copy that and then bring that in. I'm not going to stress it. So that little feature will be added. There we go. Okay, so we're there. Border bottom, that's what we need to do. So let's just go ahead and use the same color that we used for the text. And how do you do a border in Tailwind? It's a border, and then, or you set border and then the direction, and then you set the color, I believe. So let's just do border B like that, I believe, and then we can do border dash, and then we can set the color itself. Oh, that's what was happening. My VS Code tabs are just, I'm still getting used to a Mac. They keep opening up and I just don't see them. Okay, so border, and then we can set the RGB8 color. Just manually hard code that in. If anybody knows how to set Tailwind variables, that'd be nice if you can show me that. Because I keep reusing this color and I don't want to have to go to my CSS file and add that in unless I can somehow build that into Tailwind. I know there's a way, I've seen people do that before, but I just need to figure out how to set that up. Okay, let's just do padding top and bottom. Let's set that to 4. Let's do that. Okay, all right, so, open up a bunch of new tabs. So we have our threads. Let's see how real this looks. Okay, so we have the logo. Okay, we should probably decrease the size of the profile picture. Let's set that at, let's just try 10 maybe. That will look better. Seems like it's a little bit too big. Something seems off about it. Okay, I probably should inline this name with this section right here. So I can probably fix that padding there. How did I do this? So we have our container padding. I think what I could do is I can do padding bottom here and just remove the top part. That'll align it more. Okay, yeah, that looks a little bit better. Okay, replies, likes. All right, cool, we're good to go. So we have this set up. Let's just kind of make sure. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to set up our backend and then render out some real threads. So just to kind of get a better visual, make sure the styling is complete. What I'm going to do is actually go into my feed here, and I'm going to make a thread component. So we just want to remove a lot of this styling from the threads page because this can get messy really fast. So what we'll do here is we'll create a new file, new components, and then actually we could call these, yeah, let's just do components. Components is fine. Components and then thread.jsx. The only problem with the name thread is if I actually create like a chat thread, like if they ever add that, it's gonna be annoying to have to name that, especially if I'm building these clones. Let's go ahead and get the props here. Actually, we'll pass on the entire thread because in a chat thread, yeah, usually that's what you name it, so it's going to throw me off. Okay, so let's just import that. The tweet is identifiable post, and maybe I can call that post here and then just reference it as a thread. But yeah. Okay, so the thread starts. Let's see, we have our thread header, container right here. Okay, so all this code that we just built out, we're going to copy and paste that in here. And then we can take this thread and let's just go ahead and delete all this and throw this in here. Okay, yeah, probably should bring in the import. So into the thread component, we want to bring in these imports that we just added. Okay, there we go. So now I can just go ahead and repeat this a few times. Okay, cool. So there we go. Those are our threads. Now let's go into the AppWrite part. So what we need to do at this point is we need to go ahead and set up our backend, and we're just going to render the post right now. So we set up our front end. We added a little bit of styling. I don't want to go through every single page. Built out that component, and then we'll get that backend, render those out, and then I do want to work with static file hosting. So I want to be able to actually like add a picture. So if I go into Twitter and I'm trying to make a tweet here, so let's go to my home feed here. If I add a picture here, not a GIF, but we can go to an image. When I add this thumbnail, we can actually preview it and then post that with it. So we're going to deal with rendering tweets, posting them, and then we'll add in the images. We'll finish up with some styling, and then we'll start going into likes and follows. So we'll just build as we see fit here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So for this, if you're not familiar with AppWrite, I introduced this really briefly in the beginning, but it's a backend as a service. So we're not going to be using Django as I typically do. A lot of people asked about this. We're just going to be using AppWrite, and specifically, I'm going to be using the AppWrite console. So you can actually set up AppWrite locally and use that console, or we're going to be using AppWrite Cloud. So it gives you the console in the cloud. So you can go ahead and just create an account on appwrite.io. At this point, it's free to use. They're going to have a nice, generous free tier once they get out of beta. So once they have all that set up, you'll be able to actually use it and upgrade your account. Otherwise, if you set that up locally, you can just go ahead and use that up or use the console locally and then deploy it yourself. And then that pricing is completely up to you, whether you deploy on DigitalOcean or any other platform that you choose. So let's go ahead and create a new project. So within the AppWrite console, you're going to have this project section, and we're going to go ahead and set this up. It's going to give us a project, and we're going to set up a database with actual users and so on. So we're going to build this out piece by piece as we add in items to this application. So we set up our project here. We call that threads. We need to set up an app name here. So we'll just do threads app, and this is going to be a web app. And for the host name, this is just going to be where we're going to be accessing our application from. So later on, if you like to deploy this to Vercel, whatever domain name you have there, you want to connect that. We're just going to be using localhost because we're already using Vite. So we'll set that up, and we don't need to add in a port number. So we'll throw that in. We'll install AppWrite. So we'll just go through the process. We're just going to use their SDK. They also have a REST API that you can use. So let's go ahead and set this configuration up. So what I'm going to do here is in my React app, I'm going to go ahead and create a file here called AppWrite config.jsx. Actually, we don't need JSX. We can just do that. Oh, I need to run the install. So we're going to install AppWrite. Then we're just going to go ahead and import the client. So that's going to be the interface that we can use to connect to our SDK. So we'll just continue step by step. And we're going to go ahead and set our project up. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to change, I'm going to hide a lot of my environment variables, a lot of my project ID, that kind of information. We're just going to go ahead and I'm actually going to delete all of this so nobody can use it. But at some point, we're going to want to hide this. So let's go ahead and just use what we have right now. And then I'll just make sure things are changed up. So we have our client configuration. So we use a client object. Let's go ahead and export client. Actually, this is going to be a default export. Okay. Go ahead and set up those environment variables. So what I'm going to do is actually set that up right now just so I can hide API keys or anything that we set up later. So this is going to be in a .env folder. And that's going to be outside of the source folder. So .env, and I'll just make sure to move this off screen anytime I need to add in certain keys here. So let's go ahead and do Vite. So with Vite, you have to write Vite and then the name of it. So this will be Vite endpoint. Again, you don't have to do this part. I'm just going to do this because as I add things in, I need to make sure they're hidden. And that's going to be the endpoint of how we access this application. And then the project ID, which I'm going to have to change here. So we'll just do vite. So apparently vite means quick or fast in French. Somebody told me that in the comment section because I kept saying vite. So project underscore ID. I don't need quotes here. And then to actually import this, we're just going to need to go ahead and import this in a special way here. So let's go ahead and do const project underscore ID, and that's going to be from import meta.env and then vite, and then what the environment variable was. So vite project underscore ID, like that. We can just go ahead and change this now. Then this will be the endpoint. Okay, so that should complete the configuration. So we have some environment variables set up. We have our app-write config, so we can actually connect to the SDK as we set up our backend. Then what we can do is go ahead and continue from here. So let's go ahead and click next. My face isn't covering it. Backend is an app-write. So I know people keep asking about that. So why do we need the endpoint? We technically don't actually. I'm just putting everything in there. The endpoint, that's something you can change. One of the benefits, I guess, is if you're using it in multiple parts of your application, just to be able to reference it easier, I just put it into the environment variable, so at least I know where to find everything. But other than that, you don't need to hide the import or endpoint. Okay, so we're in our dashboard. Let's go ahead and actually set this up. So here we have our cloud functions that we're going to use. We're going to create a cloud function in a second. This is where we can have our file storage. So I'm not going to be using anything like AWS S3. app-write has its own, and then the authentication system. So for our database, let's go ahead and create a database. And this is going to be like a development database. We'll just call this dev. We have our database ID there. So what I'm going to do is quickly just grab this database ID and bring this in. So we'll do db, or I guess we can just do db underscore ID, throw that in, just save those along the way. And then in here, we need to create a collection. So that's going to be like a table in a relational database. So our collection is going to be threads. So we're going to create a thread. We have our collection ID there. We're going to save that in a minute. And then we have documents. So these are going to be the actual items inside of this database. So if we go into attributes, let's go ahead and create these attributes. So what we want here is we want a body for each message. We want, or for each thread, we want an image. And then we also want an owner ID. So let's just start with the owner ID. So owner underscore ID. So app-write actually has a relational feature that they added. So there's actually going to be the ability to create full relational databases. That's in app-write 1.3, I believe. And right now we're using app-write Cloud, and app-write Cloud is running on 1.12. So if you look at the bottom of the screen here, it's actually hard to see, but we're running on 1.12, and it doesn't have that. So they're still adding that feature. It's still in beta, and they're also going to be adding the ability to query databases and so on. So we're query those relational features. So that's all going to be added for now. We're going to replicate, or we're still going to create those relationships, but we're going to do it by manually storing that ID, and it's just going to require a little bit more configuration in order to do that. So just go ahead and do that. So owner ID, and we don't have that relational feature here, so we're just going to do string. And then the size here, let's just set this to 100. Owner ID is not required at this point. We'll create another ID or another attribute. This will be the body. That'll also be type of string. And we will require this. So I don't want anybody creating a thread without having a body. And on threads right now, I believe the limit is 500 characters. So that's what the body size is going to be. And that's going to be required. And then we're going to do the image. And for this, we're just going to do a URL. So we won't require it. And that's it. So later on, we'll add in likes. We'll add in the ability to store who liked a specific post. But this is all we need for now. And then if I want to go ahead and configure the threads here, we do need to add in some permissions. So right now, if we try to query the database and render some threads, we won't be able to access them because of these permissions. So if we go to settings within our thread collection, we're just going to go ahead and add the ability for anybody to make requests and modify this table here. So we're going to go ahead and set the role of any. So later on, you can do something like admin users. You can create different roles for users. For now, we're just going to say anybody can create, read, update, and delete a thread. So we're going to give full permission to these users. And we'll actually just add some items to a database here. So let's go into documents. What I want to do actually is create a user. So we'll go ahead and create a new user. Dennis Ivy, dennisivy.com. Set some kind of password up. And create. Okay, so inside of the auth table, let's go ahead and grab this user ID, and we'll go into databases, and we're going to go ahead and create some documents here. So first document, owner ID is all going to be owned by Dennis at this point. We'll just say, hey there. Then no image ID, create. Let's go to app rights account. Let's grab this thread. So this will be the next one, or this post. We'll just do like 3 for now. And I'm just going to grab the owner ID from this one. Make sure they're all posted by Dennis. So yeah, we have our full UI that we can actually modify things with. AppWrite reminds me of Firebase a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it's a backend as a service. It's a similar tool. Firebase is not open source, and if it's still around in some time, then I guess some people are lucky. But who knows what Google is going to do with them? They've been shutting down projects left and right. So an open source alternative is nice to have here. Okay, where is? Dang, I have so many tabs open. I keep getting confused. Okay, here, let's just go. Oh, Tessa posted here. I need to follow her on threads. Okay, let's throw in one more. So we have 3. And I keep needing to grab the owner ID. Okay, so let's actually do this. Let's actually no, we're going to render these threads, and then I actually want to go ahead and create a storage bucket so we can add an image URL here to one of these threads so we can see how that looks. Okay, so we have our database, we have our threads, we have 3 posts. Let's go ahead and query that. So to do this, I'm just going to try to reference the documentation as well, just so people can follow along. Let's go into the documentation here, and we'll go into databases. Try to zoom in here. We're going to be using the web SDK. So we need to configure our database inside of AppWrite configure to actually connect to all this. So let's go ahead and do this. This is kind of like the tedious part of having to configure all this. So DB ID, let's do that. So const DB_ID. That's going to be imported from beat DB ID. And then we need to bring in the database class. So databases, let's go ahead and just set that up just underneath client here. So in order to actually connect the database class, we're just going to do export. We want to export it right away because we're going to need this. Export const database, and we're just going to do new database. We'll get the databases class and we'll pass in the client. Okay, that's what we're going to need to actually connect to that. So now what we can do is we should be able to just go into our feed and we can connect from here. So let's go ahead and create a function. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a function to actually get the threads from our database, and then we'll render them out and pass them into this component. So let's go ahead and create a function called getThreads. We'll make sure it's an async function. And I want to call this right away. So we're going to go ahead and import useState and useEffect. Threads, set threads, want to be able to update it. State, this will be an empty array. And then use effect. This will go ahead and call the function onload or on component mount. Get threads. Okay, so let's just go ahead and import database. Upright config, we'll bring that in. So we just have that configuration set up. So in order to actually get the threads, we can just go ahead and call, let's get the response. We'll do response, set that to await. And we're going to call database dot, I believe it's list documents. And then we need to pass in the database ID. We need to pass in the collection ID. And I think those are the two required parameters. So let's go ahead and do that. Database ID, I already have that, so let's just import that. I believe that's already inside of my configuration, so DB ID. Let's actually change this. I'm going to change this to dev underscore DB underscore ID. Bring that in. DB underscore ID. So that's the first parameter. If we go into the documentation here, we'll see it. And if I zoom in, it kind of throws me off here. Here is, okay, that's to create a document. Let's go into list. So it's like this. We have a database ID and a collection, and that will return the response. So dev DB ID. So what database are we querying, and then what collection? So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to go ahead and create a new variable, and this will be called collection underscore ID underscore threads. And we want our collection ID. So let's just go ahead and do this. And we'll do Vite collection ID. And we'll set that up right here. So the collection ID, you can get that from here. All right. Now we should be able to call that in here. So hold on a second. Okay, collection ID threads. Okay, and let's just console out the response. Okay, let's see. Let's see what kind of bugs we have. Oh, we need to run our server. That's probably a good idea. How's everyone doing in the chat? I'm trying to watch that. We have a few people here. Everyone's kind of waking up. We have some early risers in Nigeria and Germany. Some people are up at 5 a.m. You guys are nuts. True Wisdom. Yash asking about Mern. Tessa's still in here. Am I pronouncing that right? I want to make sure it's because I've seen people spell that, but it's pronounced Tessa. So I want to make sure I'm saying your name correctly. It's always embarrassing to get someone's name wrong. Okay. Export default. Export these. I'm kind of pronouncing it right. Or is that a response to someone else? Tessa. Maybe that's what that means with the multiple S's. Oh, sounded like Z's. Okay, let's see. Missing database ID, required parameter. What I do here? DB ID. Thought I imported that. Database ID, Vite DB ID. Okay. where are we at? So let's try to zoom in here. Okay, applet exception, missing required parameter database ID. I'm throwing that in, so maybe I'm just throwing that in incorrectly. Let's just try to throw in the hard-coded value. So we'll go to the database ID. Maybe that ID itself is just wrong. Okay, that works. So I think I just added in the wrong ID there. So let me just update that. No, that's it. I config. Oh, I didn't add V before it, that's why. All right, awesome. Okay, so we have our items, and now we want to render them. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and update threads. And if we look at the response, it's going to be documents. So we want to get this array of documents and render them out. So let's go ahead and do this. We'll go into here. We'll just map through them. Well, first we want to set them. So we'll do set threads response documents. And we're just going to go ahead and create a loop here. So we'll just do threads.map. We'll take each thread. Okay, and at this point, we can just bring in the thread component. Spell, okay, thread, and then we'll pass in the thread object. Okay, so there's going to be a little thing here that's that we're going to have to fix here. You're going to notice right away. So the key, let's see, let me finish this as I'm typing. So thread ID. So by default, we get an ID value. And that should render those out. Creating property maps. Okay, threads. Console.log. Let's just see what's going on here. So is it not returning an array? Maybe that's the issue. Oh, that probably needs to be set to an array. Okay, cool. So here are the actual threads from the database. No, I lied. Oh, well, they are, but the contents aren't correct. So we're mapping through them. We're rendering them out. So we have all the threads. But what we need to do is we need to go into the thread component now, and we need to go ahead and get the thread itself. So we have the thread. So that means we can go ahead and update the body of this component. So right here, where we have the hard-coded value, we can just go ahead and do thread.body. And this is where we're going to see this little thing that we're going to have to fix here. Okay, here, let's do this. So before the body, or before the thread gets passed in, let's just go ahead and check a condition. And I believe we can just do if not. Here, let me check how I did this before, because I've done this in other applications. Here, let's do this. So we're going to bring in a loading state. And we don't want anything to render until the thread is loaded in. We'll do const loading, set loading. And I'll get to the chat in a minute here. Let me just try to get this part done because I do want to move to the next step. So loading is going to be true at all points until the entire page is loaded. So use state, not loading, and use effect. Okay, then an empty dependency array. And let's just go ahead and set loading to false. Now what we can do is we can just go ahead and do if loading, then we want to return nothing. So we just want to wait. And then if we're not loading, then we go ahead and continue the rest here. Okay, but let's see what's going on here. So error boundary, we're passing in the thread. We can't get the body. Why can't we get the body? So we have the thread component. Let's just console.log. Let's just make sure, okay, we're getting the thread itself. So we go into the feed. We have the thread component. We pass in the thread on each iteration. Then we destructure it, we get the thread, and then we're rendering, we're misspelling thread. Thread is not defined. Line 35. Okay, no worries, it's just a misspell. Okay, so now we're getting the actual threads from the database. Yeah, now I see. Oh, Steven. I see Steven's in the chat. Steven, you're an angel, you know that, right? I have never been in a Discord server that has been so responsive, and he's helped me solve every issue. And I always try to resolve it before asking, because I always feel bad with how bad or how fast Appright and everybody in there responds. And Steven's been the one that's been like my guardian angel there. So thank you so much for all your help. Let's see what's going on here. Oh wow, there's a whole chat going on. So Teza, I believe I'm saying it right. That's kind of what I concluded from our chat here. Both are Appright. So Steven, I believe you work at Appright, or are you just like an Appright partner? There's like, I noticed there's a few things, like a few programs that you all have there. Even if you built your own backend, you'd have to call the backend from endpoint. Oh, I'm assuming someone's asking about the whole backend situation. Yeah, I found ups and downs. I personally really like the idea of a backend, and I like the idea of building out my own backend. The thing that really made me realize the potential of something like Appright is their cloud functions. So for example, like there's some functionality where it's like, I always thought if I have a backend and it's almost like a CMS where you get these set of tools and that's all you get to work with. I mean, I can write Python code in here. I can even connect it to a Django backend if I wanted. There's Python SDKs. It's crazy. There's a lot we can do with it. And really the functionality is like, it's unlimited here. So I'm really liking the idea, even though I do still find areas where I'd rather build out my own backend. It's something I'm still adapting to, though. It's kind of cool. Okay, so let's for anybody that's actually in the future watching the stream or been following along, we have a small little issue that I kind of ran into here with Appright. So Appright added a relational feature to their database, but there's still no way to just query that automatically. So for example, for those of you guys that are Django developers, I should be able to do something like this in my application. And I'm assuming Appright at some point is going to add this. And I did ask about this in the Discord server. They have like weekly meetings there. And I did ask about that, but there should be an ability to do something like this, thread.owner.name. So I should be able to query upwards. So I've done this with Django. Every other ORM that I've ever used has this, SQL Alchemy. They always have this ability to kind of query upwards or query one-to-one relationships, many-to-many, or one-to-many relationships. Right now, as far as I know, there's no way to do this with Appright. So what I had to do is I had to store the owner ID inside of a thread. So this isn't too helpful for me. So if I do owner_ID, this isn't going to work. And then in the future, I'll probably want to do something like owner image or whatever that is. So let's look at this. So right now, we see the owner ID. This doesn't do much. So I want the entire owner object here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a custom function that I can use that's going to actually go ahead and query the owner object as we render out each thread. So let me show you what I mean. So right now we're iterating through our feed here. We have our threads and we pass in every single thread. So we have that. It has the relation or the ID of the owner. As we render the thread, what I'm going to do here is inside of useEffect, I'm going to call a function something like get owner. I can spell this right. So get owner info. So we're going to go ahead and create this custom function, and we're going to get that owner information, and then we're just going to go ahead and set up a state here, and this is going to be called owner and set owner. So we're going to have this full owner object right here. Like this. So we're going to get the owner information and then render that in here. So the reason why I have to create a custom function, though, is because a user inside of the Appright account or Appright Cloud is not the same as an item in the database. So normally, if I had like let's say I had a profiles collection, and this is actually one way to do it. I could create a user profiles collection, and then have like a one-to-one relationship to every single user. And then I could just say user.get and then get that user by ID. But because we're using this authentication system and there is no way just to call one of these users from the database, I'm going to have to manually build that in. So I'm just trying to think out loud. If I'm understanding this incorrectly, somebody in the comments jump in, but let me think about this. So if I go to the documentation, so let's say I need to grab a user. So we go to accounts. So we can get an account. We have all this information, create a session. And then if we go to the actual users, this is just my understanding of the documentation. So we have this function right here called get user. Get user by unique ID. I guess I could use the REST API just to get that user object. The Upright team is crazy. It's Friday night, 8:39 p.m. I don't know where Steven's at, and they're in the chat assisting. You guys are awesome. Definitely wouldn't expect anybody to be working right now. I do this because I'm crazy and it's fun. Okay, so with the SDK, there's this get user function right here. Or was that? Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. I haven't really thought through it. Okay, here we go. So I have this function right here, users.get, and I get a user by ID. Oh, okay. So I can only do this from the backend. That was my issue before. So there's no web SDK for this. So I can use Node.js, Python, or I can use a REST API. I wonder if I can just, I actually want to show you how to write upright cloud functions. Tessa saying I'm eating pizza. I got nothing to do tonight. Everyone's just chilling tonight. So I guess it's just an excuse to show you how to write upright cloud functions. So we'll just probably stick to that. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to create a cloud function, and then we're going to have that cloud function use the Node SDK to get a user. Because I'm looking at this function right here in the documentation, this get user function, it allows us to get a user by an ID. So right here, let me try to zoom in here. Okay, create user. Where was that? So get user by ID. So this looks like it's only in one of the backend SDKs. In this case, Node. I can use Python or one of these. Okay, so I'm gonna have to create a cloud function and then write it from there. So let's do this. I need to think out loud, and it gives me a little chance to unwind. We've been streaming for what, an hour and 38 minutes. Okay, so in order to create an upright function, let's actually go into the console and see where these are at. So with all these tabs here, we have this functions tab, and we don't have any functions just yet. And I'm gonna have to go through this process slowly. So a function is simply a place where we can write our own custom code from the backend and upload it, and it's stored in its own Docker container. We don't have to worry about how Upright's taking care of this. We just write our code in any language that Upright allows us to. I believe they have PHP, Python, and Node.js, along with a few more. We can upload that code to a cloud function, and then we can execute that function. So that's what we're going to do. Okay. Let's go ahead and build in our custom function. And again, the reason for that is because we need to get this user name and ID, and we can't get that at this point. Okay, let me just try to get everything opened up. I need to chug some more coffee. I tried to take a nap before this stream. I probably got like 4 hours of sleep last night, and then I took an hour nap, which I usually can do. So I think I might be good to go pretty late tonight. But for that, I might need to take a break and get coffee, more than what I have right now. Okay, so in order to create a function, so we're going to create it in this React folder. I think I can just do it all from here. If anything, I'll separate those later. Let's go into the documentation. Let's go into functions. And I'll try to stay as zoomed in as possible. 24-hour stream, Dimitri's asking. Maybe. I've been trying to go for that. Francesco started sizing me up, and he started going for 12-hour streams. I did one 12-hour stream, one 10-hour stream, and then he just did like 6 in a row. I think he did them. He does one a month, or he used to. Francesco Chuella, if you guys don't know him. And it kind of pissed me off because he made me look bad because I only did one 24-hour stream. So I might have to do a 24-hour stream at some point. I mean, I will. I'll do it just because I have to now. But I don't know if today will be the day. Okay, so we initiate a function. So in order to initiate a function, you need to ensure that you have the app-right CLI installed. So I'm trying to walk backwards here. So we install the app-right CLI. You can do this with the npm package or using a node. So we do npm install g app-right CLI. I already have that installed, so I don't need to do this. There's the command there. I can only do 12 hours for latency video games. Yeah, people who do video games can go a while. I think it was Nick White. I think he did like 72 hours one time playing some games, but he did sleep in the process too. So he just slept with the stream going. It was kind of crazy. I think I can probably go longer if I don't have to focus on coding. Okay, so we install the app-right CLI. Once you have that installed, you can check the app-right version, and then you log in. So let's go ahead and just make sure we have app-right-b. We have app-right 2.2. That's installed. And then we need to log in. So here's where you can go ahead and set some credentials here. You can run your first CLI command after logging in, fetching information on the app-right project. Let's try this. Let's try logging in. So just do app-right login. So again, this is with the CLI. After the CLI is installed, so you want to do that if you're following the tutorial later. Okay, I'm all logged in. Then we want to see our project. So let's just do app-right projects and make sure that this works. App-right. Okay, it's platforms. Looks like we're all set. I think that's it for the CLI. So now what we can do is we can go ahead and initiate a function. App-right init function. Let's run that. Okay, what would you like to name your function? Let's call this get user. So that'll be our function name. Do we want to give it an ID? We will just let it go ahead and generate an ID for itself. App-right run. Okay. Project is not set. Run app-right init project to initiate a project. So let's do that. App-right init project. Would you like to create a new project? No, I want to link to a project. I want to link to an existing project in the directory. Reds, I believe. That's the one I have. Okay. So I just ran that. So I just linked to a project. So the CLI linked to an app-right project that I have. And right now I'm already connected to the app-right console. Now I can initiate the app-right function. We'll call this get user. So the function is going to be, it's kind of just like an API endpoint where we can just make a call to get the user object. We need to specify the language. So PHP, Ruby, Python, or Dart. We'll just do Node.js. And here we go. Okay, so it initiated a function, and then I should have this folder called functions right here. So here's my function right here. So inside of the get users function, and by the way, when I create more functions, they'll be added in this folder. So I have my get users function, and I have the code for my function. So it just gave me some boilerplate code, and it tells me how to use it. I can actually get rid of a lot of this. But essentially, here's the request and the response cycle. So it's just like a view in Django or what is it? I'm like blanking out. Flask or Fast API, or even in Express.js. It's just a view here. We have the request and response object, and then we can write any code we want, and then here's going to be that response. So let's go ahead and let's see if this function was created and deployed. I think I still have to deploy it. So now if I go to my app-right cloud account inside of the functions tab, I have this function called get user. So here's a function ID. And it has not been deployed yet. So to deploy a function, I can just do app-right. What was the code here? Let's see. App-right init, app-right deploy function. So it's going to take this code. So let's just do this. We'll just say hello So just some kind of comment or some custom message. So we'll go ahead and pass that in. So we can actually see that that's our response, upright deploy function. I think Dennis Ivy should use streams frequently. I want to do a lot of streams. I also have a day job and that takes up a lot of time and it kind of gets me out of the rhythm. I would love to stream more often. I'd love to make more videos too. Okay, so I just deployed the function and here we go. So the function was deployed. I can go ahead and execute the function. So we can send some data to it. It actually gives me a sample JSON or it gives me sample JSON data to send. And by the way, for the Appright team, whoever's still watching, I believe this is incorrect JSON data. If I'm not mistaken, I believe everything needs to be in double quotes like that. And I've actually ran into issues. I was trying to deploy a function the other day, and simply because it wasn't formatted properly, it kept giving me issues. So something was off about it. Maybe I'm mistaken, but yeah. Anyways, side note that I'll talk to the team about later. So now I can just execute a function. I don't need to send any data. We'll hit execute. It's going to send me to the executions tab. It executed the function. So an execution is like making a web request. So we just call the function from the SDK, and I can check the logs. And here we go. Hello, people. So that's our function right there. Okay. So now let's go ahead and actually let's get our user information. So let's go through the code here. So we can actually go back to users now, and we're going to use the Node SDK. And let's go to the get users function. So hopefully you can see every time I zoom in, it just throws everything into like a different order. So I'm going to stay at the zoom level. Let me know if you can still see it. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and use this users object here. So we're going to initialize the users object, and that's, or the user, yeah, I guess the users class, which is already initialized right here. I can see this. So we can actually just go ahead and remove all this. So we have users right here. We're going to go ahead and call users, and we're just going to leave this check right here. So simply checking that we have all our function endpoints, function API keys, and so on that we're going to configure in a minute. It's going to check those, and then if everything checks out, it goes ahead and initiates the client object. So let's go ahead and actually get the user. So we're going to take this promise right here, and the function is already an async function. So after this else statement, let's go ahead and continue here. And let's try to get the user. So let's just do response, because I like that better for the name. So we go to users, we pass in await, users.get, and then the user ID. So this user ID needs to come from the request. So we have request, and I believe we can just set the payload like this. Let's just go ahead and do const payload. This is going to be request.payload. Okay, let's actually, I'm thinking maybe I can just test it by responding with the payload. I think we should be good though. So we'll just do request.payload, and then in the payload, we're going to send, let's just do owner underscore ID like that. And just to be safe, let's just do that like this. Sometimes we can't use a dot notation. So we're going to get the payload from the front end, and then we're just going to go ahead and try to get the user. And before we actually respond with that user, let's just console anything out. We'll do console.log. Okay, so we've passed the owner ID, and I can just go ahead and deploy this function again. So we'll hit deploy function. I hit space to select what function I want to deploy. So we just deployed it, and we'll go to my console. I'm gonna have to zoom out a little bit. I'm gonna open up a new tab to get my user ID. So we're gonna grab this user's ID, go to get user, so that new function, I believe, deployed correctly. We're gonna go ahead and execute it. And let's go ahead and pass in this JSON object. So this is owner underscore ID. And then in quotes, we pass in the owner ID. Let's go ahead and execute that. Let's see. Okay, so it's processing, it's calling it, and it failed. Let's check our logs. Payload, owner ID. Missing parameter, user ID. Okay, I thought I added that in. So payload.get owner ID. Okay, I think there's a few things we'll need to parse the payload. Oh, right. You're absolutely right. Okay. For some reason, I thought I had to set the AppWrite key, and maybe I still do. Maybe that's still going to cause an error. I thought I had to pass in the function endpoint, project ID, and AppWrite key. But if I don't, we'll see what happens. But yeah, you're right. I do need to parse that. So let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, there's always a step that I miss when I'm doing this live. Okay, so we can go ahead and pass this into the payload. We'll just do JSON.parse. I'm gonna parse the payload, and then I should be able to get the owner ID. So let's go ahead and redeploy it. By the way, Stephen, if you're still free to chat, I don't want to ask you and then feel like I'm holding you here. Is there a way to test this function locally instead of having to deploy it every single time? Like, can I set up like a temporary local server and like make web requests to that? I'd love to just use something else to make these requests, because this process is a little bit tedious, having to go back and forth to go to my deployments and then executing it and checking it. It's a small step, but it still is a step nonetheless. Okay, so it's processing, failed. Let's see if we get a new error. Payload owner ID. Okay, here we go. So to my understanding, let's go and see what I remember about functions here. So what we need to do is functions actually have these environment variables here. So first of all, I'm going to make sure anybody can execute this function. So we're going to go ahead and update that. We're going to give everybody execute access, and then I'm also going to hide my my API key. But this is an API key that we can use to access the REST API or use the server side SDK here. So if you look here, the first thing that happens is when we make this request, we check for the AppWrite function endpoint, AppWrite function key, and then we look for the project ID. So we need to set these variables here. So let's go ahead and start with the AppWrite function key. So it's going to look for these variables inside of our environment variables or values. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to go ahead and go to update variables. I'm going to enter AppWrite function key. And then what I'm going to do is go ahead and create this key. So I'm going to go to overview. I believe it's on the bottom of this page. I can go ahead and go to API keys. This is an overview. And I'm just going to go ahead and generate a new API key. So if I create one, we're just going to go ahead and call this function API key. I don't think I need to have, I don't think I need to, yeah, it doesn't need to be all one word. So here I'm just telling the API key what it has access to, and I'm just going to say it has access to functions, and that's the only thing I'm going to let this API key work. Like, okay, so Steven's responding. Okay, Dennis, you'll need to parse. Assuming we can debug the functions locally. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Yeah, same question, Dimitri. Good call. So like you mentioned, AppWrite spins up a Docker container for the function. So what you can do is spin up a container locally yourself. Okay, so I'm assuming if I wasn't using AppWrite Cloud, I'd be able to do that locally. Interesting. I'll have to look into that. Okay, so I need to finish creating this key. So I'm going to create it, and I'm going to have to hide this so no one else can access this. So I created the key. What I'm going to do is just go ahead and copy it so we don't have view access. But we just created the key, and then I can go back into my variables here, and I'm just going to paste this in. And for now, okay, good, it didn't. So I'm just going to go ahead and paste in that key. So that's AppWrite function API key. So we just created that variable. Now, this function also is going to look for an AppWrite function endpoint. So we're going to go ahead and set this variable. And this one is just going to be, I believe it's the same one that we have inside of our environment variables. It's just going to be this one. It's going to be cloud AppWrite IO v1. And if you're on localhost, it would just be localhost. So we're going to paste that in. And then it also is going to look for the project ID. I'm going to really need to change these variables in though. So let's go here. Let's go to project ID. And the project ID, well, that's going to be an overview project ID. I can copy that and paste this in here. Okay, I think that's good. Although I typically use deploy to upright. Okay, so let's go ahead and just test it. I think I could just go ahead and execute that, run the function execution now. So we'll go back to functions, go to the get user function. Let's go ahead and execute it. So our last execute failed. Dang it, so I have to pass in the user ID again. User or owner ID. And let me just grab that real quick. Okay, hold on a second. Was it this one that failed? Okay. See, this is the fun thing about live streaming. You just get to run into issues all day, bang your head against the wall, and try to figure stuff out. Okay, so the error, upright cloud, role, application missing scope, users read. I think I understand what's going on here. I think what's happening is okay. With the, where was this? I think it's inside of the, was it the API key? Somewhere here, I need to give access to read users. Is it here? Security, maybe? Maybe it's in the API key. I think it's in here. So somewhere with the key, there is function. So I give the key access to functions, but I didn't give it access to the authentication system. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead, because I'm going to delete this anyways. I'm going to give it access to read user. So if you look at the error, did I close that out? Dang it, I closed it. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. But the error said that with this key, the user doesn't have access to read. So what I had to do is I went to this authentication system and I just said, hey, with this key, a user can read, write, read teams, write to teams, and so on. So we should update the key. So that should update it there. After that, I should be able to go ahead and execute that function. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to get the user again and get the ID and send it. Issues are good to learn. I got stuck watching. Yeah. The funny thing is I learned the most from bugs. Like it's a cliche saying, but it's so true. It's just not fun when you have to go through it. Usually when you run into a bug, it means that you need to study that problem, and then you either never run into it again, or you just know how to solve it better next time. All right, awesome. So it looks like it executed. Perfect. Here we go. Okay, so the response is just still responding with developers are awesome, hello people, and then in the logs, because I consoled out the payload and the response here, we have this user object. Let me try to zoom in. Okay, let's actually do this. Let's update. I don't know if you can see that. But let's just go ahead and do this. Let's go to our function and let's just respond with the response. So let's just go ahead and take this response and we'll just pass that in. We'll redeploy the function and then we should be able to get our user, and then after we can call this function. So it took a little bit of work. I'm just running into issues trying to understand this with everybody else. I'm very new to Upright and just to understand how to do all this. So things are going to take a little bit longer the first time, but I think we're almost done. So once we have that, if we go to logs, here we go. It's still going to be small, but here is this user object. So here we have a lot of information. We have the user ID. We have the created at, timestamp, updated at, the user password encrypted, all this information with this user. So we don't want all of it. We only want some of it. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's go to this function and we'll just say, let's create a variable called user data, and this will be an object here. So with this object, let's just go ahead and let's do ID Actually, let's just follow the tradition of the variable in front of ID. And we'll just do response.id. So we're going to get the values. And I only want to send a limited amount of these values. So we don't want to send everything back. That's why I'm creating this. So we also want the name. So we'll do name, response.name. What else was in there? We don't need the email. We don't need password. Okay, so there's a few things that I'm going to add to this actually. So right now we have the name and ID. Let's go ahead and just send these back. Let's just double check these. And then actually, yeah, let's just double check these. Let's just deploy this function. Let's make sure this is working. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to add in a profile picture, and then I want to add in a username. So I want to make sure we can have a username for each user. And there's different ways of doing this. And I'm going to show you my preferred method at the moment of how we can do this. So we'll go to functions, let's go to deployments, and we should get back a new user object. Execute, processing, complete. Here we go. So now we just get back the ID and the name. So one of the ways to do this is to create a one-to-one relationship between the user and a profile object or a collection. What I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to go into users, and I believe I can do, let's see, how can I set this up? I just did this a couple days ago. Teams, security, settings, maybe it's in settings. Oh, okay, so a user has this attribute here called user preferences. So it's like another object, it's like chained within it. So user preferences allows us to set, these are different preferences. Let's say someone likes light or dark mode, different settings for a specific user. But what I could do is I can use this for settings like profile underscore pic. And the value, well, let's just go to my Twitter account and let's just grab my profile picture. So actually, let's do this. Let's grab my LinkedIn one just so it looks different because it's going to be hard to tell because I'm actually reusing that one. So let's see, maybe LinkedIn. Let's grab this one, open image, new tab. I think I should be able to access this from my app. Maybe LinkedIn blocks it. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and pass in the URL for the user's profile picture. And then I'm also going to add in a username. And then username is just going to be Dennis Ivy. So this has to be all one word. Backend is using AppWrite. I know I got the whole Django crew out here with pitchforks and torches wanting me to use Django. We'll use Django. We'll use Django plenty. We're just going to learn how to use different new tools. I like trying out new things. So, okay. So with that, I should be able to access the user preferences here, and I'm going to throw this into this object here. So I only know this because I've seen it before. But in order to get the user preferences, we'll just do profile underscore pic, and this is going to be response dot. We can just do, actually, let's do it like this. Prefs, so preferences, and then we'll just get profile underscore pic. So that's how we're going to add a profile picture to the user, and then we're going to do username. Okay, so let's go ahead and deploy this function. And let's check it out. Let's execute it. Owner ID. I always just go back to the wrong tabs and then have to restart this process. And let's execute it. Processing completed. Voila, there we go. Now we have this object. We have the ID value. We have the name. We have the profile picture, and we have a username. So now we can execute this function. So to execute the function, we'll go through the source code again, or through the documentation. So I can go ahead and just close this out. So we're not going to need to access that function, at least not the code to that anymore. So in the thread, what we're going to do is on load, we're just going to go ahead and create a function called get user. So let's just do get user info. Make that an async function. And then we're just going to go ahead and get the thread owner ID. So we're going to do const response. And let's actually just see how we can call a function. So let's go to the documentation. Let's see, to get a function, we'll go to the function documentation, list execution, get no, we don't want that. We want the how-to section guides. So we want to learn how to execute a function, I think. Am I not in the right section? Where the heck was it? Create an execution. Okay, so we're creating an execution, not a function. So creating an execution is the equivalent of calling like an API endpoint. We're just going to call it. So if we look at the documentation here, we're just going to copy this and paste it in. So we just call the create execution method. Change this to response, and we'll call wait in front of it. We're just going to go ahead and call functions, create execution, and then pass in the function ID. But I also need to set up this functions variable. So let's go back into the app-write config. We'll go in there. We'll go ahead and just bring in functions. And we can just go ahead and export that. So we have databases already, so we'll just do export const functions, new functions, and then we'll pass in the client. Okay, so now I can import functions here inside of my thread. Functions from app-write config, and then we're just going to go ahead and call functions create execution, and then I just need the function ID. So that's like the URL endpoint. So we're just going to go ahead and grab the function ID. And the function ID is right here. So we can get it here, or when you go back to the function, you'll just see that get ID, function ID section here. So we're going to pass in the function ID. This is going to be to get the user. So we're going to execute that, which is console the response. Okay, so on load, let's go ahead and get the user. Let's set loading to false in here after we get the user. And let's just see the user information first. Let's go into our application. So right now we still have just the user ID. Console, get user, okay, connection refused. Probably should turn on my server. And run. Steven, where are you from if you're still in the chat? Okay, so app-write, no permissions for action execute. Okay, so I think I need to, is there a place to set permissions to the function? Okay, let's zoom out here. That's right, I think every single function has permissions, but I thought I added that. So let's just do any. So we had to set that, and then now I should be able to execute it. California. Oh, okay, yeah, same time zone. Because, yeah, we're all West Coast people here. Nice. Okay, so we executed the function. Here we go. Okay, so we see the get user response. So for every single user that was rendered out, we got that user object, and now we have access to the function. So we have the response. Where's the user data? Yeah, I don't think I mentioned it, but I'm in Portland right now. I was in Vegas for a little bit, Florida, and then I'm actually residing technically in Vancouver, Washington. So just right across the river. The river, like I actually live on the river, so you can see Portland from my house. I can see downtown Portland. Okay, so how did I do this before? We got the function information. Hold on, the function failed. Okay, something Oh, I think I was supposed to send the payload with it. That's right. Okay. So I'm executing a function, but I need to send the payload with it. That's why. Okay, let's do this. Const payload. And I completely forgot, but I need to send the owner ID. Owner underscore ID. And then this is going to be thread.owner underscore ID. Do I need to stringify this? I didn't do this before. I'm trying to remember if I, because I'm parsing it on the other end, and I do think I need to stringify it. So let's just do this just to be safe. Let's pass in the payload as the next parameter. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this in here. And we're just going to call json.stringify. We're going to parse it on the other end anyways. And that's going to be the payload. So now when I call it, I'm sending the thread ID, which means I should be able to get the response. Okay, status code 200. And then we have the response right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to get user data. That's going to be response, because I called it that. And then we're going to do json.parse. We're going to parse it, and then that should give us back the user data. There we go. So we have our owner ID, profile picture, and username. And then what I can do now is just go ahead and get this user data. Let's just go and pass this into set owner. So we'll just do set owner. Yeah, I'm definitely excited for Upright to add in the relational queries, because that would solve this. It'd make this a lot easier. It was just a little tedious just because this is my second go around of making our custom function, and we kind of run into issues along the way. It's pretty simple to do, but it'd be nice to be able to just query relationships like that. So let's go ahead and get this owner. So we get the response from the function, we get the user data, we set the owner information, and then now I can go ahead and go into the image source and then pass in the owner information. So we have the owner, then we just do owner name, owner dot, let's just pass in the name. So before we view it, let's just go ahead and do this side by side. And then when I refresh it, we should see everything change. Okay, so, oh, I think it's profile picture for the, yeah, just did owner dot profile underscore pic. There we go. There we go, if we can see all that. And we have that part done. So let me take a little break and I'll interact with the chat. Next, what I want to do is, well, I don't know what I want to do next. Oh, what I think I need, yeah, what I'll do is I'll actually change this right here. So you see how it says 3 hours ago? That's a hard-coded value. So I'll change that. And then we can go into, let's see, what did I write in Excalidraw? Create threads, add images to threads. Let's do this. So we rendered our threads. Okay, here we go. Let's keep doing that. Okay, so we set up our backend. We rendered our threads. We can do time since formatting. Then we can do images to threads right now. Let's do the time since formatting, and then we'll do the CRUD operations along with adding images, because I want to go into Upright storage. I want to show you how to work with the storage buckets. Didn't you say you are having energy drinks next? I actually don't do energy drinks. I usually just stick to coffee. I'm a pretty high energy person. I'm one of those people that can be on 2 hours of sleep and just be checked out of my mind. If that was directed towards me. Probably would benefit from those though. Okay, so yeah, let's do that. Let's do the time since formatting. So if we I need to stretch. I don't have a standing desk too. I did say that next time I'm doing them on stream, I'm going to get a standing desk, and then I cheap out and don't get one. Certain things I just don't spend money on, and that's going to be desks and socks. I still am the type of person that wears socks until they have holes in them. Okay, so we have the thread body. We'll get to replies and likes in a bit. Let's do this 3 hours ago. So we'll just go ahead and do thread. So even though it's an attribute that we didn't add, there's built-in attributes, and all the built-in attributes from what I've seen have this $sign, and then this one is just created at like that, I believe. Okay, so that's the real threads. That's a good issue if ours looks like the real threads account or app. Okay, so this is what our timestamp looks like, and that's pretty ugly. It's this long date time format down to the milliseconds, I believe. So for this, I think there's a library that I wanted to use, and it's called, what was it, React Time Ago. Let's look that up. React Time Since right here. And this is the npm package. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to install it, and I'm just going to follow the instructions on how to use this. So we're just going to run this npm install, and what it's going to do is it's just going to let us make these imports, and then we're going to wrap our timestamp in this component, and then we can just add that in, and then that'll track the real time. So let's go ahead and paste this in. Okay, so we have we import time ago. We import en here. I'm just going to stick to en for now, so we'll just make these imports. This is all in the thread component. Anybody following along in the future? Okay, so then we're adding the en value here, so we'll just do that above our component. And then what we need to do is import React Time Ago, and then we add the component. Good documentation is documentation I could use without reading, something I can just copy and paste. That's pretty good that they had it that way. So let's go into here. Let's see. Created as. So we're just going to paste this in here, entire component. Then we'll just do thread.created at. We can pass this in to the date component. And I need to restart my server. There was also React Moment. I've used that before. So here we go. We see an hour ago, and it formatted it. That looks good. So if I make a new post, let's just go into the database here. Let's just do it from here before we add in the CRUD functionality. We'll go to the AppWrite threads account. Let's just grab one of these responses. We don't want to create a new database. We'll create a new document. So we'll go ahead and paste that in. We'll get this owner ID. Okay, so this is the latest post, and as you can see, these are all an hour ago, and this one is just now. So what I'm going to do is actually reorganize this. So let's actually, I'm going to go to the feed component, and I just want to sort these. I want to make sure they're ordered from latest at the top. So we just want to sort this. We can import query from AppWrite. That's going to let us do this. And then when we get this, when we call this list documents function, that's going to let us sort it. So we can also add in pagination later. So I believe it's just going to be an array. Add an array. And then in here, I'm trying to remember how to call this. I think it's just query. Query.sort, I believe. Oh, not offset. Order ascending or descending. Maybe it's descending. And then we just do by the value. So it's going to be created at. So we're going to sort by created at. I think that's going to do that for us. There we go. So now the latest post is at the top. And let's just go ahead and inspect element. We have some errors. Date supplied, React time ago is expected a number. Okay, so what I think we can do is we can actually convert this date right here into, it's expecting a number, so it's expecting like a timestamp. So we can convert this and then pass this in. So that should fix that little error. It doesn't seem like it's causing any problems, but it is going to be annoying to see that in the console. So I've actually done this before, so I'm actually going to reference some code right now. So give me a second. And I'm not watching the chat right now, so I'll be back in the chat in a minute. So let's do this. We'll do date, new date. So we're going to create a new date object or a new date value out of this date. We're going to pass those in, and we can do dot get time. And that should give us the Unix code for that. Basically the timestamp in seconds or milliseconds. Okay, so it's throwing some kind of error. Try to figure this out. Get time is not defined. Oh, I was supposed to use a dot notation. That did not work. Okay, so that works now. So 3 minutes ago, and the error is away. So all I had to do was simply convert the timestamp. All right. So we got that part taken care of. Okay, what were we gonna do next? I'm like at that point where I need like a little break. It's weird. I always get like an energy drop, and then I get psyched back up. So I'm gonna turn on some music. If I turn on music right now, I wonder if it'll. I wonder if you all will hear it if it's in my headphones. Actually, wouldn't mind playing it really quietly. And if it's too loud, let's just let me know. So. Give me a good vibe is what I like to work with. And let me know in the chat if you can hear that. So when are we going to apply for VC funding for this app? Can you all hear that? Can you hear the music? I'm trying to see if I can add it. Are you saying the audio is low, like to my voice, or? No, I'm not using OBS. I'm using StreamYards. That's what I'm using for the platform. Let me try to stop sharing my screen because usually it used to be like when you add in your screen, it gives you the ability to add in the audio from your screen. Okay, you should be able to hear this now. I'm gonna change up the music itself, but can't hear the music. Huh. You know, I guess I can just debug from YouTube. I'm just stalling now, guys. I don't want to code right now. Take a little break. You can see myself in here. Take a little break. See myself in here. Okay, that's right. You can't hear the music. That's weird. That's annoying. Okay. No, because if I don't play music, then you have to sit here and listen to me breathe and sip on my coffee. Just awkward. Okay, give me a few minutes. I'll make sure to comment in the recording of the stream to skip this part. Okay, but if I share the screen, maybe it's gonna add the music. Okay, but if I share the screen, maybe it's gonna add the music. No. Breathing ASMR. What does that stand for? It's like a ASMR. I know the word. I'm curious on what it stands for. Okay, let's try this. What if I just unplug it? Let's see if there's an echo. Might sound pretty weird. Yeah, it's not gonna. Okay, cool. That's fine. No music. Let's plug this back up. Let's get back to coding. All right. Who doesn't know where we're at? I think everyone kind of. The thumbnail kind of explains it. We're building a thread clone. Let's just recap what we have. What if you share the browser, music? Oh yeah, you're right. But it might have to bring the browser to the thing. I think I'm okay without it. Well, we've survived 12-hour streams before without the music. Okay. Yeah, it's sharing YouTube browser. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's fine for now. Okay. So let's go back to our application. Okay, so we have our threads. These are all in the database, in an AppWrite database. We added the ability to host our profile picture, username. We have this time since stamp right here and the actual content. And I guess what we could do now is we can build out the form. Let's go through the CRUD operations. It took us a little bit to get here just because I got stuck on some Tailwind stuff in the beginning trying to do that. I am new to Tailwind, so let's go ahead. I've used it in the past, but I've never really used it. So I always have to think every step through. Okay, so let's go ahead and create threads. So create the form. So the actual Threads app doesn't have the ability to create it here. So what I'm going to do is follow the Twitter method here. So we're just going to go ahead and create this form here. So we'll just build this up right here. And let's actually, I was going to have ChatGPT build it for me, but let's build it from scratch. Let's see my Tailwind skills. And that's also a thing of mine. I don't know how to build forms very well. It's like the styling, because you have this on hover, on focus, all these different styles for particular fields and field actions. So we'll go into feed.jsx. Let's check this out. Backend is AppWrite. It's a backend as a service platform. You get databases, authentication, file hosting, all that good stuff in one. I think I have some family watching the stream actually. Okay, so let's see. At the top of our threads, we're going to create another div here, and we're just going to set up our form. We're going to create a wrapper for this form. Okay, in the form, we want a text field. So the text field is a text field. Text area, I was going to say that doesn't seem right. Text area. And we want to make sure that we have a name here. So we want to require it. So you shouldn't be able to submit it without requiring it or without having the value in there. The name is going to be body. Then we're going to go ahead and do a placeholder. Just do say something. Okay, and then for the values, so we're going to need to create, I guess what I'll do is I'll abstract this into its own component later. For now, let's just keep it in the feed. I just don't like mixing the feed and the form itself. But I think we can do this at a later level when we add in authentication. We'll start bringing things kind of to their own components. So let's just do this. We'll do body, set body. Let's do thread body. So let's do, I like that name better. Thread body, set thread body. And this is just going to be an empty string, so you use state. An empty string. Set the value of our text area. Then on change, we go ahead and process this. So we're going to create a function here. So actually, I guess we could just update thread body here. I don't think we need any special values. So for now, let's just do this. We'll create the function, the event. And let's do set thread body b.target. All right. Yeah, it's funny. Tailwind's one of those things that everyone seems to resist until they try it, and then they're hooked like a drug. There's so many, it's so easy to make fun of. Like at the end of the day, it's hideous. Like when you see it in line, all the CSS. I mean, this is like minimal styling. But yet, when you start working with different files, and having to write all the classes, and again, I mentioned it earlier, like when you have to readjust one little component, it's such a pain to have to reformat your CSS and HTML files. In this case, JSX. Tailwind, it's all in line, and you just see all of it right there. It's so convenient, and I just always resist it, but I'm slowly going to the dark side. It's stealing my heart. I just need to get more fluent with it. So yeah, I would highly recommend it. Yeah, it looks wild for sure. If you're using something like Chalk or UI, I haven't used it, but I'm assuming it's similar to like Material UI or Bootstrap. That's also good too. Like just having those components built in. I guess you'd call Tailwind is not procedural programming. What's the term? It's like functional programming, object-oriented programming, and then it's a procedural, where it's like everything is like literal. It's right in front of you. You understand it. It's really little left up to guessing. Okay, so we have our form, and we submit it, or as we type, we update the body, and then we need to submit it. We also need a button here, so we'll just do. Let's see for this. Here, let's create a div here. So there's going to be something that we need to do. So what I want to do is I actually want to create. I'm going to do an image field. I'm not going to do the emojis and GIFs, at least not yet. Maybe I can do that later. I did find a library that lets me prompt the GIFs like this. Not the GIFs, but the emojis. But for now, we're just going to have this section right here. We'll have an image icon and then the post icon. So we'll create a wrapper here. And I believe from React Feather, not React CSS, React Feather, it's just an image. Yeah, so image, we're going to bring that in. And I don't need these in here. Those are all in the thread component now. Imperative programming, that's what it was. I was trying to think of the word. Imperative programming, that's what Tailwind is more, follows that practice where it's all just very literal. Everything's written out step by step. Let's just do 24, let's just see the size. Here, let's just leave the default size and see why it's not showing up. Okay, let's just continue with the input field then. Figure this out in a second. So input type equals submit. Value equals post. Let's just do that. Post thread. I need to pin the backend. Everyone keeps asking about it. Backend, let me write this in the message. Backend is using AppWrite, or is built with AppWrite. And we post it and then pin it. I think I have to go to YouTube to actually pin a comment. So give me a second. Well, let me do it from here. Here we go. We got the message pinned now. So if anybody asks, it's using upright. Okay. Okay, so we have our form, the image component, input, type, submit, post. Right? Oh, that's why it's going into the text area. I was like wondering what the heck is going on here. Okay, so this needs to go underneath the text area. And now we should see the post button and the image icon here. So let's actually use find like we would ChatGPT, and I'll just say give me a Tailwind button that is white with black text. Okay, BGY. Yeah, let's just copy this entire class. This is AI programming right here. This is why it's so awesome. Class name, and just set that. Let's see what it gave us. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Here, let's just move this to the right. I think I want it a little bit smaller though. So, I mean, I am zoomed in, so maybe that's going to be fine. I could probably change the text size though. Why not Django backend? I might do it in a Django backend, just trying everything. There's a ton of different frameworks that we can work with. I really like AppWrite, and I wanted to test out all its features. It's given us a lot to work with. So I'm just working with different things. Okay, so let's go ahead and do class name, flex, and then we'll just do justify. Justify between. And what I want to do, I think I want to just set padding to this actual form. We'll just do px, and we'll do something like 4. Some space here. Okay, and then I want to make sure this is centered horizontally. We'll just do items. Is it with Tailwind? It's items center, right? Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So items center. And then I do want to add some padding to the top of my text area, so we'll just do py. Actually, let's just do this. We'll do padding for all around. There we go. And then now to actually style the form field. Okay, Tailwind and form fields. I've actually never done this. Let's do this. Let's go to find. And again, for anybody that doesn't know it, it's a search engine. I'm actually going to work on this project. We'll see what backend I use for this, but it's going to be ChatGPT. It's going to be like a ChatGPT search engine where it's actually going to query live data along with a trained model. So we'll be able to ask you questions. So it's going to be literally a find.com clone. So we'll just do style a text area field with Tailwind. Just see what the boilerplate is, because I'm assuming all I need to do is add like padding, a border. Yeah, I mean I can start. I can start doing this from scratch. So just do this. I'm just not confident with it. So it's radius rounded. Is that it? Or rounded? Okay, let's just go to tailwind.com and see. Or we can just steal the code. Oh, it's giving me like all the examples. Rounded. Okay, yeah, that's right. So rounded. G. Let's try that. Okay, so that rounded it. I could probably add some padding. So let's just do padding for width full, I believe. Okay. And let's see what else I want to do here. I want to choose a background color. I want it to be like a shade of this black right here. So let's just do this. Okay, I forgot how to do background color. It's BG. Actually, let's look this up. Maybe they had the example in here. BG gray 50. So let's just copy part of this. So BG, and then let's do a hex color. I'll just do 888. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, and let's inspect and change it. It should give me that color picker somewhere here. If I hover over it, no. No color picker, really? Okay, let's try this. Let's get this color. Just want it to be a little bit darker or a little bit lighter. So RGB 29, 29, 29. Let's do that. Okay, so this is going to be RGBA 29, 29, 29, 1. I think I just closed out the tab, dang it. Okay, no, I didn't. Okay, yeah, I think that looks pretty good, actually. Okay, so that'll be our post button, and I think I need to decrease the size of this button, or at least change the padding to it, because it's a little bit too big. So padding top and bottom is 2. Maybe it's just the text color. Is it text-sm? That do it? Yeah, okay, that looks a little bit better. So we want to write a post. So let's go ahead and do this. So we're going to write a post. We're going to submit it. And then what we're going to do is we'll add in the ability to upload an image. So we're going to go to AppWrite storage. Yeah, thanks for being in the chat, Tessa. And again, I hope I got your name right, because it sounded like you said it with a Z. I'm like trying to watch and code, but thanks for being here. It's awesome having you guys here. You and Steven are awesome. So good night. Okay, so let's see. Let's go into creating a post now. So to create a post, we're going to submit it and send the body. So what we need to do is we actually need to import database here. This is going to be from AppWrite config. So we're going to go into handle submit. So we want to actually process this. So someone's saying it's with an S, but I swear she said she put in a Z there. Yeah, I'm going to look stupid mispronouncing names. This is why I don't do names. Okay. I'm going to dig myself in a deeper hole. All right. Okay, so give me a second. Let me just regroup. I think I might take a coffee break here in a bit. My coffee's cold now, and I can use some hot coffee. Maybe I'll do it after the image upload. Okay, so let's go here, and we'll create the function. So we'll do const handle post submit. Actually, we'll call it thread. Okay, so with this, first we need to prevent the default. So we'll do e.prevent default. We'll add in handle submit thread here in the form. So on submit, handle thread submit. And then from here, let's go ahead and call response. We want to get the payload itself, wait, database. So we're getting that database class that we initiated, and we're going to call create document. And in here, we need the database ID. So DB ID, and then collection ID. So we're sending this to threads. And with this, we also need to send the payload. So there's two things that we need to send. If you go to the documentation, here, let's just go to this side here. If we go into the documentation, when we're sending a payload, where is it? Create a document. So we need to send the database ID, the collection ID, or the document ID, and then the payload itself. So the document ID, we can actually generate our own ID, but what I'm going to do is use the built-in ID method that AppWrite gives me. So they give us this class called ID. So the third parameter is going to be ID.unique. So we're going to call that, and then we're going to send the payload object. So we're going to do payload. And here we can just go ahead and create the payload. So we'll just do const payload. And here we're just going to send the body. And this will be thread body, like that. And we're going to want to pass in the image. And we don't have an image yet, so let's just go ahead and do null. And then the owner ID, that's also something that we need to do. So we'll do owner underscore ID. And at this point, we're just going to hard code this value. So we're just going to go ahead and get the owner ID because we have not added in authentication yet. So we'll go ahead and grab this owner's ID or this user's ID, and we're just going to pass that in here. So we're sending the owner ID, the body, and the image, and that's going to be passed along as a payload to create document. So we're going to go ahead and send that. And then once we get that response back, we're going to go ahead and console the response. So let's do console.log. Let's get the response. Okay. Let's just test this out. Okay, we're getting some kind of errors. Okay, so it added it. So let's try that one more time. So when we set the post, or send the post, let's just go ahead and do set body, and we want to set that to an empty string. We want to reset it. So after we create the post, though, we want to go ahead and update the thread. So what we're going to do is we're just going to get this threads array here, and we're just going to go ahead and add in the new post to the threads array. So we're going to do set threads, and we'll do prev state. So we're going to get the previous state, and we're just going to go ahead and create a new array. So we'll go ahead and pass in the response, and then use the spread operator to pass in the previous state. So the previous state will be the original threads, and then we're going to pass in the new thread at the top. So that's going to go ahead and pass that in. So let's refresh it, and we'll just say, here, I'll check that error in a second, but let's just do hello. And there we go. So the posts are showing up. So we just added the ability to pass in the post. Here's a response. So we get back the entire post information. And we can actually set this up to handle this in real time too. So that's pretty cool. Okay. Get to that point where it's gonna kind of get hard to think. So try using variables to store colors. Yeah. I mean, I know how to do that with CSS variables. With Tailwind, I'm sure there's a way. I just need to practice it. That's it. Okay, so let's go into Excalibur. Okay, so times this formatting, create threads. So now what I want to do is I actually want to upload an image with a thread, and let's see what this issue is. I need to see what kind of error I'm getting. Okay, so how do I replicate this? Just saw it and then. Try doing this with hi and then send it. What's your thoughts on Redux toolkit with React? I don't really have any thoughts on it. I honestly, I get away. Oops, that was loud. I get away with using the context API quite a bit. So I try to stay away from Redux as much as possible. And I don't work on, I work on one enterprise application that uses it. But on I don't mess with it too much. I don't deal with the part that, I didn't have to do all the configuring and all that. So yeah, I don't really have much opinion on it. I just try to stay away from bloating an application as much as possible. I guess I don't have the best answer for you because I'm not the best person to ask for that. Okay, here we go. Now we got this error. So app-write thread 26. Something with our function. Is there a rate limit to our function? Well, it doesn't seem to be causing any errors. I think I'm going to look into that later. I don't want to get stuck on this. But let's look at the response. Yeah, we'll worry about that later. The backend, I pinned it in the comment section. It should be at the top. It's app-write. App-write Cloud is what we're using. It's like it's an alternative to something like Firebase. Okay, so at this point, I need to upload an image. And I actually had to do some research on this before the stream because I have done this in different ways and I haven't done it in a while. But essentially what we need to do is we need to add the ability to click on this icon. And what it's going to do is it's going to go into app-write storage. It's going to add in the image to our app-write bucket. And then we're going to store that image. We're going to get back a response to that image, that URL. And then we're going to send it along with our post request. So you notice here we have the image body. This is going to be post image. So we're going to pass that in here. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and set a state here. This is going to be post. Actually, we'll do thread img like that. Set thread img. Use state. And this is going to be null. So when we get back that image, as we add it to the bucket, it's going to come back, and then we're going to set it and send the URL with it. So we're just going to go ahead and update that to thread image. Okay, so I'm going to actually reference some code here, so I'm going to go as slow as possible here to try to explain it. Appreciate that. Also, Free Guy says, whatever you're doing great, man. I appreciate that. This is fun for me, but hopefully useful. Okay, so let's talk about app-write storage. So we've already dealt with databases. We've dealt with authentication where we have our users. We've built functions. And let's go into storage. So we have the storage bucket. A lot of you have heard of AWS S3. There's Cloudinary, I believe, gives you static file hosting too. Well, that's all the same thing here. So we have our buckets here. We can create a new bucket. We're just going to call this images. We have our bucket ID there that we're going to need later. Let's go ahead and create it. Taking a second. Hit create. And just refresh it. And I think I might actually upload. I actually created a GitHub repo that's linked in the video description. I might take a timestamp right now and upload the code if you guys want to see that, just to see what we have so far to actually go through it. Oh, I just created a bunch of buckets called images. Okay, give me a second. Why is it throwing an error? Okay, something went wrong. I think I toggled it too much. Okay, let me just refresh it. Okay, that sucks. I have to figure out what's going on here. So somehow I created a bunch of buckets and now it's throwing an error. I have to skip this part until something refreshes. Okay, let me just try to log out, log back in. Sometimes that's the solution. Here, let's do this. Maybe I could. Here, let's try this. New threads images. what I could do is I can maybe use the appright, or I can maybe just call a function to delete certain buckets. For some reason, I can't do it from the UI here. Huh. Okay, I'm like a little bit stuck. I've never ran into this before. Where's Steven when you need him? Saying that's a hard fight between Svelte, Appright, and your React app. Are you? I'm assuming you probably use Svelte a lot. Is that what you're saying? That I've used it. I've built like one to-do app with it just to test it. I hear a lot. It seems like people that use Svelte really love it, but at the same time, it just doesn't have the market adoption like something like React does, and that's just how the market is. It just takes a while before everyone jumps into a new thing. React is where the jobs are. It's what's used everywhere. Okay. That's really weird. Okay, so I guess we're just gonna have to skip the buckets thing for now. That's too bad. Is it? Oh, that's right. I actually is it their console that's written in it? I saw Svelte in their code base. I believe it's PHP too on the back end. They use a lot of PHP. Okay, so for some reason our buckets, yeah, we can't access them right now. We're just gonna have to go without it at the moment, I guess. Okay, let's jump to another section. Like I'm just gonna wait a little bit and see what happens. Sometimes you need to refresh your computer, whatever. Okay, so we're not gonna add the images to our threads like I promised, but what I'm gonna do right now is I'm just gonna test it. So let's actually just go into let's go to Twitter right now. Let's grab an image. I just want to at least be able to render one of these pictures. So let's just open this picture, and we're gonna replicate. We're gonna replicate this and pretend that this was added inside of an appright bucket here. So what I'm gonna do here is go into. I guess I can actually do this from my console. We'll go into databases, dev, threads. Let's go ahead and say this one's going to have an image. Paste in the image. Okay. So as we're rendering a thread, we're going to throw in an image below here. I think appright is built with Svelte because the error doesn't. Hold on. Where did you see the error? Was it in the console? Well, no, I think you're actually right. If that's the only reason why you think that, I actually mean like unless you haven't seen it yet, appright server error. Yeah, I'm seeing Svelte layout. Appright Cloud is in beta, so what I could do in theory is set up a local instance of this and just add some data and change my project ID and so on, and see with the appright team what's going on here. Yeah, it's just giving me this error. Okay. Anyways, we'll go back here. So we're going to pretend that one of these images or one of these threads has an image. It's too bad. I was really looking forward to that feature because I thought it was pretty cool. And let's just go ahead and let's render this image. So we'll go here underneath the thread body. So that's where I want to put it. So we have our thread body. We're just going to pass this in. Let's see. I guess I can do this right here. So we'll do thread. So if the thread has an image, so thread.image. We'll check, add this condition, do an image tag. Source will be thread.image. Just make sure it's rendering. Okay, so we see this image. Let's go ahead and add some styling. So I just want to make sure that it's properly formatted. So we'll just do object cover. It looks like I don't have a border here, but if you go to threads, it looks like their images do have borders. So it's like rounded and it has a little bit of a border. At least it's rounded. So we'll just do that. So let's just go into here. We'll just do border. And let me just stick to the border that I've been working with. So RGBA. This is going to be, let's see, 49, 49, 50, and 1. That's going to be the border. And then rounded dash MD. Okay, I think that looks good. Does it seem like my border showing up? Border RGBA. Oh, I think I needed to add the border before the color. Okay, there we go. Now I see the border. All right, so that's how an image is supposed to show up. Yeah, I don't know what to do about the storage bucket. I might just create a local instance and just kind of work around that and see what's going on. But if a post has an image, we're going to render it like that. So that's the thumbnail to this app. Okay, where are we at? Let's see. For you guys says, you got it. I see this as the first threads clone in the world. What do you think? Have you seen anyone build this before as the original itself? No, I mean, I think it's the first. I haven't seen anyone else build it. I know people are going to try jumping on top of it. The funny thing about this video is it won't last too long as far as like view count. Like, unless thread somehow grows, like I mentioned in the beginning, I don't know if it's going to last. It just has a lot of hype right now, but you know, with YouTube, unfortunately, sometimes you just have to ride the wave of hype. So we'll see what happens. Okay, so I should add, oh, maybe there is a Tailwind. So what's the package? Probably should add that Tailwind. Intelligent Tailwind CSS. Yeah, let's install it. I've seen this before. Yeah, I probably should use it. New Tailwind user here. So let's see. So if I do something like, should I close this out and refresh it? I think that'll help. So like if I go here, if I do like MX, it should autofill, right? No. No, I'm not using Redux toolkit. Okay, so let's see, where are we at? Let's go back. Go into threads. Okay, so we added the images. Okay, I guess we can work on likes then. So this is where, by the way, I don't know if you guys see this, or I guess you wouldn't be able to see him. This guy keeps scratching my leg. Oh, hey, calm down, calm down, calm down. That's Napoleon saying. He hates when I pick him up, so he gets pretty pissed. Here you go, buddy. So this guy just hangs out in my office, doesn't work all day. So if I'm looking down, that's usually what I'm looking around at. Okay, so let's do likes. Let's throw in some likes here. Control space, suggest. Control space, let's try this. So we'll do like MX. Okay, MX, control space. Oh, I did command space. Okay, dang it, this thing keeps moving up. Give me something, but not. Yeah, he's adorable. It's actually, my wife got him. She surprised me with him, and well, she got him for herself, but we kind of became best friends, and he hangs out with me more than her now. Just chills in my office. Okay, so yeah, let's go with likes. Okay, so with likes, this is going to be in a database. Typically, you'd have like a many-to-many relationship. So if no one knows what this is, or for anybody wondering how this would work, typically you have a database table for, let's say, something like post. So we'll just say thread. And then you'd have a table for, what will this be? Trying to remember how you do this. So in a traditional table, you'd have threads and users. So there's usually something called an intermediary table in between. These tables are connected through likes. So this would be threads underscore users. So this table would store which user liked which post. So this is typically how a database would do it. So what happens is if user one here, so let's go ahead and add in, is there a drawing tool? So if user one, oh, that's way too thick. Okay, I guess that's gonna have to work. So if user one likes the post with a thread ID of, let's say 27, oh wow, that's not 27, what would happen is this table right here would store an ID of like 1, and then it would store who liked which post. So it would say user 1 liked post number 27. So that's typically how a database would store it. But because we don't actually have relational databases right now with AppWrite, that's something that's going to be added into later versions of AppWrite. All we're going to do is we're just going to simply store these users in an attribute of the threads table. So a thread will have an attribute called users who liked, and it will store all those users' IDs in that attribute. So let's just go ahead and just go through it. That's my explanation of an intermediary table. I need a better pencil to draw that, but if I had a better tool. So let's go ahead and do this. So we have threads, and we're going to do this. We're going to go ahead and go to attributes, and we're going to add a new attribute. So we have owner ID, body, images, and one thing that we can add is we can say likes. Okay, so this is going to be the like count. It's just going to be an integer. And the default value, or the minimum, is going to be 0, and the default value is going to be 0. And let's just say it's required. Okay, so every single table, every document should now, did it really not add it? I thought it would have just added it. Okay, let's just update these. So every document is going to start with 0 likes. Let's just finish this up before I get any other errors. I thought I would just autofill these in. Give me a second. Let me just finish this. Okay, so we have 0 likes for everyone. Okay, so every single document, or every document here, so every thread will have a likes count. It's going to be an integer. The only problem is, what if you go to a post and you like it, and then you refresh your page? In theory, you'll be able to like it again. So we need to track not just the like count, we also need to track who liked that specific post. So that way, when you reload a page, it should run some kind of check and say, hey, have you liked this post or not? If you have, then make this heart a red heart or something like that. So we just want to change the color and also change the status based on what interaction you've already taken with this specific thread. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and add in a new attribute, and this is going to be called users who liked. So it's going to be a new attribute. We'll create the attribute users who liked. And this is going to be just an array of people who liked the post. It's just going to be their IDs. So what we're going to do is we're going to store this as a string value. And I was trying to figure out how to do this. I've never used a backend as a service until AppWrite before. I didn't understand. I thought maybe there's just like an array table here since there's no relationships. And I know once they add in the relationships, so if you're watching this later and AppWrite adds in relationships, it's going to be a different way of doing this. So you'll just want to follow that way. It'll be a lot easier, actually. For now, we're just going to go ahead and say we're going to store an array of strings. So it'll actually make this attribute an array of strings. So let's go ahead and set the size. So each array, let's just say, is going to be, or each value in this array is going to be set to 100. So now, if we go here, if we click on a specific user, we're going to see users who liked. So we're going to see this attribute here. We'll just move over, and it's just going to be an array. And this is where we can store all the user IDs. Okay, what happened? I've had my computer on all day, so it's kind of freezing up on me. So I'm trying to figure out how to work around this. I think that's the issue. Okay. It just stressed me out a little bit. Let's go back here, threads. Okay, so if we click on one, is it thrown in error? I'm wondering if this is causing an issue because I've already created these and I'm updating attributes, which it shouldn't cause this error. But it looks like it's causing an error because it's expecting a certain value and then it's it's just expecting something else and those values aren't there. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and just I'm going to iterate through all these values and I'm just going to remove them and then we're going to create some new post. So let's just do this. On load, we're just going to go ahead and get all the threads and then we're going to iterate through them, delete them, because I think something about the fact that that field was added after the document was actually created is causing this error, and I don't know how to mask delete them. So it's going to take a couple seconds here. So we're going to get threads, we're going to get the response.documents. So let's just do this. Let's do response. Actually, here we might as well add in delete functionality. So right now, instead of sorry, I'm just like trying to debug and think out loud. Instead of having this option, we're just going to put a trash can here, and then eventually only the user that created that specific post will be able to delete it. So we're going to go to React Feather, and we're going to get a trash icon, and we'll just do trash 2. So that's the icon that we want to use. Let me zoom in a little bit for you, and we'll just bring that in. So we'll just do thread. We'll go to the thread page. Trash 2, and we're just going to change this. Instead of using the horizontal options or more horizontal, we'll do trash 2. Okay. And then I think I can just set the color also. I believe I can just pass in RGBA like that into it. That I don't really like that shade. Let's just leave it as is. Leave it lighter. But I do want to change the size. So we'll just do size. I don't want it to be as big, so let's do 18. Make that a little bit smaller. Let's just do 14. And let's just do item centered. Okay, so that looks better. So cursor pointer, let's do cursor. Okay, so now we have that effect. So as we point on it, now let's just go ahead and do handle delete. So on click, we're going to go ahead and delete that specific post. So we just want to remove those from the database so they're not causing other errors. So we'll do const handle delete. So we'll just improvise, and this will be the part that deletes it, because I was going to add this into the post page, but I figured we could just build this in right here, and then later on we can move this functionality and put it into like a post view page. So on click, we're going to go ahead and pass in. Let's just do thread underscore. Actually, we already have the thread ID. I just realized. So we have the thread here. We'll just do. Let's see. Somewhere here. Okay. So we already have access to the database. No. Okay, give me a second. Okay, so let's bring in database. And on click, we're going to go ahead and do database dot delete document, and we need to pass in DB ID collection collection ID, and then I believe we need to pass in the thread ID that we're going to delete. That should be it, and that's with the pound symbol. So that should be deleted, and then we'll just do console.log thread was deleted. Okay, and then we can just go ahead and take handle delete. We'll pass this into the trash icon. So on click, we'll pass in handle delete. Go ahead and check the console. If I do redo this, I see you're asking about doing this with a different backend. Well, Prisma is just a database adapter. It's not a full backend, but I think you're probably assuming like Express.js. Maybe I can do that. I'll make variations of it for sure. I'll still use Django or Express and other ones. I don't know if I'll use Firebase, just because I think there's a lot of Firebase tutorials, and I think it's also on its way out. Okay, so it deleted the post. So what we want to do is just go ahead and filter this array. So what we want to do basically is go ahead and just remove this specific post from the threads, or this thread from the threads array. So let me think about this. The only problem is we're deleting it from here and not from the parent. So what we might have to do is pass in the set threads function here. So what we could do, I don't really like doing this, but what we could do is just go ahead and do set threads is equal to set threads, and then pass that down to the child, basically pass down the prop, and then as we delete it, we can just go ahead and do set threads previous state, and then we'll just do here. Let's figure out how to code it. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to another code base on GitHub, and we're just going to go to an application where I've done this before because I forgot how to do this. I think it was like previous state. Here, let's just figure this out. Sorry, I'm a little bit like bummed out about the storage stuff, the cloud storage stuff, or the bucket storage. I really wanted to build that in today, and I still think I can find a workaround for it. I just was really hoping to show that in that last step. So like in my mind, I'm like still debugging how to fix that. Keep thinking about it. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're simply going to go ahead and get the previous state, and we just call the filter method. So that's right, because we have an array, we're just going to call the filter method, and we're just going to go ahead and let's see. We're going to iterate through each thread, and we're going to say when the thread ID not equal to thread ID, so the thread that was clicked. So first, let's actually no, we still have access to the ID. So we're basically going to filter out we're going to make sure that we get rid of the threads. Come on, we're going to create a new array with all the IDs that don't match the current thread that we just clicked on. So we're basically just removing that. And that should do it. So let's go ahead and refresh it. Thread was deleted. Set threads is not defined. Okay, so we just need to go ahead and destructure this. Set threads. True is not a function. What am I doing here? I'll get back to the chat in a second. I'm just trying to figure out how to fix this. Okay, we get the previous state. Previous state filter. Oh, I think it's like this. So it's like it goes thread arrow function, thread ID. Let's try that. Thread was deleted, but it's So it's deleting them. It's just not updating the state. Okay, so now let's go ahead and try giving this a test. We'll just do hello world. We'll make our first post. Likes. Okay. Wow. I think I'm starting to see what the issues were. So I'm also needing to send likes, but I thought I set a default value with the likes. That's what's throwing me off. Because if I come from the backend world, usually when you set that, you can set like a default value, and I thought I set that. Threads, attributes, likes. Users who liked, and then we have likes. Default. I must have never set the default value. So let's just do this. Let's just recreate likes, and let's just not make it required. I don't think it's going to be an issue if we don't make it required, because we do have a default value already. This will be an integer. Minimum is going to be 0, and default value is 0. I must have not saved that, and we'll just create that. And now let's go back to here, and we'll say hey user. Yeah, it's a little change starting the stream in the morning. Usually I stream my morning time, but right now it's Friday night, 10:25 p.m. So it's late for me. We'll see how long I go. Okay, so let's just go ahead and grab a thread real quick. Let's just grab one of AppWrite's posts. I want something that has like spacing in it, because what I want to do is I actually want to, let's go to Francesco's account. I want something that has like line breaks like that. So let's just grab this one, and I need to format this. So we're going to work on this right now. So first of all, we got this. So you notice how the original post had line breaks, and then this one doesn't. So I want to fix that real quick. So let's just take care of that, and then I need to figure out the delete situation. So for this, let's see, we can go down to the thread itself, and so thread, body. I think we should be able to just add styling here. So we'll remove the span tag, and I'll just do, just throw in the style tag. Just do style, and then we'll do right space, and then pre-wrap. There we go. So we'll create a new post. Okay, we just need to figure out this delete situation. And I also want to add in some styling under this post. I think I can make that look better. So let's go ahead and refresh. Dang, I'm really happy to hear that. Said you made my career with the Django course. Did you get a job, or you just like freelancing? What are you doing right now? That's amazing to hear. Zuck copied Elon, Dennis copied Zuck, and we developers copied Dennis. It's kind of like that meme where it's like the gun to the back of the person's head, and it's like it kind of goes in a whole row where everyone's pointing the gun to each other. That's exactly what my first thought was. Okay, so I deleted the thread. Why isn't it filtering out? It's got a job at a metaverse startup. Wow, that's awesome. That's really cool to hear. That's always so inspiring for me. Okay, so thread. Set threads. Is it okay? Let's just do this. Let's just set threads to an empty array. I know I'm doing something wrong here, but if it goes to 0 threads, that means the function is working. Yeah, okay, so it's simply the way I'm filtering out. That's good news, actually, because I thought for some reason it wouldn't update the parent state. So previous state dot filter, we get the thread ID. Are you serious? I think that was the problem. I didn't have the dollar symbol in front. Okay, let's try 1, 2, 3, and let's just go to delete. It's interesting. Why did it do that? Alejandro from Argentina. Welcome. Good to have you here. Argentina, it's probably like what? Probably East Coast, considering from where I'm at. So that's what, 1 in the morning there, probably? Argentina. 2:29 a.m. Dang, okay. They're 6 hours ahead of me. All right. Yeah, I set up the Tailwind extensions. It's not working right now. I'm just not going to focus on that because that's not the. I'm like kind of working with Tailwind, but not consistently. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out why this message is not filtering out. Maybe I need to filter the message out before we delete it, because somehow maybe when we delete it, it's removing it. No, okay. Definitely feel really dumb right now. It's really frustrating. Threads.filter, thread ID. So we're filtering out all the threads not equal to the thread ID in the iteration. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a little coffee break because I'm just not thinking straight. I'll take some kind of break because I can't figure out this simple issue, and I know it's really easy. Hold on a second. Do I see it now? Previous state. No, that looks correct. Okay, so for anybody wondering, if you can help me out, here's a problem. I'm trying to filter out the thread after we delete it. So we call delete to the database by the thread ID, and I need to filter this thread out. So what happens is I need it to filter out from the post. So as I click delete, I need it to be removed here. But when I click it, so if we make some post here, when I click it, it just goes blank. So it basically sets this to an empty array, and I can't figure it out. And it should be a very simple solve. Good morning from India. What time is it in India? It's probably what, 9 a.m. there? 11 a.m. Okay, nice. Let's go, Dennis, giving some support. Hello here. Alejandro, that filter always returns true, right? That's what I'm thinking. It's a problem with the ID. Hold on, is it? Hold on, previous state, thread. Oh, I figured it out, I think. Because my variable is called thread, but in the iteration, it should be something like item matching to this thread ID. I think it's simply a naming thing. Let's see. That was dumb. Even if this isn't the solution, yeah, that was a good call. Dang, who was that? Alejandro? Dang, saved my ass. I was literally, yeah, just because I have this variable, I have this prop called thread passed down, and then in the iteration, I named it thread, so it didn't know, it was pretty much calling itself. Therefore, like you said, filtering itself out. 11 a.m. Yeah, from India, inside the filter. Alejandro, you're awesome. 11 a.m. Yeah, Lester, it's no, well, the condition was good. I knew the code was right. I'm like, it's one of those things where I just don't trust my own thinking at this point of the night. You all are waking up. It's late for me now. It's only 10:33, but all right. I'm gonna take a little coffee break. So give me a minute. I was good. Let's see something. Actually, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna invite myself, and I'm gonna turn this on my phone, and I'm gonna make coffee so that way I can bring you guys to the other room with me and keep talking. Give me a second. Yeah, I don't know what kind of stream we're going for. I might go for a 24-hour stream. I might go for a 12-hour stream. I might stop soon. I don't know. We'll see. But we still have work to do. Let's see, where are we at with our app? So we have our threads clone. We have our create functionality. We can't do the images because of an issue that we ran into where I can't upload this to a bucket right now. We have our create functionality. So next what we're going to do, yeah, we'll just do, I'm going to render out the likes, and then we'll add in the like functionality so a user can actually click like. And then I think we can probably go for authentication. Oh, we'll probably go for comments, actually. We'll go for comments, and then, yeah, we'll just delete this one. Let me just add an image to one thread just to kind of see something. I want to save this image or save the thumbnail. Let me just try one more thread. I just want to make sure, or at least leave off on a better note so it actually looks nicer. Okay. I guess I could find a way to like throw in URLs into a thread, but that's just not efficient. It doesn't seem good. Go into our console. Yeah, so this is where the image ID would sit. Okay, so let me join from my phone and make a cup of coffee right now. You know, where you get a little house tour with it. Alejandro says, I used to watch your Django videos a couple of years ago. Do you still work with Django or Python? Yeah, I've been working a lot with React. Not so much React. I've been working with Agora's SDK. I've been kind of dealing with a lot of stuff there. But it's weird because I kind of got pulled into the marketing world. I found myself doing a lot of like SEM campaigns. I'm running that at Agora. Like it's like this part of my past. I know how to do, so I'm good at it. So it's like everywhere I go, people still want that skill. They still want me doing that. So like I do a lot of DevRel work, but I'm just doing more React stuff. But yeah, like not so much Django stuff for sure. I've been like doing a lot of machine learning stuff. I've been working with OpenAI, their API with LangChain specifically, using that framework. Yeah, it's been all over the place. Here we're hearing some echoes. How about that? Wait, hold on, wrong one. Damn, that's bad quality. think I might need to clean my camera. Okay, that's better. Can y'all hear me in the chat? Let me know if you guys can still hear me. I think my phone's lagging quite a bit though. Am I even live still? Here, let me just test it on my computer then. Okay, you can still hear me loud and clear. Cool. All right, sounds good. I'll still watch the chat, so I need to make some coffee. I need to take a little break. You can see the house a little bit. All right. Oh, wow, it's depressing. It got dark out here. I need to turn some lights on. This is my sweet espresso machine. Gotta get that thing warmed up. Get some music going on in the house. Make it look a little cooler in here. Okay. It's funny, it doesn't let me see the chat at the same time. I'm trying to watch the chat. Make sure the camera's still good, but I can't access both. Guess we're gonna get a little coffee demonstration. Anybody joining the stream is probably gonna be so confused. I guess we could go into like a Q&A if anybody wants. If anybody has any questions, we can kind of go into that while we're just having some downtime. Kind of learn this whole system. We got this as a housewarming gift. Had to figure out how to make espressos. Back there. Back that way somewhere. It's the kitchen area. Okay, while that's happening, for some reason it doesn't seem like the chat's refreshing or nobody's asking questions. I just want to make sure. No, I guess no one's asking questions. That's cool. What advice can you give to a tech newbie? I'm assuming you're newbie. You're probably starting out coding completely, right? Like, I'm trying to think. Might be too loud to answer what this is going on. 1 second. I'm gonna do 50 seconds. That's my water, so I'm making an Americano. For a tech newbie, I know that there's always this thing that people talk about called tutorial hell. I think people put themselves into it. I can only go off of my experience. If you're just getting into tech, one, I would say work on real projects. Like try to get into something that you're naturally passionate about, and don't try to learn everything. Just try to stick to stick to things that you're interested in, and try to take one bite at a time. A lot of people get overwhelmed, they stress themselves out, and think they need to learn everything. And just kind of keep it simple. Try to stick to that, and go with what you know. Make sure that you know it's going to take a lot of time. Like give yourself the ability to kind of work with that. Don't overthink it. I mean, yeah, that's hard. I mean, like in my experience, like I just kind of went for a project. Like that's it. I went for a project, and I always made sure that I can solve problems. Like I was a problem solver at work, and that moved me up really quick. Like Solimita, my wife, got into tech, and she already got her 2 promotions, I think, within that first year. And I always tell her, be the person that solves problems for your boss, and they're gonna love you. She never says no. She always is taking on a challenge, and sometimes that does mean she's gonna work a little bit more. But she's always moving up just by asking good questions, not saying no, and always being interested in solving some kind of problem for the company. So if you're new, yeah, it's like don't overthink it. People have this weird expectation thinking they need to become a pro in a couple of months. Like literally just find like little niches that you're good at and just keep working at those and chucking away, and then you'll find yourself looking back a couple months later and you just have all this information. Like yeah, I think that's probably the biggest problem that people have is setting their expectations way too high. Stuck in tutorial loop. In tutorial loop, I mean, find a person to work on a real project with, man, or start a project on your own. Give me a second. This is gonna be loud. Building personal projects really helps. Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you something right now. I can't learn something unless I'm applying it. Like I'm doing some lane change studying. It's just a framework for ChatGPT. And there's so many topics that don't make sense, but if I can apply them to a real world application, that's when they click. So when you're working on that project, it's just going to start making sense because you actually have reason to understand something. Like I was mentioning, database relationships, for example, earlier. If you've never had to create a database relationship, it might not make any sense to you. Like it's going to be really difficult. So building your own project, you're going to run into this thing and you're going to say, hey, I need to do this specific task. How do I get it done? And then you're going to hear about that specific term and you'll realize what it was for. You can smell the coffee. Reshoot. Yeah, try building personal projects. It really helps. For newbies, network, man. Network. That's really important. Okay. Anybody care for a little house tour while I'm still moving around? You can probably do something like that. Let's just walk through it. So you got the office space. I'm not really a fancy desk setup guy, but that's the office. Got my decanter for my whiskey when things get tough. Kidding, I don't drink when I'm stressed, but it's nice. Let me turn on some lights here. It's a little bit messy, but this is the hallway. Got one bathroom here. That's where Napoleon lives, under there. That's his area. Already showed you the kitchen area. Let's see, we've got a bedroom somewhere here. There's only 2 bedrooms here. It's one of them. And then if I can try to flip this, you got the river that you can't see right now because it's dark out, but that's kind of the view. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Nothing too fancy. Yeah, the office is minimalist. I don't go for anything fancy. Let me turn off this light. How do I network when I'm always at the computer? Here, let me switch the mic here. Let me turn off this one. Man, we got social media for that. Like early on, I mean, like I'll give you an example. I got connected with Brad Traversy. Like I like my network's a little bit different than everyone else's. Like for me, in this case, it's like with YouTubers and stuff and work wise. Like I make sure to follow anybody that is of any interest, or maybe that we have some kind of mutual interest with. Like with Brad Traversy, at the time, I remember when I got connected with him, I was at like 1,000 subscribers, and he was at his, I think it was like 1.2 million or whatever. So I was a nobody to him. But I'd always reach out to him. Like I'd be in his comment section, either helping out with questions there, staying connected. I sent him a few emails, some he didn't reply to, at least in the early stages. But I made sure not to bug him about it. Like you don't want to just like be annoying to him. But yeah, just kind of like stay connected to what he's doing and stay relevant in his life by trying to help him out any way possible. And like I said, we have social media. Like you should have time to network. I don't even text during the day, but I make sure to spend enough time to connect with people that way. Caleb Curry's somebody right now. Like he just got laid off right now. We got connected. I helped him out a few times. I joined him on a stream, and now we're good mutual friends. Right now, he needs a little bit of help with a job. Maybe in the future, I might need help. At the last Petra, like I work at Agora, I brought him onto a stream. So I don't know. It's just like it's caring about people and not just like using people for a network, but just staying interested. That's really important. Okay, I think we need to get back to coding. Let's go ahead and share the screen. All right. Hey, let me fix this this thing under the form here. I need to fix this because I want to make sure there's like a line here. So let's just add 2 borders actually. Bring some styling here. Okay, so here's the thread here. Actually, that's in the feed. So we'll go back to the feed. Okay, so we have this div above the input, and we'll just do border, and then border, bottom, and then I think I could just do white. Let's just see if that works. Okay, give me a border all around. I want that. Okay, let's do this. Do border Y, and then for the color, RGBA. Just do 49, 49, 50, and 1. Yeah, that looks a little bit better, but I need some padding. py2. Okay. That looks better. Okay, let's see. Okay, so let me check the storage thing, the storage issue. See if I can solve this. Hey, look at that. It was like a timeout error. Wow. Well, let's just go ahead and delete these and hope I can. Here, got that one deleted. Settings. I'm just clicking delete in the bottom right here. Let's just move the camera to this side. Yeah, so what happened is I think somehow it created a bunch of buckets for me, and that probably throttled it somehow and then just stopped allowing us to create any more. So it created, look at this, we have like what, 6 buckets called images. All right, look at that. We're almost done deleting these. Okay. Hey, Josu. Is it Josu? If I'm pronouncing that right. Okay, so we have our bucket. Here we go. So we have a bucket ID. We have some information about this bucket. Let's just go ahead and let's just copy this bucket ID. Let's just go ahead and put this into app-right config here. So let's just do export const bucket underscore ID, and we'll just do underscore images like that. And for now, let's just let me just hard code this. That's fine. Spell export. Well, no, I actually do want to put this away here. Let's do that and then change my mind. Okay, so let me go to the environment variables file. Okay, so now we have the bucket ID. So in order to, well, here, let's go back to the bucket. So let's just test things out. Let's set some permissions. So if we go to the buckets here, we can go ahead and create some files. So let's just go ahead and upload like a document. Let's get our original thumbnail, and we're just going to go ahead and do upload. And I'm going to set some bucket permissions here too. So we'll just do add role. Let's just do any user can create, create, read, update, and delete. We'll hit update here. So we'll set all the permissions. And if we look here, if we go to the files, if you go to this thumbnail, go to the file URL, look at this. This bucket, this image is now stored in cloud.appright.io, and then, yeah, it's in appright. So we have file storage now. So what we need to do is we need to upload the bucket, and then we want to set that bucket URL to one of these images. So right here where we have this collection or this document, let's see, where did I put this? So this one was originally from Twitter. I can actually update this to now be the bucket ID from appright. So if I refresh this and we go to this image URL, that's from appright now. I'm a Flutter developer. Is it a good idea being a full stack mobile dev with Flutter and Django? I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what backend you use. Like, I know a lot of Flutter developers that, use things like Firebase, or, pretty soon it's going to be something like appright. But it really doesn't matter. You're just creating an API. So the backend, it seems like Flutter, I really don't, I mean, is there a way to look this up? Like, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Let's put it that way. But Let's do what is a common backend that Flutter developers use. When it comes to choosing a backend for Flutter apps, there are several options. Go as a Go. Yeah, I mean, right? Because hold on, it's Dart or is it Go? No, you're using Dart. That's a programming language, if I'm not mistaken. So I would imagine whatever frameworks go with that, since you're already using Dart. Go is popular, so whatever libraries go with that. Flutter apps due to its similarities with Dart. Okay, so there's probably good Go frameworks. Django. Oh, look at that. Node, Django, Firebase. I literally mentioned that. You mentioned Django, Firebase. I mean, yeah, Django's great. I mean, as a skill, as market demands. Here's the thing: if you're a backend, you have to think of them as completely separate items. So a lot of times, I mean, I don't think companies like they really leave it up to the backend developers to choose what they want, and then the front end developers do whatever they want on their own. Because you're usually going to have some kind of web app, a mobile app. So it's like when I say it's irrelevant, it really is like completely almost irrelevant. Like I don't think there's really a tradition. Like here, you have a Python backend, you have a JavaScript backend, a Go backend. Like it's all over the place. So I don't know where the stats are to that, but I would say you're completely fine, going with something like Django. I don't think it's going to make a difference. Backend less service provider. Yeah, because at the end of the day, you're making an API, and where that comes from doesn't matter. Front-end developers really don't even need to know where it's at. I know you're a full-stack developer, so I understand that, but it might even help for you to try to lean towards one. Which one are you better at, and try to stick with that. It's good to know the full stack, but try to tailor your skills to one area. Concentrate them more in one area so you can get better at that instead. Okay, so all right, so let's do this. Let's go ahead and first we're going to add in cursor. So we want to make sure that this image is hoverable. And here I'm totally going to copy some code that I wrote earlier because I was trying to figure out the best way to do this. And it's still a challenge for me to explain it. Okay, let's do this class. Okay, so as we click on it, let me break this down. I have some demo code here. So first, we're going to create a function called handle click. So typically, you have like an input field. Well, we're not going to deal with an input field. We're just going to have this icon. So an input field usually triggers something to actually basically call like an input field on a form to where it basically says, hey, what kind of file do you want to upload? So we want to replicate that action. So let's just do this. We'll just const handle click. So this function is going to process. Let's make it an async function. Go ahead and do E. So we're going to add in handle click on this icon. So on click, that's going to go ahead and continue processing it. Okay, so we also want to go ahead and create something called file ref. So let me just look at my source and see how I built this. So instead of state, we're going to use a ref. So here we want an input field, but we don't want it to be visible because it's going to be ugly. So underneath the text area, let's go ahead and add in an input field. So the type is going to be a file. So traditionally, here, let's just replicate this right now, actually. So we'll just do type of a file, and we'll add in a ref, and we'll do file ref. Use ref, and we'll just call this const file ref. Okay. And the default value, we can just set this to okay. So here's this file field, right? So when you click on it, it's going to prompt us to upload a file, and then we can select our file, and then it brings it in here, and then we can go ahead and on submit process that file. Well, we don't want this field to be visible, so we're going to let this icon process that. That's why we added the function of handle click. So let's continue. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to this file ref, and we're going to hide it. So we're going to go ahead and set a style to it. We're going to do display none. So do style, display none. So we want to hide it, and then it's not going to be visible anymore. So with that, we're going to have this handle click function, and handle click, what it's going to do is it's going to go ahead and prompt that file field as if it was click. So what we're going to do is we'll just go ahead and call file ref. So we're going to reference that field that is hidden. So this field, we don't see it anymore. So when we click on the icon, we're just going to do file ref.current.click. Now it's going to prompt us to upload a field. So if we click on this, look at that. Now we don't have that ugly field anymore. We just have this beautiful icon, and it does exactly what we needed. So we handle the click, and that's all this function is going to do. It's just going to go ahead and handle that click. Now, what we want to do is we want to go ahead and create a function called handle file change. So when we upload a file, so when we click here, this is going to toggle that on change function for this file field. So let's go ahead and create that function. And this is where the logic will be. We'll call handle file change. And I always just make an AC function by default, even if I don't need it sometimes. So on change, we're going to do handle file change. On change, handle file change. Okay. So in this function, this is where all the magic happens. Let's go ahead and do this. We're going to do const. First, we want to get the file object. Jesus, sound like someone dropped a rock outside or a bowling ball. We'll get the file objects. We'll do file obj. So we'll get the file object, and we're just going to go ahead and get the current event. This is going to be equal to e.target.files and e.target.files, and the first index of the files, or the first file in that array. So let's just check this out. Let's just do console.log, and let's log out the file object. So we click on it, thumbnail 2. Let's check the console. Look at this. We have our file object. So now we can process this. So we have this beautiful file object, and we need to go ahead and send that to our bucket. So if we don't have a file object, let's just return nothing. So we'll just do if file object or file obj. If this is not, then we will return. We don't want to do anything else. But if everything checks out, let's go to the next steps. So let's see. Trying to think of all the steps here. Okay, let's do this. Let's look at the documentation. And let's go to storage. So this function right here, create file, we're going to follow this. Storage.create file. So first we need to import the storage object. So we're going to set that up in app-right config. We're going to create the storage class instance. We're going to create a file, We'll call the create file method. We're going to tell it what bucket that we want to send it to. We're going to give that file an ID. And then we're going to go ahead and get the file object, which we have that file object stored in a variable. And we're just going to pass it in. And that should upload the file to the bucket. So let's do this. I always like to go with response. Okay, so let's console this out. Console log. Actually, here, let's just do file like that, and we'll just do response because that's not necessarily going to mean that it's uploaded. So here we can pass in the file object. We import ID, so we already have ID, so we're going to generate a unique ID. No, hold on, where did I go? Oh, right here. So bucket ID, let's go ahead and do this. We'll just import bucket ID images. So from app-write config, bucket ID images. We also need to select storages. So we need to create this instance right here. So let's go to app-write config and let's just go ahead and do storage. So we'll do storage and just go ahead and create the instance const equal to new storage client. And did it want us to do storage? Storage is what's the practice? Storage. Okay. Yikes, that was loud. Sorry. It's my watch. So storage, and then now what we can do is we can just go ahead and import storage here. Here, let's just import it next to database. We have our bucket ID. So now we have access to storage, create file, bucket ID images, the file, and that should mean that it uploaded successfully. So let's just try this. Let's just grab a different image from my desktop here. So we'll go in here. So let's look at the bucket first of all. Okay, so in images, we just have this one thumbnail. You can see that. Then if we go in here, so we're going to upload the image first. So I have this diagram, this mockup.png file. Might be hard for you to see, but that should have uploaded. And here we see this file object, and it looks like, there we go, it was updated. So that's the response. It tells me when it was created, all this information about it. Now, if I go to my buckets, I can go ahead and refresh. There we go. We see mockup.png. Here's the file URL. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead and set this file URL here. So this is the URL. I know it's kind of hard to see because I'm already in that dark theme. But we have that file URL, so we just need to complete the process here. So we want to see like a preview of this image. So let's just go ahead and do this. Const image preview. And let's just take a look at the documentation again. So let me zoom out. So we're able to create a file, but we want to be able to actually see the file. And I want to just find the documentation and kind of explain why and what is going on here. So let's see, guides, storages. Okay. Permissions, more configuration, create file, file input. Okay, I don't know where, I can't seem to find it. Is it in guides, references? Let's try references. Okay, here we go. So it's in references. So there's this get file function. So get a file by its unique ID. So once we create the file, if you look at the response we get, we don't have a URL. We have all this information, and we could, in theory, construct our own URL from this. So we can get like the bucket ID, the file name, and so on. But I want to just get back a URL and then input that URL into the attribute for that specific post. So if we look at the documentation, where was I? Somewhere here. Here we go. Okay. So we can get a file. So what this is going to do is it's going to return. So get a file by its unique ID. This endpoint response is a JSON object with a file metadata. Now, I'm trying to see where I read this information, but what it's suggested to use is to get the file preview. So get the file preview image. Currently, this method supports a preview image, JPEG, PNG, and GIF. Other support formats, okay, blah, blah, blah. We'll return the file icon. You can also query the arguments. So basically, this is the one we want to use. I'm still trying to, I read an article about which one you should use, and it was recommended we get the file preview. So after we get this, let's go ahead and call this method here, and let's get the file preview. So we're going to remove result, and we're going to do image preview, storage.getFilePreview. Then we can get the bucket ID, and then we can get the response, and let's get the file ID. So let's look at what the response look like. In the response, we have the ID value right there. So we need this right here. So response.id. So we uploaded it, we got the successful image, and then we set it in this variable. And then what we can do is go ahead and get this thread image, set thread img, and that'll be the image preview. So this should be the url.href. So we specifically want the href value. You can console that out if you want to see exactly what that looks like. Okay, so with that, we have the image preview, we set it, and then in here, let's go ahead and inside or underneath our text area, let's just go ahead and do image, source, image preview. Thread image, that's what we wanted. Where the heck wasn't that? There we go. Okay, so we simply just set that, and that's it. Let's try this. So let's go ahead and select an image. Let's get this one. Give it a second, it uploads. Look at that. So we haven't even made a post yet. So this image is already in our bucket, and then when we say, hello, this is my diagram, and then we select post, let's look at this. Here we go. Here is the image. Now I just need to clear this right here, but now the image is right here. Look at that, it's in a post. If I refresh it, voila, there we go. So we can now upload pictures. So let's just finish this up. I had to go really slowly through that just to kind of, be able to understand it myself and explain it. So on submission, set threading picture. Then when we submit the form itself, let's go ahead and do set image to null. There we go. And then let's see if I want to add some styling here. I can't remember if I wanted to do that or not. No, I think we'll just leave it like that. But yeah, I mean, let's go find another picture. Let's just look at. Let's just go to my Twitter account, and let's just see. So I have this picture right here. I'm gonna go ahead and save this to my desktop. So that's on my desktop here, and then we can go in here, select an image on my desktop. There we go. So look at this. I see the preview, and we'll just say, we'll actually even grab the caption to it. I said tech Twitter right now. So that's the caption to it. We submit it, and look at that. Okay, that's the file preview. Okay. The Million Rupee homepage. Welcome, pink waving hand. Kerala? I don't even know where that's at. Let's see. That's in India, I'm guessing? Oh, okay, so it's a city in India, hence the rupees. Good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so well, we added the file uploading. Let's go for the likes now. So let's go ahead and build this in. I need to chug my coffee before it gets cold. Okay. Everybody have a Threads account, or are we holding out? Maybe some of you don't even have a Twitter account. How's everyone in the chat doing? It's quiet. Okay, so let's see. We're going to go to our thread. This keeps making noise. Got the phone case scratching. Okay, so let's do this. We'll go into thread. So first of all, I want to render out the likes, the real likes. So we have a hard-coded value, so every single thread has 87 likes and 16 comments or replies. So, hey, how's it going? Good to have you here. I won't even try to pronounce the last name because I know my accent's going to butcher it. Let's see. Okay, so we have likes. Okay, so here we go. We should be able to do thread.likes. Okay, so every thread has 0 likes. That's perfect. So that's the right amount. Okay, now let's do this. Okay, so on click, what I want to do, so when someone clicks the heart icon, we'll toggle to like. So they'll either like or dislike depending on what their status is with this. So we'll just do const toggle like. I really need a third screen here. I need a screen where I can just watch the chat. It always throws me off. I'm trying to like toggle it or move it between all my screens, but then I can't see the chat, so it's frustrating. I guess what I could do is I can open up my phone, turn on the stream, and just watch that. It's actually not a bad idea. Let's do that. There we go. Now I shouldn't miss the chat. Oh, and I actually see the emojis on my phone. Within StreamYards, it just shows me like the name of the emoji. It's like a colon and then whatever the name is of the emoji. I didn't realize that. Okay. So let's continue. Okay, we're going to toggle likes. Let's go ahead and do this. Okay, so the purpose of this like is to add a user or to remove a user from the likes array and then update the like count. So let's do this. So we'll just do, okay, thread ID, let me think. So we already have access to the thread ID. So let's just do const thread ID. Okay. Well, I think I should get the entire thread object. So here, toggle like. Did I already add the event handler? This is me at this time of the night. Okay. On click. Toggle like. I think I also want a cursor on that too, because it doesn't look good without some kind of hover effect. Okay, got that. All right, so let's see. Okay, let's do this. So first we're going to get the users that liked the current thread. So const users who underscore liked. I don't know why we're doing snake case, but I guess we'll just do that, not linked, but liked. And this will be thread dot users who liked. Okay, so we want to get that, and then we want the current user. So the current, I guess when we add an authentication, this will all be fixed, but we'll just do const current user, and it's just hard to code this value in. So it's weird because usually you do authentication first, but I also didn't want to focus on that right away. It's just a bunch of configuration. So we kind of wanted to bypass that in the beginning. So we'll add that in soon. Okay, so we're going to pretend that this is the authenticated user. We're going to bring this user in, and let's go ahead and check a condition. So we want to see if this user has liked this post or not. So we'll just say if user who liked, or users who liked, if users who liked dot includes the current user ID. So current user, let's just do ID. So we'll throw that in because we want to make sure it's not the user object. So we're going to get that current user's ID. Then if this is the case, then what we want to do is we want to go ahead and remove the user from this array. So that means that we already liked it and we want to remove our like. So let's go ahead and get the index, and we're going to go ahead and call users who liked dot index of. We need to find where this user's ID is in this array. Current user ID. Find the index, and it'll be users who liked dot splice, and we'll just go ahead and remove that specific item. Okay, and then in the else statement, else, all we need to do, that means if the user is not in this array, that means this is the first time the user is liking it, then we will just go ahead and do users who liked dot push, and we'll just pass in the current user ID. So Mark is asking, do you have the TailwindCSS IntelliSense VS Code plugin? I do not, or I added it, but I don't know how to use it, and I'm just not going to focus on it. So he said, someone mentioned it was command plus space should give you should be your best. Okay, okay. So here's an example. I do mx dash and then command plus space or control command space. I mean, it's not working, so I don't want to sit here and focus on that. Let's make them know. What's the $1 million homepage website? I don't know what that is. Using React and Django. I'm not sure what that is. Someone's asking about that. Backend is JavaScript is pinned in the chat. I specifically pinned that. For now, it's going to be Django or AppWrite. I might use something else later just to kind of try different stacks out, but for now, this is good. Yeah, I can't figure it out, and during a live stream, I don't want to sit here and go through it unless, yeah, I just don't want to spend time on that right now. Live streams are already as hectic as it gets with all the mess ups. Okay, so anyways, okay, so if we're in the, so we basically either remove or add the user to that array. Okay, now once we do that, so users who like, so we basically extracted that. Now what we need to do is we need to go ahead and upload this new data to the backend. So we'll just do payload. So we need to call an update method. So do the payload, and specifically, we want to update the users who liked method, and this will be the new users who liked array. So we're just going to go ahead and throw that in, and then we're just going to go ahead and do likes. And then the likes is simply going to be users who liked dot length. It's just going to be the count. That's it. That's going to be the like count. And after this, we can just go ahead and do response. And we're going to call wait. And at this point, I won't reference the documentation. I'll just be able to write this out. It's just going to be update document. So we did create document. We've already worked with delete document. Now we're going to do update document, and we'll just do db underscore. So dev db ID. So we're going to pass in the database ID. Then we're going to pass in the collection ID. That's going to be the threads collection. And then we're going to pass in thread ID. So the thread that we want to update. That's right. So we'll just do thread.id. So which thread do we want to update? And then we'll pass in the payload. So that should update it. And we should be good. So let's try this. Okay. We got an error somewhere. Constantly. Thread is, this is not. Did I not import something? Oh, I don't think I made it an async function. I imported database. Okay, so let's try this. Okay, so our first post, we're going to hit like toggled. So it's still 0 likes, but if I refresh it, likes is at 1. Then if I hit it again and refresh it, likes is at 0. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to fix this so it actually refreshes right away. So likes is back at 1. So if we go to the database, this is what it looks like. So we'll go into databases. Yeah, I'll look up the $1 million homepage. I don't know what that is, so we'll take a look at it. I have no idea what that is right now. Okay, so Tech Twitter right now, this is the post, and let's look at this. So we have image, users who liked. So we see this, well, it's an array. So what happens is if we add more, so in theory, we can even say something like this right here, or we can add in more IDs like that. So every single ID will be added in an array. So we see the user that liked it, and then we see the like count. So as more users like this, their IDs will be added here, and this like count will increment. So that's what we just did. So perfect. That's exactly what we need. Now, what I need to do is I need to make sure this component refreshes as we like it. So let's see. How do I do this? What I could do here, we'll just do this const thread set thread. I think I'm going to sneeze right now. Oh. Okay, set thread. I guess not. We'll use state, and this will be null. And then we're just going to go ahead and pass in the thread here. So I can set the thread immediately, but this is going to be an issue. So set threads. Let's see. No, I don't like that. Let's do this. We can fix this later. So we'll just do thread instance, set thread instance, and that means that I'm not sure I like this solution, but let's try it. So we'll do response. Set the thread instance, so we'll update it, and then what we could do is we can go to likes. I really don't like this solution, but I think we can fix it later. So we can do likes thread instance, so we can get the instance of that like, and I'll explain what I'm doing if this works. Okay, that works. So essentially, yeah, that's loud. So we have this thread component, right? And we have the thread object being passed in. Well, when we updated the like count, I wanted to update the state so that part of the component knows to re-render. That's the beautiful thing about React is I don't have to go and manually update the DOM. I simply update the state. Well, originally I was just passing in the component and then letting that component just render out all the data. So what I could do is I can just pass in this thread component into thread instance and then use thread instance everywhere down here. Anywhere that needs to be basically updated on demand. So because we updated the thread instance and then that's how we're rendering it out, that's why likes gets updated because we use the thread instance dot likes. The component gets updated as we toggle likes, therefore re-rendering that. So I think this is going to work for now. Yeah, I think that's good. So anyways, yeah, that's likes. Let's change the color. So again, likes is right there. And here, if we refresh it, we come back here, we liked it, and then when we click it again, it removes the like. So it remembers who we are because it keeps our ID in the array. Okay, so let's do this. What I want to do is actually want to change the heart color. based on whether we've liked it or not. So let's go to the heart. Let's change, or let's just fix this indentation. So let's see, we'll do color. I don't want to set this. I want to check if the user has liked it. Okay, I guess what I could do is I can just go ahead and check this. So I can say users who like, so I can go into thread or thread instance. Users who liked current array. Yeah, so I can start with this value. It's going to look a little bit weird, but thread instance. Users underscore who liked. So we want to check if the current thread instance users who liked array includes the current user ID. The only problem here is this is a hard-coded value, so let's just do this. Let's get this current user ID and let's just lift up the state real quick. Or I guess it won't be part of the state, it'll just be a hard-coded value, current user ID. Just grab this ID value, bring this up here because we do need to access this from multiple areas. So we'll have to add in our context API soon. Current user ID. So we're changing the color based on the status of this. So we can just go ahead and do question mark. So if that's the case, let's go ahead and do this red color that we want to use. So it's going to be FF, and I have to save this 0, 0, 0, 0. Else it's just going to be white. Just do pound FFF. Bro versus Musk versus Mark. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that did it work? Look at that. So let's look at this. Let's like this post again. You see the like count here. I'm on my phone, so I can actually see what you guys see. Make sure it's zoomed in enough. So let's check this out. So I click it. It goes red. You see the like count. Jeez. Here, let me take my watch off because I keep smacking it. And then if I click it again, look at that, toggles it. Okay, we added likes. All right, so what are we doing next? Let's go back to, I see people are in here. Here, let's remove this terrible diagram because that was my attempt at explaining intermediary table. Okay, so time since we added the image. Okay, we added likes, view threads. I think it's all right. Yeah, let me talk to the audience right now. I don't know who's been watching. I don't think people have been here the whole time because I've been streaming for almost 4 hours now. How long has it been? 4 hours and 30 minutes. I could move on to adding an authentication. I was also thinking about going ahead and adding in the ability to view pages, like view a thread, and adding comments. The only problem with this is I keep having to hard code that user ID, so I can at least set up the context, maybe add in authentication later. So I think that's what I can do. So let's see. View threads, delete thread. Okay, we already added delete threads, so I'm just going to move this to, we added this sometime back here. Okay, likes, this is all complete. Is there a way to do strike through? Like cross out an element? No. All right, yeah, let me watch the chat. Async await is generally the same promises. Yeah, it's just another way to write. It's like a shortcut. I tried to, let's see, Eugenio, is that how you pronounce it? I tried to use thread-like instead of thread instance. Oh, yeah, I could set a state for that. I guess that works too. I mean, at this point, it's complete. Thread-like might be more readable. I think we'll refactor it. Here, let's do this. I'm just gonna, so there's this GitHub repo linked in the video description, and I already linked it up. It has nothing in it, right? It's Threads social network, so it has nothing in it. So let's do this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and make a push right now, so you can look through the code. And yeah, I'll that way you can see it. If you see something in the code, maybe you can make some recommendations. But for now, I'm going to leave it there. I'm just trying to get this down, hopefully in one stream, or at least most of it. So let's do git init. I don't think I have any secret keys or anything, right? Let's see. I think I already have a git ignore file here. Let's do .env. Let's add that. I wanted to git commit that work. Git add, already did that. Let's set the remote here. So let's go in here. Let's add the origin. What the heck happened here? Push it to the master branch. Yeah. Now it should be up here. So go ahead and check out this this repo. Damn it! Hold on a second. I need to change my yeah. It wasn't. Why did it push that? Let's try this. Yeah, it's a public repo, but I just pushed my environment variables there. I'm gonna have to change those right now real quick. That was supposed to be. Why are they not being ignored? Okay, so first of all, real quick, let me change my environment variables. So let me make sure so nobody's toggling my account. I'm actually going to hide that repo right now. Give me a second. I just need to I need to make sure that for some reason the git ignore file isn't. Yeah, it's not hiding the environment variables. So I need to hide those real quick. So give me a second. Just gotta focus. Okay. Okay. Type the numbers. Okay. Okay, I just made it private. I did set up the backend in the beginning of the stream. I'm assuming you probably didn't join at the very beginning, but it's using a backend as a service platform called AppWrite. So I literally set up the whole backend. Oh, you're saying like with something like Mern. Yeah. I might do something like that. I'm trying to get back into tutorials, get into the rhythm of it. Okay, 1 second, because I'm like, here, let me, I just need to hide everything off screen, so let me just ask ChatGPT right now. I have 3 questions for it. I don't want to go through the documentation. I see if it's even possible. Yeah, but the keys are still exposed, so somebody watching this repo or watching this video can technically see all that information. That's what was supposed to be hidden, so they can pause it and just see it. So I just need to make sure it's changed, so even if they do try to do that, it's all hidden. Okay. Seems like it should be very easy to do. I'm assuming you can. Yeah, Mark is asking if you can recycle. Like that's the assumption. Yeah, I can. Well, if I change the environment variables to maximum security, then I have to like reconstruct the app because that's the plan. Eventually, it's only allow authenticated users to do things and so on. But because I've already set things up this way, that's the problem. Is like I basically set the minimal requirements. I'll get it. I'll figure it out right now. Oh my gosh, you have no idea. I've done live streams before, and I created. You've probably seen it. Maybe it was like it was a 10-hour live stream that I did. I opened up an ngrok account, and people just started going at it and messing with my entire account. Like it was ridiculous. People do not care. No, trust me. I would love to. I would love to live in a world where we can trust people like that, but no. There's always one person at least that wants to mess around. Are you asking me what my name is, or is this someone else? Maybe you're talking in the chat. So my name is literally on the channel. Okay. Gosh, it's annoying. I think I'm just gonna have to keep that private for now. Okay, it just doesn't seem as easy as it claims to be. Oh, you could. I think you can do it from the AppWrite terminal. What do you call it? I'm spacing out right now. Okay, I think we're just gonna go with it. Let's just see. Let's risk it. If anything, I'll just shut down the project immediately if people try to be malicious with it. I'll keep the I'll keep the repo private. So we won't do that because that's too risky. But we'll just go. Yeah, we'll just see what happens. Okay, cool. Let me share my screen again. We'll go with it. We'll figure that out later. Okay, so where was I at? Okay, so I pushed the repo, we added likes. What did I say I was going to do? View threads, okay. Oh, some kind of a configuration, okay, or some kind of authentication. Yeah, I just didn't. Something about the git ignore file is not working. It shouldn't have pushed the .env file. It might have just been in the wrong file path because I used the default git ignore file that React set up for me, or that Vite set up. So yeah. For authentication, oh, you guys are talking to each other. Building a Threads clone seems much easier than a Twitter clone from a website standpoint. I've seen that. Yeah, I mean, it has less features. I mean, Threads is pretty minimalist right now. Okay, let's okay, 1 second. I just don't want to commit to an idea. Let me think out loud. Okay, likes, views, comments, log in, log out, follows. Okay, we do need to add follows, but we can't add follows and comments really until we add authentication. So I think we're just gonna have to go ahead and add authentication. So what I could do is I might go to an app that authentication tutorial that I put out on my channel. So literally my last video, I created a full video on how to add an authentication. So I might build that in. We won't focus on styling the login page and stuff. We'll just go with it. We'll style it later. We'll add authentication so that way we can use an authenticated user to make these requests. Okay. All right. Okay, cool. Yeah, let's go for it. We're going into authentication. This is something that we just have to get over with, and AppRed actually makes this easy, so it should be simple enough. All right. So for authentication, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use the context API. Then I don't want to protect this page. I'm trying to think. I think I want this feed to be publicly available, but the only problem is changing the users. Yeah, we won't go for private routes just yet. When we go to our account settings, maybe we can do that. But let's do this. We'll do context. Context / auth context. Okay. Import create context. We'll create context. Let's go ahead and do const. So yeah, we're going to store the user in here. We're going to create some login functionality. So it's mostly a forum app right now. Yeah, they'll load their stuff up there soon if they succeed. Zuckerberg's just trying to see what he can do. He's beta testing right now with public users, so he's actually playing it out pretty well. Export default context. He's doing really good. He made a minimal viable product. I mean, the app has nothing. Doesn't even have messaging or anything like that. Very basic. He's going to see if it works. If it doesn't, he'll shut it down. But yeah, I think he's doing a smart idea. He's launching it quick, so he's not focused on building out this massive application only for it not to work. So export const auth provider. Children. Return here. I think it's going to be auth context dot provider. We were getting values. Okay. That's in the data, and then let's go ahead and import some state. Use state. Use effect. Const. First, we're going to start with the loading state. Check it for loading. Set loading. Loading will be true by default. Use state. Let me chug this coffee. I seriously might go for more. Wait, so that was a fight canceled between those two? I thought they were still going. If you actually know, let me know. I'm actually curious about that. I guess I can look that up on Google. But okay, so loading state. We'll pass in loading. No, we don't need to pass that through actually. So here for loading. Else paragraph tag. Else pass in the children. Okay, let's see. For now, we just have a provider or a context. Let's go ahead and use this in our app. See if we have any errors. Sometimes it's so nice just to not talk and work. So refreshing just to like for 4 hours of talking the whole time. Okay. Import provider. Yeah. Auth provider. Go ahead and just route the entire router. Auth provider can go outside of the router. How do I? Let me see. Reference something real quick. Put it inside of a router. So I'm going to remove this. I don't need this div here. Elon's mom canceled it? Who says I'm on Team Musk? Okay, we have our provider. Okay, let's see. Children not being passed down. Failed to parse source import context and JSX. Please name the .jsx file. Oh, that's probably something that I probably should do. Okay, so we're in loading state. So we can go ahead and rename use effect. Yeah, good call, Mark. I see that. Yeah, that's that's on the AppRight website. That's how I found out they were on Threads too. Okay, use effect. We brought that in. Okay, use effect. And let's set loading to false. All right, perfect. Am I the only one not using Threads? There's a lot of people not using it. I think people are just trying it out. I'm on it. Like I had mentioned earlier, I'm not too optimistic about it. I don't think it's a new product. I don't think there's anything really sexy about it. I think it's new, it's shiny, and they're testing something out. I think the only reason why they potentially have a chance is because they just have such an audience already built in. So the more seamless they can make it work with Instagram, the more they have a shot. But I don't know. People don't just switch platforms that easily. I'm just using React, whoever's asking. Someone's asking how old I am. I'm 29 years old. Getting old. So Threads is a new cool kid on the block. The hype will just fade away, but it'll last. Maybe. I'm not, like I said, it's there was it Jack Dorsey posted and he talked about we wanted flying cars, but we got 7 Twitter clones instead. There was What was it? There's Parler. There was Mastodon. There's another one. There was Truth. They're all the same. And honestly, Twitter is not that good of a platform in the sense of like, there's nothing really that creative about it. It's pretty much a CRUD application. Like, other than the addition of Twitter Spaces, it's a pretty dang simple app. Like there's nothing unique. It's not like, Snapchat where there's like these, like there's a little bit more to it. It's a video sharing thing. Even Instagram is very simple. So to recreate Twitter is kind of hard, not because it's so difficult to recreate. It's because it just kind of like had this momentum and it happened to be the platform people use. So that's why I don't really believe in Threads as a long-term platform at all. If, like I said, their only shot is if they can get national adoption. Someone says I don't look a day older than 22. Really? I look that young? I don't know. I used to have people telling me I looked 30 when I was 20. But maybe I have the Benjamin Button thing where I reverse age. CRUD app, yeah, it's literally, well, CRUD in the sense of crap too, maybe, but I mean, it literally is. I mean, like, if you go to it, like, this is Twitter. Like, I mean, yeah, you got messaging, you got these things, but there's like, Twitter Spaces is probably the sexiest thing about it. Other than that, it just happens to be where everyone joined. It's like when you go to a bar and there happens to be a vibe, sometimes the bar didn't do anything, just people happen to show up at the same place at the same time and the party kind of broke out. Like, and now people have this following on Twitter and they won't leave. But yeah, like what's so unique about it? Even Instagram, again, there's just nothing that unique. Sometimes I don't like to believe in luck, but sometimes there is luck and randomness involved. I do believe in that. Like, there's just momentum that occurs. Twitch is actually kind of a hard platform to build, and it's actually kind of cool. I don't know what their whole. I know they changed their policy and then they reverted back on that. I mean, good for them, because that was kind of a crap move that they pulled on people. Reddit is standing their ground. Yeah. Where was I at? Oh, yeah. Okay. User information. So we created our auth context, which means that now we can add in a user. So let's do this. We're going to go ahead and get a user, and then we're going to log in this user. So set user. And for now, let's just do use state. User will be null. So basically, until we have a user, let's see. Do I want to restrict people from entering the homepage? I'm trying to think about how we can do this. So if we go to our thread, maybe it's closer. Kick will take over. What's kick? You guys are distracting me, but it's kind of not actually kind of like it because I need to take a break. We did a house tour earlier. What's the screen? Kick like that. Connecting the world through chat. Oh, is this the one where it's like it has to kick is not secure? Really? They don't use HTTPS? Is this the one where it's like they ask you for a picture and then you need to post what you're doing at the moment? What do I say about it? I mentioned this earlier. Again, the audience changes after this long stream. I even though Zuckerberg does his MMA or Muay Thai or whatever, I think he'd get his ass kicked. Oh, my screen wasn't sharing. I wasn't sharing my screen. How long was that going on for? Oh, after somebody asked me that. That's funny. Okay. Yeah, I think Musk still wins it. There is a level of skill. I think two people at a compatible size can fight, or I think the person that has a little bit of experience will win that fight every time. Like, I wrestled, so if I get someone my size, I can, like, even a little bit bigger, I can usually win that fight pretty easy. But if somebody's got 50 pounds and 6 inches, 7 inches Musk has on him, because Zuckerberg's 5'7", he's pretty short, and Musk is 6'3", and he's like at 250 pounds or 204 pounds. Yeah, I got the screen back now. I think Musk wins that just simply by weight. Like Zuckerberg's maybe a fighter, but he's not. I don't think he's strong. He's still a nerd. Nerds aren't that strong. Okay. Okay. So yeah, that's what I think about it. Lovely. Yeah, you guys are making me feel good. Okay. All right. Now I really should focus. Okay. So we have our user. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is what do I do if because I don't want to restrict I guess it doesn't really matter, but I don't want to restrict the page if someone's not authenticated. So I could just take away this form. I could take away the form and that's it. And then the current user status. Somebody's asking me do I work in Fang? I work at a company out of San Francisco, San Jose. No, 578. That's I know, but he's shorter. I work at a company called Agora. They're not a Fortune 500 company, but they're pretty big. So yeah, I mean, I don't work at Fang. I don't know if I would want to. It'd be cool maybe just to try it out. But one thing about those kind of companies is it is a pain in the ass to deal with stuff. Like I'll give you an example. It's you get good job security, you get a good experience, you get to work with good developers. The pain is like right now I have this task. I need to add in something called Hotjar, like a tool into like a company website. It's a public. The website doesn't have any like real functionality. It's just like the corporate website. In order for me to add this one tool, I have to go through so much paperwork, so much legal work, just to add in like a code snippet. To give you an example, it's like Google Analytics. It's just a tool that lets me add like a heat tracking thing to our site. So basically, any tool that I want to add to our site, I have to go get all this approval, go through the runaround, and it can take me like 3 months to add in like a code snippet into a website. So talk about depressing. Like you get paid. The work is usually a little bit easier in the sense of like, a startup, you end up, getting loaded on all these tasks and it gets, really stressful. But a startup, you just end up waiting around a lot and it's really, really annoying. Like you can work on something for months and then not even have it released because somebody decided it wasn't worth it and the company doesn't care about losing hundreds of thousands, even millions of dollars. Like, meaning not that they want to lose it, but I've seen projects where we've wasted like nearly $1 million and just like as if it never even happened. So that's depressing. I want to work on something meaningful. So yeah, do I want to work in Fang? I wouldn't mind trying it, but it would be pretty depressing. A lot of people that work in Fang end up leaving after like 2.5 years because the runaround is insane. Like you just don't really get to work on much. Protected routes. Let's see. Do you do what every other platform does? Just allow the first 3 posts viewed and ask to log in. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to do, but I'm more focused on like, okay, what do I do with my thread page? I just need to, I know it's not a difficult task. I need to think through it. So like here, I'm getting the current user in a thread, right? Like the current authenticated user. If user is in thread, we're checking, and then we check the status. If I change this value to null, like if a user is not authenticated, I'm trying to think what would happen. Well, it wouldn't cause an issue because I just wouldn't find them. Okay, let's just go for it. Let's just try to get the user. If the error goes away, then I'll just protect the page and won't allow anybody to access it. Must be nice to work out. Oh my gosh, you have no idea. I mean, maybe you do, Dimitri. It literally is like that sometimes. Like I'm the type of person where if you give me the option of relaxing for 6 months but making $200,000 a year, or doing a lot of work, really meaningful, good work, and being proud of it, but making like $100,000 a year, I would take the 100,000. Like, yeah, I still do DevRel at Agora. Yeah, that's the trade-off. It's you get very comfortable, but I don't like being comfortable because then that makes me lazy, and I don't want to die being comfortable. I want to die doing cool stuff. Yeah. So the security. Okay. So here's a problem with the security team, and I'm going to go on a rant, and I don't want my company to see this because it's not a bad one, but I kid you not, we have documentation and we wanted to open source it. and security had to review it for like 3 months because they were afraid that we're going to open source code. It's not. It's documentation. There's nothing secure about it. It's already publicly available knowledge. Like everybody open sources documentation. It's its own project. It's a static website. Literally, they were afraid of open sourcing a static website. I mean, I feel like security doesn't know what they're doing. And this is like my wife's company. Same dang thing. Like security they're like the new HR. It's security just loves to. Yeah. Anyways, I don't want to go on a rant. All right. You think you're distracted? I opened up YouTube to learn how to use React Router, and now I'm stuck here. Well, let's learn about React Router then. What are you trying to learn? We implemented it here, so maybe you can learn something from this video. Meanwhile, we're going to go to work on our user information. Okay, so user information, login. Okay, so let's create a session. We'll add in some login functionality here. Let's do this. I have some code from this authentication app that I built earlier. It's literally the last video on my channel. And we're going to steal code from here. Okay, so first, let's actually build a login page. So we're going to go ahead and go to pages. And the reason why, by the way, why I don't like to rant is because I know people that publicly rant on their companies or any company, and that's just not a good habit of mine. I mean, not a good habit. It's not a good habit to have, and I don't like to do it. But I was just trying to explain the context of that, and I don't think it's not a bad feature about my company. It's just companies, big companies have that problem. So I actually like my company a lot. Okay, login page, React function exported, login, okay. Let's go ahead and create the form. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna go ahead and copy the form straight up from this repo. I'll put this in the video description. This is the last video in on my channel. We're gonna go ahead and just copy the entire login page. Okay, so let's get this entire form. Okay, but the annoying thing is I already have all this, all these classes and stuff like that built around it. For a link from React Router DOM. Okay. Just remove these classes. No, we're building this out from scratch. Whatever, we'll go through it. We're live streaming. Do it all. Okay. Form. All right, div. Let's start with the div actually. I just have missed the importance of this code. Sorry, I didn't get the. Hold on, let me try to read that. So from gaming zone, I've missed the importance of this funny code. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and create a div around each form field. It's just a habit I have. That way I can add in styling if I need. Label. This will be email, so we're going to log in with email. But I assume do this as fast as possible. Type is going to be email. Value is equal to, here, let's do this. We're just going to use a ref here. So we'll do use, yeah, let's do that. We'll do use ref. Because I've used state and a ref and kind of like the ref version of this. This will be form, login form. Use ref, null. Okay, ref name is going to be equal, or email. Duplicate this. Type is going to be password. Appreciate you guys in the chat. It's always cool to be interacting with the audience. I know it distracts me, but it's awesome hanging out, especially this late at night. It is 12:13 a.m. We've been streaming for almost 5 hours, I think. I'm trying to get this thing done. This will be a submit field. I might go for another cup of coffee. I need to get hyped up here. Value is submit, or type of submit. Value is going to be login. Then at the bottom of the form, we'll just add in a paragraph tag, and we'll just say already have an account, or don't have an account. We'll prompt them to register. Whoever that person was looking or asking about React Router DOM, we're going to implement something right now, so we can learn from this. What was that? Chat curly. Broken Casanova. It's a Slavic last name, if that's your last name, I believe. Okay, let's do this. We'll go to the register page. So we don't have this page yet. We'll build this in a second. So register. Okay, so we have a email, password field. Let's go ahead and add in this page. We'll go to app. So we have our routes here. Let's go ahead and add in a new route. Path is going to be login. An element that's going to be login. I feel like I should name that login page. Whatever, we'll leave it. I'm going to put this auth provider above my pages because I want the imports to be clustered together. And let's see. So, and we're going to have to improvise because Threads doesn't have a login page on their desktop version. I need to stretch a little bit. I've been sitting for too long. Be careful, submit type form. Why? Well, am I not aware of something? I always use a submit button. Type. Oh, did I misspell submit? Okay, I was like, I'm confused. That's a basic HTML element. Submit. I'm assuming that's what you're referring to. So good call. Okay, where did that go? Oh, what am I doing? Oh, here. Okay, so we have the email and password fields. Okay, they're all there. Let's go ahead and add in a little bit of styling. And if I remember how to do this Tailwind stuff again, it would be class container, and then MX auto. I should center it, and then max width. Just hard code this at 600 pixels. One day I'll master Tailwind. Okay, let's do this. Let's add in some border at least. So border and then border dash. Let's see, what did we use before? I know I'm definitely not following best practices for Tailwind, but let's copy this one right here. So this probably needs to be put into a variable. Okay, so we have border. Let's add a padding. And let's set this to 400 pixels, make it smaller. Okay, so you can kind of see it, I guess. Okay, so each field, let's see. Got some padding on each field wrapper. I need to move this over like this. Okay, let's make these full width, and let's just indent these. We'll require them too. We probably should required. Here we go. Heading, we'll just do 4. A little bit too much. I always forget, is it rounded? I think it's rounded, right? Rounded and B. Let's try this. Try small. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. We'll just take this class name, bring this down here. What's the best way to stream a backend camera video from Django to React front? What do you mean by that? Stream a backend video camera? Like you're talking about WebRTC or something? Let me know what you're referring to. I'll try to watch the chat until. I know everybody keeps talking. Okay, what am I? Should work if you have Tailwind. If you have Tailwind config at the root. I don't know. It's not working. I think I might have to close out. Here, let's do this. Let's save this, close it out, and it might be the fact that I need to reopen VS Code because I can't get it to work. Threads. Okay, npm. I mean, no, that wouldn't make sense. It doesn't. We wouldn't need to restart the server for that. But if I'm typing something like justify, and then people are saying control space. I'm not getting any suggestions. Let's try to look up Tailwind. Yeah, I have it installed. It's just, I don't know. Okay, let's see. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to steal this this button styling from this form. Okay, so what I need to do is learn how to configure Tailwind with Django and then start using it with that. My Django people to learn about it. Okay, need to account. Oh, I forgot to pull out this. Oh, I think somebody mentioned that I did this. I didn't realize that. Closing a link tag. Have an account. Okay, hold on. Don't have an account. Let's just do register. Don't have an account yet. Register here. Let's just do that. Actually, we'll just leave it at register. Okay. For our login form. Okay, let's just add in some margin to top. We won't worry about all the styling. We'll add that in later, but let's just do. Can I do something like this? No, that didn't work. I guess I'll just go. No, yeah, we'll worry about that later. Let's focus on logging a user in, and let's just add in some. found it. Okay, so when we submit this, what we're going to need to do is go ahead and log a user in. So const handle submit. e.prevent default. Okay, so on submit, what I want to do is I want to call the login function, which is going to be stored inside of my auth context. So what I'm going to do here is create a function, login user. It's an AC function, and this function will be responsible for actually processing this information, and this will be user info. So this is going to be the username and password. We'll get that user info, pass this through. I also want to go ahead and put this into a custom hook. So we'll pass in the context data, and then we're passing the user to the context data. Let's go ahead and get the user. Yeah, everyone keeps asking me what kind of backend. It's AppWrite. That's what I'm using for this. Just think of Firebase, but cooler. So export const. This is going to be the use auth hook. So we're going to create a custom hook. How do we do this? Use const use auth. We're going to do use context. I forgot how to do this. Call the function use con. How the heck do I create a custom hook now? I can't even remember this. Okay, use auth is an arrow function. Okay. Yeah, okay, so use auth is equal to function. I'm literally spacing out over simple things, and this is going to be called use context, and we're going to use the auth context. And I believe this needs to be like this, and we'll return it. Yeah, and that's going to give us a custom hook. So now what we can do is we can just go ahead and go into our login page, and we can say import, no, not import, const login user. I'm going to destructure this from use auth, like that. There we go. So it imports that. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and pass in this user information here. So let's just go ahead and do something like email is equal to login form dot current dot email dot value. I believe I need to do. We'll check this real quick. So dot value. Then we can just go ahead and get the password. Okay, let's see. Until I sit up, my back is starting to hurt. Okay, we've got the email and password. Getting that information. Then in the auth context, let's go ahead and just console this out. So we'll just do console.log user info. So we just want to see that we have it to start. Login page, handle submit. We get the user info. Okay, I just want to make sure that these values are actually the right ones. So we'll just give them some random password. Okay, user info is console and out. Perfect. That's what we needed. The irony of using React built by Meta. Yeah, that's true. And technically built by Facebook before they're Meta. So. Okay, so handle submit. We get the information. Then what we need to do is go ahead and process this on the other side. So let me look at this reference app that I've used in other tutorials. Let's just see if I'm missing anything. Okay, we get the information. Yeah, that's good. Okay, then we Okay, I think we can just log in a user. So let's look at the context from what we were doing before. In the user function, what we'll typically do is we'll just go ahead and call create email session, get the account information, set the account, and then redirect our user. So let's do this. Okay, so inside of app-right config, let's go ahead and close out some of these. Save this. Inside of app-right config, let's go ahead and import account, the account class, and we'll create an instance of it. Go to the top, export const account, new client. All right, we export that. Then we can import that here. Import account. Okay, so when we log in the user, let's go ahead and process this. So we'll just do user info. Okay, so we'll just actually run a try catch first. So we'll do try catch. Okay. So let response is equal to wait. So what we want to do is go ahead and call the create email session method. So we'll do account. So we just imported account.create email session. We'll create the session, and in the session we'll just do user info.email, and then we'll get to the fun stuff soon. We're just trying to get. This is why I didn't want to do authentication right away. No one likes authentication. User info.password. It's the boring part. The boring but most important part. One of the most important parts of building out any app. Okay, so we create an email session, and if we have an error, let's just console out error. So console.log error, and let's just see the response. Okay. Got an error, invalid credentials. Please check email and password. Okay, so it's not a real account. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to log in with a real account. So I'm going to make sure to hide password. Well, it's a fake password anyways, but we have authentications. So if anybody is following along, go ahead and set up the user that you're working with. Make sure you have the password. If I can remember it, let's go ahead and try to do this. So we'll try to log in with the real user. So Dennis IV11@gmail.com. Credentials. Okay, let me just create another user. I don't remember what my credentials were. So we'll just call this one Solomita. So we'll use my wife's name, Solomita @gmail.com. So fake email, password 123. Create. Now we're going to see if Solomita can log in. Password 123. Yeah, it's not my real email and password anyways, and I'm not going to have it. That's for debugging purposes. So, okay. Why are the credentials invalid? Email and password. Invalid credential. Check your email and password. Okay. Let me recreate a new user, and let's just try to make sure the password's correct. Okay, let's just try to update the password. Password 123. Update. And we'll just do password 123. Okay, let's debug. Okay, email is for sure solomita@email.com, and then password is going to be password 123. We pass the email instead of the what? Okay. Someone said I passed the email instead of the password. I'm like watching you guys, watching the chat here on my phone, so it's like really small. Can't really see much. Okay. User. Pass the email first, and then the password. Email, password. Oh, that was done with me. Okay. There we go. Okay, so the response is going to be not the user object, but the authentication session. Okay, so that's good. Okay, so that's working. When I continue here, we're not logged in necessarily. So we created a session. We have a session here. Waiting. Let's see. Okay, so we call login user. We get the session, and now we actually want to go ahead and set this user object. So with this session, again, let's just reference some code because authentication is a pain. I'm going to stick to the code that I wrote for my real-time chat app on the Traversing Media channel. So that's like the second to last. It's 2 videos ago, basically, on his channel. It's a real-time chat app, which you can find. But yeah, I'm referencing that code. So after we get that response, we get the session, and I guess we can just use const. So let's stick to that. We're going to go ahead and do account details. So we got the session, and we're going to use the session to get the user information. So we actually want to get this user's information, and we'll just do account.get. So now that we have a session, we can just go ahead and call account.get. Then we can just go ahead and do set user, and we're going to pass in the account details. Now we're also going to use React Router DOM to import use navigate. So we're going to use navigate to redirect our user once they're logged in. So let's go ahead and bring that in. That's the type of stuff that I waste hours on. I'm assuming you're referring to, yeah, going through this crap and these little bugs. This is the fun part about streaming is everyone thinks that good developers have it together. I'm not a good developer, but people that put out content like this, we have it together. We cut out errors in tutorials, but we beat our heads up against the same wall as everyone else does. We just get better at debugging. Definitely increase the time on errors because of a stream. It's just this weird, it's not pressure necessarily. It's like, I mean, yeah, I guess it is, I guess you could consider pressure. Like I don't feel pressure, but it's like this time, internal clock is ticking. It's like, I don't want to ruin the stream debugging this little thing. So what can I ignore and avoid and at least finish the stream with? So that's always there. Yeah, you're right with the whole tutorials and errors. The crappy part is that sometimes you might end up having to watch a bunch of crap just to get to the good stuff. Okay, so let's do Amita@email.com. Password 123. We log in. There we go. So we're logged in, and we're storing the user in that session. Now, the only problem is we want to persist the user because now if I refresh it, well, I'm still on this page because it doesn't stop me from being here, but the user is no longer logged in. Like we don't know who the currently logged in user is. So I'm just going to go back to this code here, and we have this function here that I created called, where was it? Handle user login, get user on load. So essentially, I'm just going to copy this entire function and I'm going to explain it. Get user on load, what it's responsible for doing is it's responsible for making sure that when we first load a page that this user is not null. So essentially when we refresh it, that state is empty again. So we just want to make sure that we go ahead and call get user on load, and we replace this method inside of useEffect. And on the first load of the page, we check if we have a user. If we have that session, we get the account details and we set the user, and that's it. So now let's go ahead and, okay, in the Threads app, let's figure out how we can say hello to the current user, because there's no like, Let's see what the app says. Maybe the app says something about this. Activity pub. What's activity pub? Like notifications? Here, let me go to the app. Maybe I can see it there. Does Threads have an activity pub? Like, yeah, I mean, there's like, I want to find like a. I need to add like a login button and so on, but Threads doesn't have a style for us yet, so we want to figure out how to add this. Okay. Well, let's do this. Okay, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create my own header here for Threads, and I'm just going to welcome the user and then redirect them. So basically, if you're logged in, you won't be allowed to go to the homepage. It'll redirect you. So I want to add in some functionality that lets us know we're logged in, and then like a logout button, because right now, again, Threads doesn't even let me log in on the desktop version, and the app looks different. So yeah, we're going to see Francesco's face all over my stream now. Okay, so see how we have the logo? Instead of the logo for now, let's just say hello and then the user's name. Let's just start with that. So, because we need to change something up. Because I just don't like the fact that I can't figure out who's logged in. So let's do this. Let's create a component, and this will be called a header.jsx. And in our headers, we'll do React arrow function component exported. We're just going to say header for now, and let's just bring this into our components. So let's go into, let's see what I want this. Let's go to app. I think I can just put this in app right here. So I want it on every page, and I'm not going to create like usually create like a template for all the pages. I might do that later, but for now, we're just going to do this. We'll just put it here, and we won't have a template. Let's see, import header. Okay, so there's our header, right? We'll style it in a second. So let's just do class text. How do you align text in Tailwind? Let's do Tailwind text center. Is that how it goes? Text dash center, or let's do centering text. Okay. Text underline. And we got so used to using ChatGPT and these AIs that start getting bad at searching. Like, if they're search, which it looks like they're using Algolia, yeah, they are. Like, Algolia needs to adapt, because it's going to start getting like our expectation of how we find stuff. Like, we're going to want to search things up and get answers with like a very inaccurate search. Like, I want to be able to just write in some keywords and get the result, as opposed to spelling it out exactly. Okay, so we have our header. Let's just render the username. So if we're logged in, like I said, we're going to improvise Threads. Again, apparently, I'm ahead of Mark Zuckerberg. Threads doesn't even have a good desktop version. Maybe I can sell this to Zucks. I'm kidding, obviously. Okay, so let's do this. Let's get the user. This is going to be from use auth. And we're just going to say if the user is logged in. So if we have a user, then we're just going to go ahead and say here, let's create a div actually. We can add more stuff in here later, but we'll just say the strong tag, and then we'll say hello, nope, hello, and then user.name, like that. And then the else statement, we'll just add in a login button. So we'll just do else button login, and then let's just go ahead and take the styling from our form. We're just going to have this white button here, header, So hello Salamita, and then I guess we can add in a logout button. But if I refresh it, it stays logged in. If I happen to log out, so let me think, how do I delete this session? Here, let's add in some logout functionality. For now, we'll style this in a second, but for now, let's just go ahead and do this. We'll add in logout, and we're going to add in logout function into the auth context. So let's just go ahead and do logout user const logout user. And this is just going to be, I believe it's account.delete session, and then we just delete the current session. So current, and then that's it. And then we just redirect the user. So we'll just do navigate. This will send the user to the login page. So logout user, and then in the header, let's go ahead and just import this. We'll import logout user, right? Okay, let's bring this here. Okay, let's just click logout. Let's see what happens. Oh, I need to add in the event listener, or did I not? Okay, let's do this. Okay, log out. Why are you not working? Log out user. Let's just see. Let's console this. So I'm capturing the click. Okay, a logout user. We'll pass this down in the header. Get logout user from use auth. On click. Oh, wrong button. Okay, logout clicked, but then why is it still showing? Okay, so something about the, okay, log in. Let's just do Dennis. Okay, hello Dennis, and then when I log out, here, let's go back to logged in, log out. It should update the name. Oh, we'll set the user. So we log out the user, set user to null. And then what I want to do is I actually want to restrict the user from being on this page once they're logged in. So what happens is in our auth context, in the login user function, we navigate the user, but we don't need to do that, because what I could do is I can just say, hey, on a login page, if a user is logged in, don't let them be here. So we'll just bring in use effect. Use effect here, and then we'll just do. And then just on the first load, this is the login page. Let's do if we have a user, which we can bring in. So if we already have a user, then just navigate to the home page, and then we need to bring in navigate. Use navigate. Okay, let's see. Okay, so a logged in user can't be on this page. So let's try to log in. Okay, so we're here. Let's try to go to, hold on a second. Log in. If we have a user, navigate to the home page. Well, we have a user, right? I'll get to the chat in a minute. I need to finish this part up. Okay. Okay, that, I think now that's working. So we'll go to login. Set the user in the login function, right? Login user, set user, okay. Okay, cool. So then when I log out, there we go. It removes the user, and then I can log in. Okay, so we added that in. We'll work on registration and all that later. And again, the login page looks kind of terrible right now, especially with this header. We'll fix that, but we want to get to the important stuff. So I can still go to the login page. Hold on a second. Why am I not seeing all the posts though? That was weird. Okay. So what I need to do now? So we log in. If a user is not logged in, they shouldn't be allowed to make a post. So we can just tell them you need to be logged in. A logged in user should not be allowed to like posts. See, this is why I just want to restrict the page though, because if I restrict it, then I don't have to write all the functionality in for every little bit, but that's also going to kill it. Because what I could do is like on the heart, like I basically would have to go into every single function. Okay, let me think about this. I'd have to go into the comment function, the share, no, not the share, but the retweet function or rethread. And I would have to check the auth status for each one, which is the right thing to do, just annoying. Let me take a little break. I'm starting to like, my brain's starting to go a little bit. Need to set user state. Yeah, I got that. Here, let me just realize I can bring this up full screen. How long have we been streaming? Almost 6 hours. Okay. All right. What is the what's in the Excali draw link? View threads, likes. Okay, so we added that in, the authentication stuff. Yeah, you know what? For now, I could just create a private route and just hide that page so users can't access it. I think I'll just do that because that's going to cause a bunch of errors, and then I can undo everything and then go through later. Yeah, let's do that. Let me take a little break, though. I need to make some coffee. So I don't know if I'll bring you guys along with me this time. Someone's asking about AppWrite and Supabase. I mean, it seems like they're both pretty equal. Like I have to test both, but they're both new products and they're both badass alternatives to Firebase. No one trusts Google anymore. Google's been shutting down products. So I forgot what was it. What was Facebook's thing? They had a backend as a service that everybody used way back in the day, and one day they just stopped working on it, and then everybody had to switch. And Google has a history of that, where like they just sold Google domains. They constantly have this history of selling products. So not selling, but just ending the life to products, and that's kind of where everyone's afraid of Firebase, and the fact that there's vendor lock-in there. You're supporting Google, so if people want to find like an open source alternative, that's usually a good convincing argument to go elsewhere. So that's why these new platforms are gaining steam. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I'm trying to like keep momentum going. I'm at that point where I'm having to fight now just to stay into it. I do need to stretch though. Okay. Yeah, protected routes, view threads. Okay, so let's say we go for the protected routes option. Let me share my screen so you can actually see. Can you use AppWrite in production? Absolutely. AppWrite Cloud, I don't know how I wouldn't trust it right now to scale to like massive users, because right now it's completely free actually to use AppWrite Cloud, and it's still in beta. So I wouldn't necessarily trust a massive production level app in beta. What I would do is I would install it locally. They have this very easy deploy method with Docker. So you can install the entire console locally and then you deploy it. That I would, that's sustainable. Like they have big clients using that, or from what I've kind of heard, there's people using it in production. It's viable. So I'd recommend that, but not necessarily just using the AppWrite Cloud in production. Because like I said, I can't even like upgrade if I needed to scale up or something like that. It's not something that I can do with AppWrite Cloud right now. Okay, so likes. Okay, so we completed likes, view threads, comments, log in, log out. Let's add this as complete for now. I just need to knock this off. So the most important thing about this social app is going to be comments, likes, and threads. At least in likes, comments, and follows. So complete. So views and threads. So we want to view a post, comment, follow, registration, modification. Let's see. Okay, let's again, their desktop app is very minimalistic. So this replying to threads, I would have to figure out how to tag people. Do they have the ability to tag? Like let me go to the mobile app here. If you don't have it, I recommend checking it out. Let's see if I do okay. Yeah, I can tag people. So I'd have to figure out the tagging system. So like right here, like I can do @RealChrisSean, awesome YouTuber, like tagging people like that and actually being able to, tweet or thread at someone. I guess you can't really see there, but that would be an important feature to add. Let's go for private routes and follows. Let me get some more coffee. Here, I'll bring you guys along. I'll make a snack too, so that way people don't just start leaving the stream if they feel like I just abandoned them. I'm gonna put you guys aside though, because I do need to take a pee break. It's been 6 hours, 2 cups of coffee, and chug some water too. Thanks for being in the chat, Mark. Awesome having people in here with me. All right, let's see how to get this on my phone. Send myself the invite link on Twitter. Trying to figure out if I should continue or not. I'm in debate mode of going to sleep. It's 1 a.m. here, or finish this up. Tell me where you guys are at. How are you guys doing in the chat? I mean, I'd like to get this all done in one video, but how are you guys feeling? I really want to add the follow system. We need to add it. Yeah, okay. Here, let's do this. We'll do user profiles, follows, comments. That's the most important thing right now. Registration, we've all seen, which I definitely still want to add, but we've all still seen that. This right here, if we can get this done, I'm good. Okay, but I am going to take a little break. So let's see if I can add this here. Camera not working. There we go. You should be able to hear me now. I'll just be watching the chat, but I'm going to make another cup of coffee, and then I'm going to get something to eat. I need to just get my eyes off the screen, so do some PB&J or something. Go to 1 a.m. snack. Room tour. You can hear me, right? Make sure. I'm gonna do something quick. I'll just do PB&J. Toast up some bread. You got to toast it. I accidentally kicked you guys. I opened this up through a Twitter link. Gotta toast it. All right. I'll just eat at my desk here. This is already. I guess it's gonna be a cooking channel. Teach you how to make the best PB&J out there. You know what I find hard with the following system is following is going to be a lot like likes. We're just going to add users to an array. It's just going to be an attribute. I think oh shoot, I just realized I can't add custom attributes to users. I might have to do a one-to-one relationship. Huh. I mean, I do have the preferences attribute, but then it's gonna be like one level deep. So how do I search them? Like if you follow someone, let's say you only want to get followers, people that you follow, you only want to see their posts. How would I filter that? Ooh, we'll check the current user's preference. We would get all the following IDs, and then we would we'll just say give us posts that have these user IDs. Okay, never mind. I lied. That's actually not that hard. Okay, I think I got it. I think we're good to go. Let me finish up this PB&J. Get one half of this first. What was the other thing? I completely forgot what the heck I listed on there. It's following and comments. I think I might start with comments first. That would be easier. Actually, no. Yeah, let me think. So if I do comments, I'm gonna have to go into styling the page, and I really don't want to focus on styling right now. I mean, I could go without it, but then it just looks like crap and it's unsatisfying. It's a good carb-loaded snack to keep me going if I need to stay up longer. Shoot, we're halfway to 12 hours, I think. Maybe I could go 12 hours today. 6 hours and 2 minutes. Let's see, if I do that, then that means I'd be done by 7 a.m. I started streaming at 7 p.m., so yeah. Oh, almost left my phone. Here, I'll come back for you guys. Okay. Making applications while making lunch. This is it's 1 a.m., so way past midnight. Or not way past midnight, but way past lunch. All right, I think I have to mute it because I don't like chewing. So I guess I can just move the mic away. Let me see if I can switch screens because I'm like, my camera's right here. The screen I'm working on is here, and I don't want to always be looking away and then watching the chat. Actually, let's just share. Okay, so here's a user attribute with a user table. And every single user, let's see, is going to have session membership. Okay. That's not good. Because not every user is going to have the same preferences, though. I might have to create a one-to-one relationship here. Someone's asking Upright or Django. Two different things, man. I like building out my own backends. I like Django a lot. Two different purposes, though. I like just seeing what tool works with. Right now, like if I were to build out like a personal site, not even personal, it can go way bigger than this, but if I was like, if I needed something quick with some authentication, I don't want to say it won't. I don't want to say like if I need something that scales because it just completely depends on the use case. It's hard. I'm still learning with you guys. I'm trying to figure out what features Upright has and what features Django has that are better. So it's really hard to compare them. Like I'm definitely still biased towards Django right away. I love Appright's authentication. Big time. I hate creating JSON web tokens with Django. Not having to go to refresh them. I love the session system Appright has. Django is one of the best ORMs, though, built into ORMs. If anybody saw earlier, like to query up a user, like to get posts of a specific, like let's say you wanted to render the user of a specific post. This has to be kind of built out from scratch with Appright. It's still newer. It's still adding in those features. But I didn't realize how good Django's ORM was until I started using other tools. That's crazy. Like Django's pretty awesome. Sure, it'd be nice snack. Just PB&J. Peanut butter jelly. I get both slices of bread so I can get peanut butter on both of them instead of putting them together. Oh, so yeah. The user preferences. Let me zoom in here. Try not to touch the keyboard with the peanut butter on my hands. And here we have these preferences. What if a user doesn't have a following preference? I think I have to create that relationship. I don't know, man. I don't know how to do this. If I created the one, okay. What I could do, let's try this. Let's try to create a new collection. We'll just simulate it. Let's create a collection called profiles. Let's see, we'll have an attribute. This is where we would do something like followers. Set that to a string. Let's do 100, and then we'll just make it an array. So these are our followers. I guess we can, yeah, we can call it followers. And then we can store the follower count in a key or an attribute called follower count. So followers. And following. I'm gonna mute that for a second so you didn't have to hear me chew. See, with something like Django, you create a table just to store the two relationships. I'm wondering if we can do that. So you'd have like a following table that would store the user you're following with the, yeah, it'd store the user, so both information is stored on both ends. Maybe I can work this out. All right, give me a second, let me put this away. Yeah, the live stream will be on the channel later. It should be, at least. I think I'll leave it. Okay. How did I do this? Okay, let's just talk to our AI friend. So just see if our AI bot can help us. To create a user follow system with AppWrite, you can follow these steps. User registration. Okay, yeah, we know how to do it. Okay, follow and follow functionality. Implement the follow and follow functionality that creates just follow. This can be done. Create a separate collection in AppWrite to store relationships between two users. That's what I thought. So it's a collection just to store follow to follower relationships. So it'd be like the collection would be called following follower or something like that, and include the follower's ID of the ID and the ID of the user they're following. Okay, so that's I like where they're going. I like that they're coming up with this for me. Like I like the fact that this is where it went, because this is the solution that I thought. So we might not have to go with this profiles collection. What you do is just kind of like following follower, something like that. Let's just say, I don't know this. Maybe we can rename it. So that's the collection name. So that's basically what it's saying. It's saying start with, okay, hold on a second. My wife's texting me good night. So she's on a girls trip somewhere, so she's not at home. So at least I gotta say good night here. Okay, so each document in this collection can represent a follower and include the followers' IDs and the ID of the users they are following. So I guess what I could do is each collection would store a user, and then hold on. Someone's asking about Fend. Fend actually uses ChatGPT under the hood. I'm actually going to build a clone. So essentially, the cool thing about it is it's exactly like ChatGPT, but meaning it's going to run in the same way, but it's on modern data. So like this question right here, if AppWrite came out, let's say a year ago, it wouldn't know how to answer this because ChatGPT only has data to 2021 of October, whereas Find, I guess it's Find, it actually performs a Google search. It goes through the search API, and then it collects all that information, trains on it real quick, pulls it in, and then even cites the sources. So in fact, I can even ask it to cite its sources, but just create a follow collection. No. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how it would work though. I just haven't like with Django's ORM. I figured this out. It was actually very simple, and I'm sure it's simple here. I'm just trying to best understand the structure. So each document in this collection can represent a follower and include the follower's ID and the ID of the user they are following. Okay, yeah, so it's just a collection of followers and who they're following. Okay, I'm trying to think of the queries around that. So let's say I wanted to only see posts from users I'm following. So the query would look something like get put list collections, I guess. Or no, first you have to query the users, so this following table. Lee is saying you can add the following attribute to the users collection. That's what I wanted to do, and this is kind of where the issue is, because AppWrite has a database here that we can use, But they also have, specifically with users, they have this users, basically, it's like another collection, I guess, but there's their authentication system. And I can't just add attributes here. That's kind of the issue. I can add something called user preferences. It's basically a key value pair, but it wouldn't make sense to store the followers in here. So yeah, in theory, if they let me add in my custom attributes, it works. That's where one of the solutions would be to create a profiles table and then connect it to the user and then add the following, as you mentioned, the followers attribute to that table. Our collections and database is different. Collections are like a table in a database. So you have a database, and the database is full of tables. A table is like users, posts, comments, and so on. So there's user prefs aren't accessible by others. And again, not every user is going to have the same preferences. So I think honestly, I have a feeling that creating a user profile might be the best, because I'm storing the image in the user. So like for this Dennis character, I'm storing the profile picture and the username in the user preferences attribute. Well, not every user in theory is going to have the same preferences. I mean, I want them to, but here, like I go to Sulamita and I have to create a profile pic and so on. So it's not consistent. So I don't like that. So I think my best solution is going to be, for two reasons, because of that attribute, is going to be to create a profile table. For my app, I've created a user profile collection. Yeah, I think this is the best one. Yeah, the auth table. Gosh, that would be so cool if they can just allow me to add attributes. I'm sure for security purposes or whatever, they don't. But yeah, let's. This should be as easy as a like system if we have this table. So let's do this. Let's delete the follower and following table. Okay, I'm actually getting cold. I'm on a sweater. Ooh, I actually started shaking. All right, let's do this. Okay, so we have our document. Let's delete this for this collection settings. Okay, collections, profiles. So in profiles, let's just go ahead and add in some attributes. Okay, followers, we already started this. Following. Let's go and do follow _ count. So we want to know how many users we have. So the minimum value is going to be 0. We can't have negative users or people follow us. Default value should be 0, not an array. Let me zoom in a little bit. Create an attribute. I just did follower count or following count. Those are people following, and then follower _ count. So we might have to restructure our app a little bit. Follower count. Okay. Min 0. Default value 0. And we'll hit create. Okay. I guess I have to zoom out a little bit. AppWrite is adding relationships, so this should be resolved. They actually added relationships. So if you go to their documentation, they added relationships, but AppWrite Cloud uses AppWrite 1.2, and relationships are still in beta. and are only in AppWrite 1.3. So if I do the local instance of AppWrite, I'll have it. So yeah, I mean, that's the growing pains of you know, an application or I guess a startup. I mean, it's, you're not gonna have everything right away. But if you go to databases, maybe it's in the guides. Anyways, it's somewhere here. Okay, so I think it's a little bit further down. Queries, maybe? No, it would be in. Here we go. Relationships, yeah. So they added relationships. So there's one-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-one, many-to-many. So this is going to be awesome. Once they add this, it's going to solve a lot of stress. Because right now we have to build them out manually. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. What's up, Florin? Florin's in the chat. What time is it in Romania? (11:24 a.m.) We're can't do math right now, but 9-hour difference. Okay, so let's go back to this table. Okay, so we'll work on the user details later. Well, here, let's try this. I hear like an echo. Is that from my phone? Or is that? No. Okay. Let's do this. We'll do a profile pic because I think I'm going to store it in here instead of the setting there. So we'll do URL. We won't require it right now, even though I do want to set a default value. And then this will be user name. And can I make this unique? Default value required. Okay. Okay, so that's our profile table. And then what we can do is we can create the one-to-one relationship. So I want to be able to, so I want to take a step back. And at this point, when we log in, so you see how when we log in here, let's actually just log in with my account. Okay, what's going on here? When I log in, I think I need to, I don't think that login button is linked up. Okay, need some water. Yeah, we don't even have a link. I need that extension. Yeah, you need. We'll see. I'll ask the AppWrite team. There's, like I said, I'm sure they're thinking of everything. Okay, so login. This needs to be a link, and then and we're just going to the login page. Okay. So click login. Here we go. Okay, I probably should have added some error handling later, but. Oh, it did. Okay, something about that redirect in the login page isn't working. So if user handle submit, login user. Let's just do this. After we log in our user, let's just redirect our user. We'll maybe optimize that later. Okay, so right now it says hello, Dennis Ivy, and in here, in the alt context, it's getting my name from the user. Let's see. Okay, so that's getting it's getting the name just from the user object. That's totally fine. But what about my profile picture? Let's say I want to throw in my profile picture up there. So let's get the username from the profile, from the user profile. Let's just try to get those credentials. So what I could do is I could create another piece of state, which I'm not a fan of right now. And I could maybe combine them into one object, but let's do this for now. User profile. Okay, so we can go ahead and set this set user profile. So when we get the user, and we're going to have to do this on get user on load and then login user, we set the account details. And then we can also query the profiles table. Okay, so let's get that relationship really quick. Let's see how I do this. My brain is just not working right now. Add all user data. Oh, that's okay. So right now the users were created from here, from the console. In theory, when we register, we can create a user profile and a user table, or I'll set all the user information. Now, I guess what I would like to do is I would like to listen for events like user updated and create some kind of maybe custom function, an event handler that listens for any time the user is updated and have it update the profile too. I guess each document in the profile collection responds to the user ID get document function. Yeah, I might have to build in the registration functionality right now then. Okay, let's do this. We need a user underscore ID. Just manually create this for now. It's gonna be a string value. At some point, yeah, it can be required, but we won't require it right now. So we have a string value, so let's just do this. We can create two documents. Just trying to think of every scenario right away before we have to undo this. Okay, let's go to just. Okay, so we'll go to auth, we'll get both users. So I'm going to database on this side. So you can create a document, follower account. Why is this not, it should default to 0. I thought I already set that. Okay, so we'll get this user ID. This is going to be Dennis Ivy. User ID is right here. Username, just do manually fill this in, Dennis Ivy. Profile pic. Okay, save that. Okay, so it did default those values to 0. That's good. And then for Sulamita, we'll do the same thing. We'll create a new one. We'll just do Sulamita. User ID for Sulamita is her ID. And then picture for now, we'll just find her Twitter and then bring that in. Okay. Okay, so now we have two users. When we log in, let's say I want to render the username or the profile picture. So let's render that in the header, just like a mini picture, just like you would, I guess, does Twitter have it? No, Twitter, oh, something like this right here, where you see your own, in your own post. Maybe we can even put that into the form. You can specify document ID instead of making it random. We're going a while here, man. Might go for 12, so we'll see. If I make it to 7 a.m., that's 12 hours. So almost 5.5 hours away from that. No. Yeah, 5.5 hours away. Trying to do the math. Okay, so we have that. Now we can go back into our code base. So login user, we get the user info. Okay, now I can bring in a database. Let's go ahead and I kind of want to put them into one object. Here, maybe we can do this. So let's get the account details, and then we'll just do console.log. I want to console out the account details. But when I get this, actually here, let's do this with the get user on load, because that way I don't have to keep relogging in. So if I get the account details, what if I just went account details or create a new one and just manually set this? We'll just call this profile, right? I mean, it's just an object, so let's see if for some reason this wouldn't work. We'll just do test. What's going on here? Oh. Okay, so this is line 23. This is where we're at. So yeah, we should just have a profile. So in theory, what I could do is I can even wait. So we can just actually add in a wait just to make sure. We could just go ahead and do. Hold on, no, that wouldn't make sense right here. The profile, and we'll do a wait database. Actually, I accidentally spaced my import database. Get. Do I get a single item from a collection? Let me see. Graph rights documentation. Okay, so instead of databases, okay, get document. It's just get document and collection ID and the document ID. So let's do get document. Why is that import not working? Databases, am I importing something wrong? Yeah, it's just database, okay. I don't know why I'm seeing that error. Okay, so we're getting the document, we're getting database ID is gonna be DB ID like that. And then we have a collection. We're getting collection ID profiles. And then let's go ahead and just set this up. So all right, let's get our profile IDs. Or that collection's ID. And for now, we'll just throw this in here. Nice, yeah, that was a fun video. Got some real-time functionality in there. Varun is watching the chat. app in Brad's channel. Okay. Okay, you can close out the header for now. App config. Okay, so in theory, I should just be able to do this. So let's try this. Francesca's face cracks me up. It's like right on the screen. It's the first thing you see. Oh, wrong one. Oh, I didn't finish the function. Okay. Profile, DB ID, collection ID, document ID. Which document am I trying to get? Oh, shoot. Hold on a second. I get the user. Oh, hold on. I need to get the user from the account, which means, dang, this is going to be annoying. How do I correspond it to a profile then? I have to reverse that search because account details. Oh, I can list documents. I think someone mentioned that earlier, right? So what I could do is I can do list documents, find the document, basically filter down the document by the account detail ID as AMSky. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Is it AMSky? Or yeah, I don't know how to pronounce that. So what I could do is I could do something like this. I can do profile is equal to await database dot list documents dev DBID collection ID of profiles. Okay, so basically what I would do is I would get all the profiles. Let's actually just leave it. Yeah, let's go with profiles. We'll just do that. Const.log. Yeah, wow. When AppWrite adds relationships, this is going to be a breeze. I'm really looking forward to that. Okay, so first of all, I should get all the profiles. We want to start there. Okay, what's wrong with the query then? Oh, I think I have an error. This. Okay, profiles. List really get there's a I didn't even notice there's a method called get document. Is that possible? Or hold on a second. Yeah, get document works, but usually you get the document by ID. The problem is I don't know the ID of this document. I don't know the ID of that document. I totally get what you're saying, but I need to pass in the ID of the document that I'm looking for, but I don't know it because the profile has the ID of, yeah, the profile has the user's ID. Let's see. When you create a document, you can specify custom doc. That's true. So you're basically saying use the user ID as a profile ID? I guess that can work. I don't know why it sounds scary to do right away, like I hesitate. But let's see. Because then technically you have like 2 duplicates, even though they're different collections. Here, let's try to create another document. Okay, so in theory, yeah, you can just use them. So, okay, so when you sign up, you get the user I created, and after you create the document with the user ID, okay. Yeah, I mean that works. I'm trying to think of like the repercussions to that. If there's any reasons why we shouldn't do that, I can't exactly find them. So let's do this then. Okay, let's go. Let's grab this ID of Dennis Ivy. We're going to create a new profile. And then we're going to set the document ID because we are allowed to do our own. Let's see if for some reason this doesn't work. I guess let's just throw in the user ID string too. Can I edit a document? Do I have to recreate this? I'm trying to think of how to edit a document ID. I don't think I can after creation. Document ID. Yeah, whatever. We'll just recreate it. Yeah, your thinking is right. That is the most efficient way. I just hope there's no repercussions to it. But if not, we can always go back to the other way of doing that. We can just run a query for all the profiles, and then just like specifically look for the profile that matches this ID, and then pull out that specific one. So both options will work. Did I do selenium this first? Okay, I'm like, oh, my brain isn't working right now. Okay. Who is this for? What user is this for? I completely forgot. Okay. I think this is for Dennis. So we'll just go ahead and grab this picture, profile picture. Name is going to be, what's the username? Oh. I guess I can just look at the picture and see. Yeah, that's mine. Okay, so user ID and document ID are going to be the same. Username, profile picture, and voila, there we go. Document with this ID already. Hold on, what? Okay, hold on a second. Let's make sure. Yeah, that's the way I'm seeing it right now. Linking the user profile. Okay, so man, I keep going back and forth. Okay, so what? I'm so confused right now. I think somebody just used my credentials and I have to completely close out the app because I did not. Did I create Dennis 3? I'm confused. When was this created? 11. Why do I not remember creating Dennis 3? Oh, yeah, okay. I was so confused. I thought somebody used my credentials somehow. Like, yeah, it's probably a sign I should get some sleep, but whatever. Okay, here we go. User ID for Dennis. we're going to go into profiles. We're going to create a new document with this ID. And it's Ivy. User ID string. Okay, yeah, that should be fine. Profile picture. We're just going to leave blank for now. Okay, that works fine. Okay, that makes sense. Now we're going to go ahead and create one for Sulamita. User ID. Like I said, I don't feel comfortable replicating an ID like this. It's really really scares me, especially if yeah. Okay, so we're going to get Sulamita's profile picture, and eventually this will be an AppWrite storage. Yeah. Okay. Here, let's just delete these ones real quick before. According to the AppWrite team, it is good method to use the same ID as for the users. It is. Okay. I mean, that's good to know, because I couldn't think of a reason not to. And yeah, I couldn't think of a reason not to. It's just something about this makes me uncomfortable. It's just like something doesn't feel right about it. But hey, if it goes, it goes. That's good. Okay. So we have profiles. Okay, that's like I'm trying to not dig into a hole and then have to crawl out of it, slowly, and have to undo our mistakes. So it takes some time, but that's okay. That's good, because we're able to make sure we're doing it the right way. And now what we can do is we can do get document. So let's go ahead and we call this profile. And I have some ideas here actually. So we're going to get this account detail, and we're going to say get the document. I appreciate that, by the way. Who's helping me use that? Amsky, I'm guessing is the name. I don't know how to pronounce it. Just feel bad because I can't get it right, and I want to acknowledge it. So account details dot let's just do ID. Okay, so shoot, what did I click? Okay, so we're getting the profile, and let's just console out the profile. So first of all, let's just do console. Let's just make sure this works. Okay, cloud auth context line 23. What's going on? Get document, database, profiles, account, ID. Let's just console out account details above. Right, I'm getting the ID, so that should be good. Auth context line 24. What's going on? Why is this request not working? Line 24. Yeah, it's right here. Await database get document. Let's go to network request. The current user is not authorized. Okay, so I have to go ahead and make sure that the user is authorized. So let's go into here. Databases, we need to go into collections, and for profiles, let's just do for settings, let's go ahead and say not any, so we'll just do all users, because now we're authenticated. All users have full CRUD access, so they can do what they need with the database. Okay, AppWrite server. Okay, so password update, profile picture. Okay, profile. Here we go. Profile. Profile pic. Okay, that's good. So what I'm thinking is, I could just go ahead and do. I mean, I think this should work out pretty well too. I just don't want to put them into two different states. Like, I'd rather just say, hey, let's go ahead and set our user, and then our user will just have a profile. Yeah, just a profile attribute. Or we can manually just say like user, yeah, go to account details and say user profile picture and so on, like get all that information. Yeah. Okay, so here's the account right here. Look at that. So now we have a profile, and here we have our followers and all that information. So for now, let's just render out the profile picture. I just want to access that and start using it. So we'll go into our header, and when we log in, let's just go ahead and put our face right here. So we'll just do an image tag. Again, we'll restyle this later, but we can just go ahead and do user. So I want it to keep accessing the same user object. So user.profile profile pic. Is that what I did? Okay. So let's just style that real quick. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Look at that. Working with the chat. I love it. Height. Let's just do 14. Width 14. Actually, let's do like 10. Object cover. Rounded. Right? That's it. Okay, so there we go. So we see the picture. Okay, so yeah, the header looks kind of funny. We'll fix this up in a bit, but for now, let's just do something like items center, then flex. I guess I can put this here. Justify center, and then we'll just add in some gap. Okay. And then, hey, let's just put in some padding, I guess. PY2. Trying to outcompete Zucks anyways, right? Okay, so if we go to the home page, what happens here? So we're in here. We shouldn't get any errors because we don't have the user information, right? That doesn't look good. Okay, so this error is fine. That's just trying to get our user information, and that's because of the get user function on load. That's totally fine. I can just have it ignore that. But now if I log in, let's log in as Sulamita. Okay, I'll have to do a little debugging, but that's pretty good. Okay, now Sulamita's logged in. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's see. So we still have to do the following stuff, but I want to make sure that a user can own their own post. So right now I want to make a post as Sulamita. So we're going to clean up a few things. And I also want to make sure that Sulamita can't delete Dennis's post, but I think I want to add that a little bit later because I've already went through that functionality in other tutorials. That's going to be more like cleanup stuff. But for now, we'll go into, let's see, headers, context, pages, feed. So we're going to go ahead and get the user. Okay, so we're getting the user. And as we submit this, before we were just hard coding the owner ID, and we'll just do user.id like that. So now it's going to be Solonita's post. Is there anywhere else we're hard-coding the user ID? Oh, in the likes section. That's right. So inside of a thread, which we're also going to go ahead and get the user attribute. Current user. Yeah, we want to change that. So const user is equal to user or use auth. It just imports it automatically. So anywhere where we have current user, let's change this. So we'll just look up current user. It's going to be user.id. Current user is user.id. User.id and user ID. What kind of errors are we facing? Okay, use auth is not defined. Use auth is not defined. How is use auth not defined? Okay. Thread, feed. Oh, I guess it did import. Okay, so try this with an image. What's a picture of Solonita can post? Here, we'll go to documents. We'll just upload some kind of thumbnail. Okay, so preview will show, hit post, and now it's not getting Solonita's profile picture, which is fine, because before I was getting it from the preferences, and remember, Dennis has the preferences, Solonita doesn't. That's why we needed to build this into. That's why we needed to build this into a new table. Yeah, we added the like functionality. I think that was like 3 hours in if you want to watch this tutorial. But yeah, we'll test that right now. So first of all, let's go into the thread, and we need to go into toggle like. Oh yeah, that's literally the functionality right here for the likes. For the profile, so now what we can do is we can access the user liked. Yeah, I think I might go for another cup of coffee. My brain is not working. And I think I'm down to keep going until 7 a.m. So coffee might just have to do it. Profile picture. Okay, owner dot profile picture. That should fix it. I'm getting issues or errors. Okay, thread component error occurred in the thread component. What's the error? Cannot read property profile pic. What did I call it? Okay, what did I call it in the header then? User.profile.profile pic. Oh, I see why. Okay, I think I see why. Source is owner.profile pic. Why do I have it stored as owner? Owner. Oh, okay. So remember that custom function that we created? What does that get for us exactly? So here's what happened. So we had this custom function. Whoever missed that, and I'm sure everyone missed it because it was a long time ago. We had these functions, and in here we have the profile picture. So this function gets the owner for each post, and before it would go into, I gotta rework this a little bit. We're basically trying to get the owner of each post, and we basically created this function where as each post is being rendered, because Upright Cloud still hasn't fully developed their relationships, we had to get that ID value and go query the owner of the post, but the post is now stored in the profile. So in this function, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get the owner. Oh, and here we go. We need to make a request to the profile. So the profile. So we also need to do this in a custom function, because in the thread, here's what we do. We call get user info, and inside of get user info, we make a request by the owner ID to get this user's information. I just realized this doesn't have to be in the function. I lied. Huh. Okay, this can actually be easier. I don't think I need to go to that custom function. That would work, but I don't think I need to do that. I think what I could do is I can undo this. I don't need this anymore. I can, from this feed, I don't like the fact that I have to make another call, but that's okay. I can do exactly what I did with auth context, and I can just get the profile in the thread. So we get user info, we get the response, we got that user information. In theory, I can store all the user information here. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and request profile information. And did I import database here? Database from config. I did. Okay, so I have that. So we're going to get the profile from the database document, dev account details. Okay. Create execution. This is going to be user info. This is going to be the thread dot owner underscore ID. And then I can do the same with this. I can just pass in the thread owner ID, because we're not trying to get the currently authenticated user. We're trying to get that specific thread's information. So then what I could do is I can go ahead and get user data. I can do user data dot I guess we can just do profile picture. Profile underscore pic is equal to profile pic. And that should do it, which means that in the thread, I can render this out simply by grabbing the profile picture. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, upright function with requested ID could not be found. Okay, that's not true. Oh, that was a function ID. That's my fault. Okay. Okay. Let's go to functions. That was a function ID that I removed. I thought that was a user ID. Okay. In threads. Sorry, guys. I'll be back in the chat. I'm just trying to get this part figured out, and I gotta focus. Okay. Create execution. We have the function ID. Try to know for myself, function ID. Create execution, and then payload. We're getting the thread owner ID. That's good. That was there already. Collection ID profiles is not defined, which I need to import. Here we go. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay, so now we have posts from each user. So we see Solomita's post, we see her picture, we see my post, we see my picture, everything is working, all the images. Let's just do, this is my second thread. Post it. Boom. Awesome. And we'll add in the functionality so Solomita can only delete hers and Dennis can only delete his post. So let me zoom out a little bit. Okay. Maybe a dump. Let's see. The repo seems to be private. Yeah. I need to fix something there. I'll figure something out. So basically, I uploaded my environment variables into that repo, and I need to take them out, and I just didn't have time to take it all down. I'll do it after the stream at some point. Oh, and like functionality, by the way. So okay, here we go. So there's this post right here. So it has one like. So Dennis already liked it. So if I log in with Dennis's account, this will be red. If I log in with Slovita's, it's not. So if I click it, like, we see 2 likes, and then we see 1. So like functionality is fully built in. What other posts have been liked? 0, 0. Okay, we can be the first like on this one. And then let me like Solomita's post, which we should build in notifications later. Log out. Let's do Dennis. So when I log in as Dennis, I got to fix that login situation. But here, let me like Solomita's post. And then here, see, we already liked it. I should have that to be, I should make that a full heart. React Feather doesn't seem to give me that option. Okay, let me get to this question. Okay, maybe a dumb question, but what was the advantage of using applet function against the client function to get user data? So the reason for that is because, okay, you store likes in each document directly. Yeah, so this is how I'm storing likes. So I'm going to answer both questions. Both are good questions. One, so what I did is we have threads here, and every single thread has, let's find one that has 2 likes. Okay, this one only has 1. Let's just check this out. So this thread has 2 likes, right? So tech Twitter for right now. That's the title of the thread or the body. Where is that tech Twitter right now? So what I'm doing is I'm hard coding the value. So I have it stored as an integer, but then I also need to know who liked the post, because in theory, someone can refresh the page and just keep liking and incrementing it, because we don't know if they liked it, unless I'm storing that in like local storage, which is a terrible idea because then you can just hack around that. So we store each user's ID and we store the like count. In theory, we don't need to store the actual count, but I figured that makes for easier sorting and searching if we need to do something like that later. Okay, so where are we at? God, I really gotta fix that header. I think it's pretty ugly. Follows and comments. So here, I forgot to add in, we need to do user search and notifications. We'll see what we prioritize. So user profiles, we got this done. Perfect. I think we don't need to work on the settings yet. Oh, the other question, applet function. So the reason why, if you look at the function, so if you go to the documentation inside of the function here, we can only get, so there's this method called user.get, and then we get a user by their ID, right? Well, this method, it only works on server-side SDK. So we can't do this from the client side. I wish we could, but I'm sure for security reasons, we cannot, for some reason, it will not let us call this method. So what I did is I chose Node.js as the programming language here. And then I use the Node.js library. This can be done with Python, but if you look at the documentation under the users section here, the method is called get users, and you'll notice it's only server-side integration. They don't have client-side integration. So for whatever reason, Outright doesn't let us get a user like that. We could use a REST API, so maybe we didn't have to create that function. We could have just made a REST call. But then I didn't want to have to go and store the API key in the front end. So I just created a custom function, get it from there, and then voila, there we go. Which now I just realized with the user profile, we can in theory just store all the user information in the profile now and then do that from the front end, therefore not even needing the custom function. What if I want to show in a profile? Okay, I see. Well, if you want to show in the profile page all thread liked by a user, how can you get the original thread liked by a user? So if I want to show in profile page all thread liked by a user, So I want to list out all the threads that I've liked. Well, easily you just do, well, not easy, but you do a search for all threads. You pass in the query, and then what you would do, okay, you would have to get all the threads that you liked, and then you'd have to pass in those IDs into a query for all threads. So you do like list documents, and then you just pass in a collection of threads that you've liked. Those IDs. Hold on. Okay, let me think about this. I think you have a good point. Do we have to? I think we might have to store. I don't like the idea of having to store like almost like a duplicate, but we might have to store the ID of all threads we like too. Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. Really good point. Let's write that as a note. I'm going to see if I can work around this, but look into. Oops. Got a fly in here, or a mosquito. That's just something I didn't think about. That's a really good point. This is why collaborating like this is awesome. Look into storing IDs of threads. Okay, so we're just never going to get to this never going to get to this following section. So let's do this. Hopefully it doesn't cause an error, but let's go ahead and let's add that in real quick because that's a really good point. And that makes me realize now you'd still want to store the IDs of users because like what if like here they can list out like all the people that like a specific thread. So it would make sense to store it both ways. So it's a two-way relationship. So at this point, what I would do is I would go into auth, and then I guess profiles is where it would be stored. Profiles, attribute, and then I guess we could do threads liked. Let's just do liked threads. Be string array. You want to show user. If you want to show who liked a thread, just list all the documents which contained. Maybe the best option is having a collection with each document containing user ID. Yeah, that's what you would call an intermediary table. Let's hold off on that for a little bit. I want some time to think about that because that's both can be a good point. So basically, anytime a like occurs, a new record is formed with the post thread ID and the user ID. And you're right. If you want to show user who liked a thread, just list out all documents contain. Yeah. Let's hold off on that. I don't want to jump the gun and then have to undo tables. Let's go to follows. Maybe we run into the same problem with following, and that confirms our theory. Okay. All really good points, by the way. Good job in the chat. Okay. What am I trying to do? Follows. I'll get to it eventually. So, I guess at this point, what we need to do is we need to create a user profile. Let's finally get to that. So, let's create a profile page. Yeah, they're just such good ideas that you're bringing up with both of you guys. Was it Autumn, Sky? Yeah, both of you guys. really giving me something to think about. Profile. JSX. So what does a profile look like? So we're going to have simply the header, and then we're going to render threads. That's it. I mean, we're going to have these tabs, but we can do those later. So let's start just by rendering threads. Let's go into here. Let's bring in a new state. Let's pull those up. This is why I love live streaming. The errors are annoying to deal with, especially the ones that start off in the first hour of the stream. But getting this kind of collaboration is awesome. I actually learn a lot, especially with something like this where I have no prep here. Okay, so on load, we're going to go ahead and get threads. Let's just go to the feed page. Let's call get threads. Let's just copy all of this. And then we're going to have to modify this. I guess I could put this into its own function, but we're going to its own page. Get threads, database list documents, query. We need to filter. We need to get threads by the owner ID. Okay, so let's do this. I have not done query or filters with app. I did it once, and then I ran into some issues. That was like literally the first day I ever used AppWrite, which was a month ago, 2 months ago. All right, let's see the documentation. That's what AppWrite says about making queries. Hey, what's going on? Is that Youssef? Are you spelling it broken down? Okay. You do the same with followers. Okay, let's see. Map user thread like. Okay, I'm gonna have to watch the chat here. So let's get the profile first, and then we'll go into this. I'm gonna have to save these chats. I mean, I guess they're saved, but okay. Query. We're gonna use a query class. Select. Okay, we tell it which values we're gonna select. Somewhere I should be able to select with the value or search text searches. I'm trying to zoom for you guys. Oh, wrong one. Okay, so we have query search. We tell it what kind of search, and then we look for search is a string attributes. Is there one that's called like text search? Building queries. Okay, I think I get it. Query. So for shouldn't this be attribute? Search is string attributes. Full text search. Let's look this up. Key. Okay, let's do this. So we simply need to import. We need to import database first. Then we need to import from AppWrite. We can add in a collection of queries. This will be the second one. So query.equal, and then we're just going to look up owner underscore ID, and then the ID of the owner, which is going to be profile. We'll click on the profile. Oh, we still need to make the profile page. Okay, so let's comment this out real quick. We need to finish this up before we start running it here. So we have the profile page. Let's import. Use params, I think, is the new one with React Router. I believe that's it. And then we can do const params is equal to use params. And then we need to throw this page in. Profile. Let's go ahead and make this. And this is going to be, how does a thread do this? Threads. I think it just does an @ symbol. I think I want to throw in the keyword profile first. And then we'll just do I kind of want to do username, but it's not unique. I need to figure out how to make that unique. So let's just do ID for now. Let's just test this out, and we'll go to profiles and console out params. Okay, so I guess we need to link to a profile. So let's start by doing that. Let's go to thread. Link drops. Link drops. So we're going to find this owner. Wrap them. Let's wrap the image. Owner dot ID. I'm getting a lot of followers on Threads right now. Is that, I'm guessing that's you guys checking on my profile? See, there's a conversation going on about pagination. Okay, so if I go to the profile, that takes me to each user's profile. That's correct. Okay, so now in here, now we can get the profile. So, let's go to the page. So I should see params, which will have the, okay, so I'm going to get the ID value. So we can just do ID. Now we can go ahead and get threads. And we can pass in the owner ID and then the ID value. Now this is going to throw an error because I need to create an index for this and do a full text search. So let's see. Yeah, the error is going to give us something about dev ID. Okay, let's go through the basics. Dev ID DB, collections, threads. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Now let's get a new error. Okay, AppRight index not found, owner ID. Okay, so at this point, we need to go into, in order to actually search, we need to go into our database. Let's close out a few of these. Okay, indexes, create an index. Index 1. Do full text, I believe we can do that. Let's read the documentation on this. Building queries, okay. So building queries are passed to the endpoint, parameters are generated using queries. Each query. Okay, somewhere we should see indexes. I think it's full text. I think full text will work. Yeah, okay. Let's just try that. I've read enough about it to where I think I get it. Owner ID. Let's create full text search about it and then refresh it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that does it. Okay, so let's just go ahead and import the thread component. And then what we're going to do is just go into feed and let's just render these out. So let's just straight up copy this right here. Okay, so when we go to Salamita's, oh shoot. Okay. When we go to Salamita's profile, we're going to see Salamita's post. And let me just grab this styling really quick. Let's bring this in so the two pages are styled the same. Okay, so if I go to Salamita's profile, I'll see her post. And then if I go to Dennis's profile, I should see only Dennis's post. Okay, so that's good. There's an AppWrite issue about that. You have to delete the index before. You will no longer be able to create an index with the same name unless you completely delete the collection. Oh shit. Just to warn you, don't delete the attribute. That's good to know. I'll have to pay attention to that. Should have renamed it. Okay, so we have profiles now. Let's just link. Let's see. When I go to someone's account, I guess there's no back button, right? Yeah, there's like doesn't take me anywhere else. It would be nice to like throw on a logo here so I can always go back. Here, if I click, well, I guess that just toggles it between light and dark mode. Okay, follows. Oh, we need to build out the profile card so we can toggle likes and follows. So let's just do this. Let's build this all in one, and then we can abstract it if we need here. So this will be the profile card. We'll just try to not focus too much on styling. We'll get it done quick, hopefully. Okay, so we have name, bio. I guess I need to add a bio. Let's go ahead and throw in a bio into a profile. This will be text or string, and then how many characters? Like 5. Yeah, 500. Probably even less. Was it 200? We don't want people writing stories. Okay, create, and then we have followers and links. Okay, that makes sense. This threads lets you create or let you create links. It looks like that's a specific link. Let's see. Yeah, if you here you can see it. So I'm going to create my profile, and it looks like there's an option specifically for a link, which is right here. Here. So we'll have to create that. Let's go ahead and throw that into profiles, attributes. We'll do link, and this will be a URL. And let's do this. Okay, so back to here. So we have name, username, bio, followers, link, and then it looks like there's some social accounts, and then I don't think we're going to worry too much about this section. Maybe we can add that in later. But we're going to have split. We're going to float them to left and right. Maybe we can do like a 1/3 size with a grid. Looking at it. Oh, a second. And then everything else just up and down. Yeah, that should be easy. Okay, so I'm trying to remember how to do grids. Tailwind. Let's figure this out. Profile. So this will be our left side. On our right side. Image tag source. Let's see. Do we have access to the profile? I think we still need to get the profile itself. Yeah, we need to call something that says get profile. At this point, yeah, let's just do this. We'll create a quick function. Let's get profile async. Feed somewhere here. Just grab the same functionality. Get threads. Hey everybody, I see some people are joining. Buzz Adam. I'm definitely going to appreciate that comment. It's the spirit that I needed this time of night. It's 2:30 a.m. Code writer, I believe. Good to have you guys in the chat. 32 people strong, nice. Okay, where are we at? Somewhere I need to get, in thread. Somewhere I need to get the user profile, which I'm just going to copy the code at this point. And just grab that, toggle like. Here we go. So we're going to go ahead and call get profile. Call this profile. User profile. The next stream, you should definitely show us how to steal as much data as threads. I'm working on being big brother like Mark Zuckerberg, watching over you guys. Set user. Okay, we don't have a profile yet, so we're just going to go ahead and set the profile. Okay, profile, in, and the thread owner ID. At this point, we just grab the ID, the document. We're getting collection profiles. And then the image source should be profile. Oops. All right. Here, I think it's because I'm trying to render profile before it's defined. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and set a loading state. Const loading set loading. This is going to be set to true. And then once everything's loaded up, we can just go ahead and we're going to call get threads, get profile. Okay. I guess this could be done here. Should solve it. Okay, why is it not rendering out the post? So, oh, if not loading. Hold on. If loading, okay, so we're not loading, then return everything. That's more accurate. Okay, profile is not defined. Why is profile? User profile. User profile.pic. I need to jumpstart my brain here. Let's just do data. I think it might be conflict with the component name, maybe. Okay, so we're in the profile information. Cannot read property of null reading profile pic. Confusing. Is it really still this? Okay, let's just console out data and just see what we get back here. I just realized, well, no, hold on a second. Where am I even calling get profile? I don't think I'm even calling it. Collection of D profiles is not defined. All right, let's slow down. I'm going too fast. Collection of D profiles. Okay, line 31 on thread client. This doesn't make any sense. So it seems like it's when I'm calling get profiles. Okay, so the errors when I'm, so there's a few errors going on. But it's breaking it when I'm calling get profiles. So when I uncomment get profiles, what happens in get profiles that causes this error? So get profile, database, get documents. So I have database imported. I have collection ID profiles. I have that. And then I have the ID of the profile that I'm trying to get. So something here is not working. Try to replace AppWrite with Supabase. What difficult for me? Are you? I'm guessing you're using Supabase. Yeah, I got to try it all. I can't make my best judgment. I've talked to people that are pretty deep in this world, and I've heard strong recommendations towards both. So I guess it's going to be all just user experience then. See what's better. Good morning. Some people just getting up. Okay. All right. I just gotta just stop and not stress this problem right now. So right now I'm not even seeing any issues. So the reason why they're not loading though, I would imagine is because, okay, hold on, let's see what's happening here. Let's just console out right here. get profile triggered. It says if set false is or set loading to false is not being called. So we have, okay, so we are getting the profile. Profile line 36, that gets called. Get profile triggered. And then, yeah, that looks good. Set profile data. Okay, so why are these threads not being rendered? Change loading to true. Is that, hold on. Okay, so loading is true on the when we first load the page, so we need it to be false. We need it to be done loading. So set false. So if not, oh, okay. That's the condition I need to check. Okay, so we're rendering these out, and then we need the user profile. So we're not rendering anything there. So once we get the profile pic, set user profile. Okay, where's the user profile? User.profile pic. Put an H1 tag in here. Let's just see. Yeah, see, like there's a pretty dumb issue. Just don't see it sometimes. Okay, so we have our profile pic. Why is the profile pic not loading? Let's check our user object. All right, profile pic. So that should be the URL to the image. Let's just go ahead and throw this in here, then let's just see. User profile.profile pic. Does Dennis not have a profile pic? No, it's there. Looks like collection ID. I'm not even seeing a value to it. Wow, I just realized I think it was a misspell. Yeah, that's annoying. Okay, I spelled profile pic wrong. Okay, so there's Sulamita's profile picture. So then if I go, yeah, okay, that'll render Dennis's too. So if I go to Dennis's profile, okay, there we go. All right, so profile picture goes on the right side. So we'll just go ahead and, yeah, that's good. Let's set some sizing. So we style. We're a class name. You're always welcome. Appreciate you guys joining the stream and watching too. It's fun for me. Okay, so let's see, width. We'll just do 24. Height 24. Rounded. I'll do full. Object. Cover. Okay, rounded. Is it rounder now? Rounded. Let me just move this over. Could probably do a little bit smaller. Let's do 22. Let me do 20. Okay. And let's go ahead and put up a name here. So we'll just do a h3 tag. User profile dot name. Right? Did we save the name value? I just realized I don't know if we saved the. Let's just stick with the username then. Yeah, we probably should throw the name value in. So let's just do username. And then we have I guess we're gonna have to add the name value because then we have the username underneath. So that's gonna be strong text size. How do we do text size? This is just text-lg. Font size, text, and then we just, that should be it. Just do 4XL. Okay. How do you go even larger? Oh, it's down there. Okay. 4XL. Okay, so we have that. Guess we don't need to do so big there. 2. Solomita, and then all right, let's just do a paragraph tag. Let's do P. And then a bio. So let's just grab Francesco's bio. Actually, I'll just grab my Twitter bio. Let's just do that. She'll go to Solomita's. Okay, there we go. We got a bio, and we should have a link in there. Let's go ahead and go to our link tree. So we have bio in its own section. Let's just wrap the bio. Promise we'll get to the follow soon. It's good for sure to use at any level. I'll definitely recommend it. Still learn CSS, but yeah, we definitely need relations. I'm going to be picking on them to add that. Okay, and then followers. So we have, let's go ahead and build that in so we can create a followers. We have a colon here. No, just, okay. So it's lowercase then. User profile dot follower. I think it was like that. What did I call that in the database? Follower count, yeah. That's interesting. Is it just off the screen maybe? No, just not showing up. Okay, let's just make sure that somebody that has a follower count. Okay, follower count is an integer. Maybe a follow count. Wait, follow and follower count. Oh, I misspelled it. All right, let's see. So 0 followers. So, okay, I think we can start styling it. So let's just go ahead and let's start by displaying the grid. Got to remember how to do this. So, okay. I don't have that IntelliSense, so let's just look this up. We'll just do grid columns. I guess I could do flex. I just would rather. It's a grid template columns here. Let's just do. Let's use find for this. So grid, and then you set the columns. Then how can you do that on the children? Okay, let's copy this. And I want 2 columns. I don't want them to be 50-50. I want this one to be more over to the right side. And then also I'm going to need to float that element there too. So grid columns. What world we live in is talking to AI. I'm using just React for the front end. Am I explaining it wrong to this AI? Let's try to rephrase this, okay? Use the grid calls class on the first column. Really, that's all I have to do? That does not work. You liar, staying AI. What am I getting wrong about this? Okay, grid calls. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to stick with flex. I can work with flex. There, yeah, that's better. Okay, now we need to add in some spacing. Okay, py, let's do 4, and then also for the top. Let's make sure this is bold. Okay, that looks better. Okay, I don't think I'm going to worry about this little tag. Grid calls items justify start. Is this Zuckerberg from the metaverse helping me out? Grid calls item start. Well, I'm going to stick with Flex right now, then I'm going to reference that because I want to get this header done before we start adding followers. Appreciate that, though. Okay, so at this point, I think the spacing's pretty good. Let's actually add it a little bit more. Let's do 6. And then we're just going to add in some color, and I'm just going to steal it from the thread itself. We're just going to get this color right here. So we'll just do I think you can just do color like that. Yeah, I should just be able to. Oh, text color like that. And that's a little bit too dark. What color did I use for this section here? All right, going on 3 a.m., almost 8 hours in. Nice. Still trying to debate on that 3rd or 4th cup of coffee. I think it'd be my 4th. Okay, the icon is here somewhere. I literally can't even find it right now. Trash icon. Right here. Okay, this is what I was looking for. This is that text color. Okay, perfect. Followers, and then we just do, I'm just going to go ahead and take that same dot right here, and we'll bring that in. So we'll just add another paragraph tag. Now this is going to be user link. I guess I could just do a link tag for that instead of a paragraph tag. So we'll just do an A tag and then href. Then we'll throw this in. So I still want it to be clickable. Okay, we won't worry about the hover color, but let's just go ahead and remind these. Okay, I'm going to get my energy up. I'm losing people. Come on, guys. I'm just trying to survive here. Okay, flex, justify. No, I just do flex and then gap. I think gap should do it too. Okay. Oh, shoot. I just closed it out. Okay, so if I go to Dennis's profile, though, let's see what this looks like. Let's see. If I click on it, followers. Let's just check if we have a link. So first of all, let's just copy the same style. And then we'll just create a condition. And we'll just say if there is a link. So if user profile dot link, then we want to render these out. Otherwise, there's no need. And then we also don't want to render that dot either. All right, let's go ahead and move this back. Oh, I should probably add a fragment here. So okay. Look at that. That looks pretty good. Let's see. I think the profile picture position is pretty good. Only difference right here is that we have this section here. And I could probably add some spacing around the entire wrapper. So let's just do, let's see. So in here, we got this entire div. Let's just do my or m and b like that. We'll just do 10. Let's make it obvious. Let's see. Where did I put that? Oh, that's the wrong element. All right, I think we're pretty close. So now for followers. Now, okay, on the desktop, there's no way for me to follow here. On Twitter, there's this button. So we're gonna have to kind of marry the two. And let's see. Yeah, okay, let's go to the profile. What I could do is I was just thinking I could replace this section with the following button. So yeah, let's do that. I'll just invert the color and we'll throw that in. Yeah, man, still going strong. Android Tech. And they're still coding since I woke up this morning. Yeah, it's 3:05 a.m. for me. Okay, so follow button. Let's do that. Yeah, so we'll just replace that because I don't care to have the Instagram link. We're trying to beat Zuckerberg at his own game, so we'll not link out to his platforms. Oh, let's see what that looks like on my own account, though. Okay, yeah, that looks good. So let's see. Profile picture down here. Let's go ahead and add a button. Okay, so this button is going to change what it says depending on, I guess we can render two different buttons here. So we'll just check. This is where we have to check if we're following or not. We're going to check if what the status is with this user. Let's go ahead and get this button thing. And this is where the more complex logic is going to come in, and we'll figure out our best system for likes. And I hope I can think clearly because this is going to require some brain power. Everything else is going to be pretty easy. This is definitely the most complex part to figure out, at least not to implement maybe. Login, let's just go ahead and steal this button. I think what we'll do is when someone's following, it'll be bolded. If we're not, just like Twitter, I guess we should find someone else's profile. And we'll just go to this guy, see when we follow, and then it'll just invert. Okay. Let's do full. I want to make sure it's fully rounded. Yeah, I think that's more like what Twitter has for the follow button. Okay, and then flex direction. Let's look up how to do flex direction on Tailwind. Flex. It's just flex call. Okay. Fix that ugly header. Seeing people coming back into the chat. I know, I just need to make sure my legs are getting some blood flow. Last time I did a 12-hour stream, I stood up and just got a sharp pain in my legs. So I need to make sure to walk around a little bit. Okay, so, okay. On follow click. So we're not going to worry about what the button's going to look like. I don't care about that. As far as the changing status, that's going to be the final part. But when we click on it, let's go ahead and toggle follow. Let's figure this out. We'll just take this one by one, or step by step. On profile, we're just going to do const toggle follow. Let's see. Okay, so if we go back to our thread component, when we toggle the like, first we checked if we've liked this thread or not, and then we add our user to this post. And then we increment the follow count. So what's the reason? Why would this not work? So I'm going to look for the chat. We've had a few people bring in the ideas behind it. But basically, the idea would be to, let's see. Okay. Let's think of the scenarios then. So we want to be able to see who we follow. Let's just write that in. We want to see who we follow. We want to see who follows us. We want to post from people we follow. Okay, so that's kind of, I think that's like the main point here. So if we, how would we see people we follow with our current structure? I think that's the first question. In our current structure, we would simply just want to see who we follow, so we would just go ahead and grab all the IDs from that array, and then we would pass them into a filter, users or profiles, and say, go ahead and give us all these profiles. So let's look at the queries and see if that can give us some ideas. So, okay, got queries here. Price null starts with. Okay, so I think we'd want to do a full text search somewhere here. So search text. So we would say profile dot follow. No, let's see. Okay. Okay, I need to think out loud then. So I'm trying to figure out how to get all the people I follow, and I can't put together a simple thought at this point. So We want to see who we follow. So in order to see who we follow, what we would do is we would simply list out, would query all the profiles, and would pass in the IDs of the people that we follow. So that means I need to be able to search by an array. So let me write down a note before this thought just leaves my mind. So at this point, to search of IDs. So I need to be able to render those profiles out. Okay, that's one way of doing it. So in queries, search text, okay, search strings, attributes, provide full text search. I'm trying to think of a simple way to do this. Can I really pass in? I'm not sure I can filter that way. Okay, the other alternative was to create the table. And at that point, we should be able to do a search with our ID and the user's ID. And somebody put that in the comment section. I'm trying to figure that out. Yeah, I guess it's not possible to search inside of an array. There's definitely there's a way around this. And the AmpSky, I believe you were the one that provided the solution, right? It was either you and Autumn, I believe. So I'm trying to go back to the chat and figure that out. So let's see, somewhere in here, you brought up the reasons. And again, it's just at this point, okay, so, show like by users, stored instead of threads. Someone, right, each document contain user and thread ID. Okay, so that's for the likes. Show user who liked your thread, just list all the documents contain a thread. Okay, I know the solution isn't that hard. If you want to show user who liked a thread, just list all documents which contain the thread ID. Someone's asking if I'd given up on using Django as a backend. Absolutely not. Definitely not. I love Django. There's just different ways. Oh, here's the solution, or one of the solutions. Map user thread like. Yeah, this is the part of the stream where it gets boring because I have to think. I'm trying to process something here, not put myself in a hole. This is literally one of the most important parts: likes and follows. Follower collection which contain user ID, who follows someone, and user ID of the following user. So you're gonna have a follower collection that's gonna contain the ID, contain the user ID of who followed someone. So basically the relationship isn't fully, I just realized it's not two-way necessarily, because I can follow someone and they don't necessarily have to follow me. So let's just try this. Let's map this out. So let's write some notes here. Yeah, this is the solution. I mean, we're really close. Poor brain. Follower collection ID which contains. Oh, you're totally fine. I can understand what you're saying. Okay. So we have a table with a follower ID. And we're going to have the user ID, so the user that's being followed. So this will be like a follower table. Okay, then if I want to query and see all the people that I follow, I would query the follower ID, and that's it. So it would return a collection of all the. I'm trying to think of all the scenarios right now before I start implementing this. Okay, so then how would I return the user? So then I don't want to store the user information. Then I'd have to go through and get each user. Then I'm still passing in a collection. Hold on, no, then I'd have to, all users. Dang, this is harder than I thought. Okay, let's just go back to our likes table and see. Okay, so for the likes table, the situation was we want to see all threads we liked. Okay, so if we want to see all, okay, let's just start with this thing. Maybe this can help. Just list document contain the right follower. Just list document containing the right follower ID. Okay, but I'm still trying to figure out how that render a list of users that I'm following. List document containing follower ID. Yeah, that doesn't. How would I get the user object in this case? That's what I'm trying to think of. So let's go back to my likes notes. See all threads I like, so I can return an array of IDs. That's what I have. I could iterate through and query every single thread that I liked. That's an option. Let's just write that down, even if it's not a good one. I don't think it's a good one, at least. Option number 1. List all. Map through of IDs and 3151. Okay, so then I'm gonna have to make a bunch of requests. So if I liked hundreds of posts, I'd have to basically do what I did with the threads themselves. I'd have to send a request and grab it. Okay, so that's not the worst idea. Meaning it's not. I think it can work. Option number 2. Just list document containing the right follower ID. And then the second scenario would be similar to follows. See users. At this point, I'm seeing the same data structure. Well, you wouldn't get all 5 million users at once. That's the thing. Just like we're doing it with threads. That's kind of what I'm trying to think out. I'm trying to find the flaw in this, but if we have 5 million users, well, we're definitely still going to have, meaning 5 million users liking a post or following someone, you still don't get them all at once. So what you do is you would just start iterating through them one by one, and you'd render out 20 at a time or so on, and you just kind of go from there. You just paginate them, just like we do with a thread. I mean, I guess I can't go to the home feed here, but even if I'm on Twitter, I mean, it just paginates it. I mean, this data still has to make a request. Like if I look at the network request, appreciate you. Was that Marcel? Appreciate you. Thank you for that comment. It's really nice. From the Philippines. Okay, so as I'm iterating through this, if we look at our network requests, we're fetching more data over here. So I don't see that being an issue. It's still having to fetch them technically like one by one. Now sorting, that's going to be a different issue because then you have to actually get the user information. So yeah, I think let's look at the other scenario. Okay, see all threads we liked. We get the list, iterate through, and render them out. See users that liked a thread. We get the list, iterate through them, render them out. Worst case scenario, we can adjust this data structure later. For following, we want to see who we follow. We get the IDs, and we render the users out, and then render them one by one. If we need to search, if we want to see who follows us, same thing. We want to see posts from people. Okay, this is the part that's a little bit different with follows. We want to see posts from people we follow. Okay, so if I'm rendering a feed right now, we're just listing all posts, we're sorting them, and then we're rendering them out. If I want to, let's see, if I want to get, how do I do this? Let's go to our queries. Let's see how we filter this. Okay, so we have to filter it somehow. So we need to pass in our IDs. That's tough because then we have to first get the users we follow and then see the post. So let me just write that note down. This can help me think a little bit. So get users we follow and get their post. Okay, so we go one by one then. This is the part. This is where your 5 million user theory kind of makes sense, where we have to get every single user first, and then go to their post and then sort their post. I thought I had this figured out. I totally had a note that I wrote down for this. I didn't really think it through too well, but I thought it was simpler than this. Okay. This is our note right here. This is what we need to figure out. All right, I'm going to stand up for a minute and just kind of think. Stretch. Let's see. This guy's getting hungry, so I got to feed him. Go take care of that right now. All right, let's go get you some food, buddy. What do you mean by, hey, Dennis, what's his name? I don't get that question. Who are you referring to? Let's see. Okay, here we go, theory. So make the feed idea. Okay. List people who follow. List people who follow. Okay. Or who you follow. Get last post from each person who follow organized array of people. So you're saying just don't get, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Don't get all the posts. Let's just go with it. We have to go with something. I'm going to keep this one. So let me just write this note. Appreciate that idea a ton at this point of the night. It's 3:30 a.m. here. Okay, so let's try something here. Because really this is the one. Is get the post. So we can just try. Who knows? After we implement this, another idea might pop into your mind. That's usually what happens. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay, so let's just go with it. So let's see. On our profile, first thing we have, okay, we have a follow button. On follow click, we need to toggle. Let's just start this right here. So we can go here, toggle follow. Let's just go ahead and add that. We'll deal with the styling later. On click, toggle follow. Yeah, this video will be uploaded. The only problem though is StreamYard only uploads 11 hours and 55 minutes. So if I go over 12 hours, I think I might be able to take it down and re-upload it, do something like that. So we'll see what it keeps. Okay, so I click it, toggle followed. Okay, so let's go ahead and check. Let's see, let's go to the thread. We're going to use a lot of the same functionality there. Okay, straighten up, focus. Okay, users who liked. Let's go ahead and just copy this functionality. Okay, users who, okay, users who like would convert to users who I follow. Let's go to the database. So I'm looking for following. Okay. Let's turn this to following. Okay, so this is the current user. Oh no, this is our user. So we want to get the currently active user. So not this the user profile, but we want to get the logged in user. So user use auth imports that for us. So we'll get our current user and we want to see who we're following. User dot following. Okay, so we get the people that we're following. Let's just copy this condition. So if following, hold on, okay, if following includes this current user, so user profile ID, user profile ID. Yeah, that's right. Then we're going to go ahead and get the user profile ID. Users who follow. Well, I'm trying to. Okay. So following the index of the user profile ID. So we're putting them into our follow list. Then we're just going to, so if we're already following them and we click on this, we're going to go ahead and remove them. And then if we are not following them, we're going to add them to the list. And then here, let's just, okay, then we're going to go ahead and update our user. So at this point, we're going to send payload. We're going to update the user's follower count. Okay, hold on. What are we updating? We're updating. We need to update our both users, I think, right? Yes, this is kind of why it gets weird. Okay, so this is where the intermediary table seems best. Okay, let's just see. So we're updating our following count. And let's just do followers. And then this is going to be user profile dot followers. And then same thing. So technically, I think I need to ask this question once only. Here, I think we could let's just repeat the logic just to make sure that there's no inconsistencies. If followers includes user, followers, user. So we're just kind of inverting that. And then payload is equal to followers. And then we have the follow count. Followers at length, and then payload 1. Payload 2. So this is going to be following. And following count. I guess I don't need the following count. I don't think I need that value. Okay, then we're going to update a document. This is going to be collection profiles. We'll do response 1, which is going to take in payload 1. Again, I can rewrite all this. I just need to. Response 1 is going to update our user. Response 2 is going to update user profile. Are you putting object key inside quotation? What did I? Habit, I guess. Talking about this right here. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to, I guess. Let's just see what kind of errors I get. I just know I'm going to get something. And we'll worry about the UI later. Okay, let's see. Okay, cannot read properties of undefined and includes. Okay, what profiles number 50 or line 50? So this first one, following user. Okay, I just realized I need to do user profile. I think that should do it. And then I'm updating. When I send a request, I'm updating by the user. By the profile, I think. Okay, collection, user profiles. Yeah, so I'm updating by the profile, which has the same ID as the current user. So that should work. Oh, shoot, look at that. Let's see what kind of responses I got. So followers, follow count didn't get updated. Following and followers, so it didn't officially update, but it looks positive. I mean, I'm not getting an error. Update document, collection, profiles, payload. Okay, so what does the payload say? So following is, so payload 1, following. Let's just console out the payload. Let's just see what's going on. And then payload 1 following goes ahead and adds that. Then response 1 should add the following count. Oh, okay. So that did update. Why didn't I do it the first time? So now when I refresh, okay, let's just check the user then. Let's go to the profile. Okay, so this first user, Salamita has a okay, hold on a second. So it should have updated. Okay, so we're actually making some progress. So Salamita should have a follower count of 1. So if I refresh this, let's see, why is this not working? Profile, follow count. So let's go to the profile and see why that's not rendering. So that's partially done. I'm seeing progress. Follower count. What am I updating? Which one? Follow count and follower count. Okay, so it's updating the wrong ones, but we're looking good. Okay. I definitely feel like I'm making this harder than it needs to be. Why did it update Salamita's okay, so it updated Salamita's followers. Followers is good. Follow count. Okay, so I think I need to follower count. Okay. Okay, so I need to update that. Okay, so there's one follower. That's good. And then we'll just manually update the follow count because we're not following anyone with her. And our code is rewritten. Okay, so when this is updated, I think what I could do is response 2 is going to update the profile, which means I can do set user profile, and I can update this. And that should update the UI for me. So if I hit follow, there we go. Okay, so that's working. So we're updating the UI for the count. If you don't see that, to the left here. Okay. I also need to make sure that as I'm logged in from Dennis's account, that Dennis updates who he's following. Okay, so right now it shows I am following. Okay, it looks like Salonita's ID. And then if I unfollow, it removes it. Okay, so far so good. This is working how we needed. Okay, so at this point, I guess what we can do is we can change the UI real quick just to kind of just see how this works. So let's just go ahead and change this button so it changes. As we click it, it's going to be a small update, and then we need to actually make use of this. So button follow BG. So we need to get the background color of our entire app here. So we just want to invert it. Or can I just do no background? I think I can just do no background. Border. Let's try this. Okay, so we have two different buttons. And let's just change the text. So this will be following. So white will, the full background will prompt you to follow, and then the other way. Okay, so oh, what the heck happened to this button? So we can add this condition here now. So we'll just go ahead and check this. We'll just do if, let's see, user profile ID. Hey, Yusuf. Thanks for stopping by in the chat. I'm doing okay. Doing pretty good, actually. Just pretty beat. Okay, so I need to take a walk or something. Usually I take breaks in between. So we'll just check if following includes this, then we'll just render out the user profile ID. All right, where was it? Where's the button? Okay, here we go. We just want to render this button. And then else, stick this guy out here. Let's see what kind of errors we have. Following is not defined. Okay, so we're just going to do if user.profile following includes, and that should do it. Okay, so I'm okay, so it's just the other way around. That's it. Other than that, it's working. Okay, so I'm following, and then we should make sure that that doesn't change the logo or the positioning. So let's just do items center. For now, we're going to leave that. It's a small thing. Color and text is different. I'm not sure which one you're referring to. If button actions are the same, why not condition on button text only? You're saying like the class and the text? Oh, because we need to change the styling and that. I figured it's just easier to create both buttons. Because we're going to have to add in the two different classes. Oh, sheesh, I jammed my finger. Two different classes and two different text. Oh, okay. So, all right. So we have that, and then when Dennis logs in, so we'll just do. Oh, here we'll log in as Sulamita. We do have to go through some debugging. Okay, let's see what's going on. Why won't we log in? Okay, app write exception. The current user is not authorized to perform such requests. Oh, we should probably give this user the authorization. So I think what that's doing is when we created our collections, so we need to add in some abilities for both users. So we have threads, which we need to give permissions to. So before we just did any, which I thought would include all users. And then we have profiles, and I thought we gave all users the functionality or the ability to view the profiles. Okay, so just do a little bit of debugging here. I'll just start cleaning up our code. Okay, so we're following Sulamita. I think it's because we're not logged in, so what I'm going to do is probably just privatize that route. So password 123. Okay, and then let's say Sulamita goes to Dennis's account. Sulamita can follow Dennis. And I probably should make it so Sulamita can't follow herself. Because in theory, right now, Sulamita can make herself a follower of herself. But we'll work on that, cloning threads using full HTML. Okay, so at this point, I guess we need to add in some users, but I want to add in that ability. So we want to actually try to filter some of these followers or some of the posts. And I want to prioritize posts from people I follow. So I might have to add in a few other users, maybe add in some registration, and then go from there. And then we obviously still need to add in user account editing. So let's just go ahead and add this in. I mean, this is a lot to do for sure. So let's change this to user Count editing. Okay, got follows partially done. So let's think. What do we have here? So we had this note, get only the latest post from people we follow. So the idea was to map through an array of IDs of people we follow. So when we go to get post, when we go to the feed, we just go ahead and list documents, and this is where we want to change something. So first we can query all the people who follow, get the followers. Let's just try this. The following IDs, we'll just okay, get the following IDs, get profiles. The latest post. I guess from there we can yeah, that actually makes sense. I think we can do that. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out if I can put this into like a custom function so I don't have to do all this in the front end. And if there's any benefit to that too. Hold on a second. What if I did that idea? Okay, if thread owner IDs are in following IDs, does that make sense to get that? Can I do that? Let's go into the queries and let's see. So search keywords. So we can do owner ID, and then we can do contains. And you see like one of the values. So in between price range. Okay, let's just go here. Select. Okay, those are just select values equal to. Query greater than, between, starts with. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to go with this then. There's one other solution that I thought about, and this is potentially more practical than this. And the idea would be to create like a feed. There's a feed table. No, that's not. I almost thought about creating a table, and like as users would post it, it would send out a request and update every user that follows them. So let's say 5 people follow a user. When they make a post, it would like update their feeds. Let's see, I want to make a Kanban board using Django and Node.js. Can you help me? I saw your video, but it's simple. I need to. What's a Kanban board? I'm not sure what that is. And why would you use Node with Django? Confused. I'm talking about 2 different languages. I'm curious on what the approach is. Okay, so let's just do this. We need to at least get this following. I need to add in some functionality in here. So first, we're going to get the followers, or the following IDs. So at this point, what we could just do is go ahead and just get our user. So we have our user in here somewhere. No, yeah, we do. Okay, so user const following ID. Okay, we'll get the user.profile. I think that's following these, right? Following. Let's just do following. Okay, so we're going to start by getting the list, and we're just going to go ahead and go and get. Hold on, maybe this is easier. Do we have to get the full profile? Can we just get a document? Let's go to the threads section. We want to document that contains this owner ID. Oh, that shouldn't be hard. Yeah, that should be easy. So let's go ahead and, when did I comment all this out? Oh, it's this comment that was incomplete. Okay, so we would just continue with this response. I'll just continue to repeat it here. Response data, list documents. And we'll just filter it so we can just do what we did with the profile. Okay, somewhere here, equal to owner ID. Yeah, this is definitely easier than I made it. Just we're going to sort by that, and then we're just going to get const feed. So let's just do this. Go ahead and create a loop. Going old school here, so we're just going to do following dot length is greater than I. We'll just do I plus plus. Then we can just go ahead and call this method. Actually, as we can probably get. No, we actually need a list. Okay, response to let document collection. Okay. I.id. Right, so we're just going to get a single post, and let's just console out each response right now. There's probably easier ways. I mean, I know there's better ways to do this, but until we figure those out, this is just how we start doing it. Okay, response list document. It's Halcon. That's a theme. So if I just go to preferences, color theme, this one here, HALCYON. Okay, so let's check this out. Response feed line 36, is that the right one? Okay, yeah, so we're iterating through. Let's just make sure the follower ID is good. That's the ID undefined. Okay, so we're oh, duh. Okay, so I don't need it. It's not a. All I need is just simply the value, because it's just it's an ID stored in there, so it's not an object. That was my mistake. Okay, so with that, 5 documents. So let's just get the latest. I'm trying to think of. I guess I can throw in something into this query. We'll just do query limit, and we'll just do 1. Query limit. So we only want 1 item. And that's going to return an array. Documents. Okay, so now what we can do is we can just go ahead and do feed post. And we're just going to spread out the new array. I think that's how you can concatenate 2 arrays. I know there's different ways to do that in JavaScript, but I think this one will work. And then at this point, I should be able to console out feed post after the loop. Assignment, constant variable. Oh, let's do let. Following is. Oh, I think I just spread out this object. I'm not trying to concatenate. Well, I am trying to concatenate two arrays, actually, I just realized. Yeah, okay. So that should be good. Okay, so feed post, and then we go to feed post, get additional posts if necessary. We won't deal with that. We're just going to see people that we follow. Then what we can do is just go ahead and take this set threads function. We'll just do that at the very end. Let's just undo this. I already copied that, so we'll just keep that commented out so we can look at the old code. That's when we can modify it. And let's see. So now document ID is missing. What's going on here? Feed post. Okay, so hold on a second. Feed post response. Okay, so I don't want response.documents. So I get in the original and then the documents. Okay, I think that should be better. Feed post. So it looks like that's in. Okay, let's look up find right when my brain doesn't think. So JS concatenating. Okay, how long is this going to take? Well, we're not trying to get this done fast, but we're still far away, a long ways away from getting it done. I mean, ultimately, it's not going to be done. We're just going for the main functionality. I'd like to obviously get it done, but yeah, we'll see. Okay, let's just choose how to concatenate. Array one, and we can just do concat. Oh, I want to do spread operator, so oh, really? I just spread them both out like that? I guess that makes sense. All right. It was halfway there. All right, look at that. So Salamita is on the home page, and Salamita will not see her own post anymore. I guess, do we want to see our own post? Okay, so let's just do this. Salamita's going to go to Dennis's account. Salamita will unfollow Dennis, and then let's just go back to the home page. And now Salamita doesn't see any post. So if I'm on Twitter and I'm on the home feed, I think I do want to see my own post. So let's at least, yeah, let's do that. Let's see. How do I want to do this? I think I just want my latest post too, but it shouldn't be priority. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and throw in list documents, following ID. I guess what we could do is we can just call this one more time before, and we can just get our own ID. We can just say user.id. And yeah, we're going for prototype, so this code is redundant at this point. So we get the response. Okay, so let's bring in another user. Let's go ahead and we don't have registration in right now, but let's I guess let's do it. Let's build in registration real quick. Okay. maybe if someone interacts, let's go to the chat real quick. I think I can build in, because I wouldn't mind building in the ability to upload a profile picture, doing that kind of stuff and making that more dynamic. So if we build in registration, I can demonstrate how users that we're not following, how we won't see their post. So right now, like I said, I guess it's pretty easy to demonstrate, but that would be a nice feature to add, especially if I'm going to upload the source code. Let's see, as you post, let's pull up this message. As you post, it makes sense to see it indicated by yourself. Yeah, you'll still be able to see. Yeah, you're right. Well, we added that functionality. Maybe if someone interacts with post. Oh shoot, my bad. Your voice is. Appreciate that. So it's actually getting hoarse at this point now because it's been up for a while. Yeah, I've been coding 9 hours straight. Took some small breaks, like a 5 and 10 minute break, about 2 of those. Okay, so all right, let's like I said, we're trying to get the main parts done. Let's go into adding comments now. Okay, let's clean up a little bit because this header is looking pretty miserable here. For one, I want to add in some space to this header. Let's do that. And I also think that let's see. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to not follow threads is the idea, and I'm just going to put like a logo, and then we'll just spread out the navigation bar like a normal nav bar. Because I just think it's going to be hard to fit in all this information and have it still look good. Okay, so we'll just go to the header. Let's just fix that up because that's something that you see on every page, and it's starting to bug me. So let's go ahead and go back to header component. Let's actually check off the following section. Let's mark that as complete for now. Still could add notifications and user search. So I don't think those are top priority. But if we have time, we'll see. Okay, so header. Let's see, user. Well, let's go ahead and style the entire header. So padding top and bottom. Let's just do 4, and then px. Let's do 4 and 8. Now we can remove this padding right here. Yeah, man, I sometimes lose passion for it too, and it's usually when I'm working on something that I don't care about. That's the hard part for sure. Like, you got to find something. It's just a tool to do something. I love it just because it gives me so many capabilities. Like, there's so much stuff that I can do because of it. But there's times when I absolutely hated it when I was working on certain projects, just because I hated what I was working on and either wasn't passionate about it or didn't like who I was working for. Yeah, this is actually something that's been on my mind, Alex. As I'm trying to get back into streaming and coding, because I've been gone for 10 months, React and Django is definitely going to be a stack that I'll be using a lot. We'll definitely have to put something together there. Okay, so when we click on our profile picture, I think that should automatically link to our user profile. So we want that, and then we also want a logo. Okay, where is it? User. So we'll just wrap the profile picture in a link. And then we'll just throw in user.id. What did I do here? Oh. At one point I had Prettier installed. And it's like this auto formatter. I don't remember uninstalling it, but I think it stopped working, so I uninstalled it, and I need to figure out how to make this work. Let's see if this works now. It's supposed to automatically format things for me. Let me just try to let's try to close this out and just reopen it. So I really want to use this. I'm really tired of having to fix indentations and all that. It's kind of a pain. All right. So yeah, it doesn't seem to work. That's weird. Enabled everything, just yeah, I don't get it. Yeah, because somebody was telling me about it. I mean, I've used it before in the past and I loved it. And then, like right now, I have this space and I look to just hit save, have that get fixed automatically. But yeah, anyways, so we have the profile link. So a user should always be able to maybe set default formatter. I don't think so. Shift Option F. What does that do? Is that what my problem was? Shift. Use the Mac keyboard. There's a multiple formatter. Really? Shift Option F. Seemed like it did something. Trying to use my Mac because I have a Windows keyboard. Oh shoot, what I do. Okay, so I have to click Shift Option F every time. Can I just automatically do that with Control Save? That'd be nice. Change the setting and format save. You know what? I'll do that. I'll do that later. I'm gonna start getting distracted. Okay, I'll look that up. Appreciate that. Wow, for a long time I've been annoyed that I didn't have it, and I just enable auto formatting. Just look at this. Yeah, anyways, we'll do that later. Okay. Okay, so back to my point. So when I go here, it takes me to this profile, but I also want to be able to go back home real quick. So let's just actually create some more space between these users. Start with that. Yeah, let's just do 4. Let's be cheery. When a user joins, we'll just do an exclamation point. And I think probably just completely. I don't know what the heck I was trying to say. My tongue just got twisted. Oh man! Wow. Try to say like 5 things at once. I think I'm gonna make this. icon smaller. Let's try 6. Okay, that looks a little bit better. And then let's just do paragraph tag, I think. Yeah, I like that welcome message. Okay, so probably can make these a little bit smaller. Let's make the text size text SM. Okay, let's do I just want to make that a little bit smaller. Okay, so logo. Okay, so on the left side here, we're just going to go ahead and insert a logo. So let's just do a strong tag. Yeah, that's going to be our wonderful logo. We'll just do flex items center. Right. Justify between. Okay, that's a little bit better. So I wanted it. I think padding's good the way that it is. For this, let's look up Instagram logo Google font. I've used this before, so let's just go to find a Google font that represents the Instagram logo. Where did I use it? I've used it somewhere. I can reword that. They're saying it's a custom design, but I found something that's pretty close to it. I'm trying to remember what that was. Okay, well, for now, let's just do class and then text for Excel. I think that's how I can do it. Just go in a logo. And I have an old repo. Let me just look this up. So just do GitHub. I'm still at Django. People keep thinking I'm done with it. Absolutely not. I'm allowed to try out different technology. Django is definitely my first love. So I need to find what was shared with me. What was it? Well, we'll leave it at that for now. Okay, so that's our logo. For now, let's just do like the A symbol or the at symbol because that's kind of what the logo looks like. So that'll be the logo, and then let's just link it. So we'll do link, and then this will send us to our homepage. And we're just going to home. That's it. And text color. Okay, how do I do text color? I'm trying to remember this. Text color with Tailwind was this one right here. So text and then just a color. Okay. Okay, that'll be our logo. And let's just do 6XL. Let's try that. Yeah, let's see. Okay. So this sends me home. Okay, so Lamita should be seeing Dennis's thread though. So did I unfollow Dennis here? Okay, so let's see, what was Dennis's profile? Okay, so it's because we're not following Dennis. So we need to go ahead and make sure we're following. And then here we go. So there should also be a way to search users. So let's see how we can add this. So we might need to add in some things to our menu. I want to be able to search users, and I kind of like the idea, or I definitely like the idea of having this be a username and not an ID. So what we could do is, let's see, when we go to the profile, we have this right here. When we get the user profile, what are we querying? So we're calling get profile, which calls the profile collection, and we should be able to just do username like that. Then we can change this to username. I want to see where else we're using the ID value. We're getting this user's thread, so we don't want to, at this point, we need to be able to get user profile ID here. So we might need to change something to make sure that we call this after we get the profile, even though that won't stop it, so we'll figure something out there. That might cause an error, but let's just see anywhere else where we're using the ID directly. Okay, so it should be good for now until we get that error. Then what we want to do is we need to change up the links here to the profile. So in thread, we need to pass in the user link to profile picture. Okay, this is going to be the owner.profile username. That should now link to the username. And then I think that's it for links. And then inside of the app.js page, we're going to do username. And let's try this. So we'll go back to the home page. Okay, what's the issue here? VS Code theme is Halcyon. It's H-A-L-Y-C-O-N. I believe that's how you spell it. Okay, cannot define username. Where was this rendered? In thread. So in thread, owner is the owner of the post. I think owner, we just passed in the username directly like that. Do we not have the profile of the owner? Okay, user info, user data. We set the owner profile pic. Where do we set the username? We need to make sure this is unique. That's the part I'm trying to figure out. So now if I go to Dennis's profile, document requested ID not found. Okay, so what's happening is we pass in the user. So in the profile page, we used to get the ID from the parameters. So we called use params, and then we were able to get the ID, and then we use this ID to get the threads. So what we could do, I don't like nesting this, but we could just get the threads after we get the profile. So I want to see if there's a better way to do this. Because when we get these, we use the profile ID to query the threads, and that's the value that we're storing there. So for now, let's do this. Get threads, and then we'll just do owner ID like that. Then we're going to go ahead and pass in data. Profile. Data.id. That should resolve this issue. Let's just console the ID then. Okay, get threads, owner ID, query, get all the owner. Okay, let's just console this out. Maybe this is incorrect. Console.log, owner ID. Yeah. Should at least pop up. Okay, in data, we get back an ID. Oh, we're not even getting anything. Okay, documents. Okay, so when we're calling this custom function, okay, we're getting profile. Database.get document. Okay, we need to pass the document ID. Okay, I didn't think about that. Yeah, it's definitely going to be scalable as they add features. That's for sure. I'm still trying to make decisions right now. I've seen people do a lot with Firebase. I mean, build out large applications, and there's nothing that there's nothing that Firebase does that AppWrite shouldn't be able to do, at least in the future. So let's see. I mean, like I said, the biggest issue we've had so far is the relational database stuff. That's the downfall that I'm seeing right now. Let's try to do this. Maybe we can. So this get document. I think we have to use an ID. So if we can use a username, because in most ORMs you can use any attribute you want. You just query it, and as long as it's unique, it'll work. So let's go ahead and see. What I could do is I can query the list then, and then just get back the first object. Yeah, let's just do this. Let's change this to list documents. So the way I'm seeing this is that we're going to need to do query because I specifically want to search this by a username. All right. So we're going to want to set a limit. I want to get this value here. So go to profile, so query, and then we're just going to do username is equal to username. So based on the params, we want to get 1, and then we should be able to just get the first item. So before we do all this, let's go ahead and let's console out data, and we should be able to just get the first item. So let's try this. Okay. 40. List documents, we get the collection. Okay, so this needs to be a list. I forgot about that. Or didn't notice it. Okay, so get profile is triggered. Where do we console out the profile? Database list documents, we set that. Profiles, okay. So we're passing in, I believe, all the right parameters. Okay. Just want to see if this is where the error is occurring. Here, let's just set loading, comment that out so we don't render anything, just to see if we actually have errors. Okay, so that means that something's happening right here. Database.list documents. We get 1 element from the collection profiles, and this is where it happens. Okay, client index not found. Oh, okay, so index, that's right. Okay, so we need to go into index now. Okay, so in profiles, we need to create an index. What do we? Okay, we don't have any indexes, so we'll just do. This is going to be username. I think we can do unique. Shoot. Okay, let's. I'm trying to think if I. Okay, let's just see what these. Let's check it out. Let's see. Indexes. Okay, unique. These indexes do not allow duplicates and are useful for indexing unique identifiers. Okay, that sounds like what I need. Full text. Okay, so how do I search? So in that case, let's just try this. Let's try doing. I hope it doesn't shoot us in the foot, but Let's try doing unique. Attribute is going to be username. And let's create it. And let's just see. Okay, let's console out data. Let's just see. If it's unique, shouldn't it return an object then, right? Oh, is this? Oh no, it's still an array. Okay, so can we just get the first value, right? Oh wait, hold on. We're gonna do documents. So data dot documents. And get the first value. Okay, yeah, that should do it. So we can just go ahead and set the user profile. Now we can get it by username. Yeah, I would definitely recommend having a better way of doing that. Like I said, I understand that this will all be fixed, so it's kind of cool to see this in this early phases. Okay, so now we can get users by their username. Cool. If we go to our own profile, oh, that should be linked up. So let's just go ahead and change up all the links here. So in our header, profile picture is going to be username. I believe I have to go to the profile, user dot. User dot profile dot username. Like that. There we go. So we have Salamita. She can always go back. Let's say we go to Dennis's profile. She can always jump back. Let's see what looks good. Cool. All right. Well, let's see. What did we just get done? Let's take a step back. 9 hours and 47 minutes. All right. Comments. Okay. We're still going to have to restrict users from editing other users' posts. So Salita can still edit Dennis's post. We want to stop that. But I think what we can do is we can move on to comments. Now I'm going to stand up for now. Let me stretch a little bit. I want to be running on 24 hours of no sleep by 7:30. And actually, I did take a nap for like an hour today, so 24 hours with one nap. Okay, so the view page. So what we're going to do is we won't allow comments in line. I'm just going to create a page. So if you look at, let's say, Francesco's post, if we click here, what it's going to do is it's going to create the same post. And notice the post has a little bit different styling. So if I click on it, it doesn't, it looks like it's aligned differently. So here, usually you have the profile picture, and then you're going to have the post indent. Then here it's going to be at the top. So I'm trying to think if it's even worth recreating that, or if we should just keep what we have. Because right now I'd rather just get the thread component, render that, and then just go from there. So I think I'm going to start there, and then if anything, we'll actually go through and modify that. So let's go ahead and do the thread page now. So we'll go into pages. We're going to call this thread page just in case. Function exported. Appreciate it. Respect in the comment section. Import thread, and this is why I wanted to do this, because we're going to have a naming error, so just or a conflict. Okay, we have our thread. And we're just going to need to pass in the thread. So when we're rendering our feed, we pass in sort of the key, but we're not going to worry about that because we're not iterating through an array anymore. Man, our code can definitely be cleaned up. Okay, so let's see. Thread and the set threads method. Shoot, I think I'm gonna have to create a full new component for this. I think I'm gonna build it out from scratch. So, meaning I don't need that set threads method. I don't want to update. Yeah, there's no reason for me to update the array in the home section. So let's just see, what does a thread look like then? Yeah, there's a lot of functionality here that's good, and there's a lot that we don't need. So set threads is called when we delete a thread. I didn't really think about this. Well, this is a good time to take a break and explain. So Infinite says, I'm new, can you explain? So are you familiar with what threads are? Zuckerberg's and Elon Musk's fight between each other. So this is threads.net. Zuckerberg basically created his Twitter clone, and I'm creating a Twitter clone of Zuckerberg's Twitter clone. So yeah, they basically created it. It looks exactly like Twitter. There's only on desktop I can only view a profile, and then that's it in a post. On a phone, I can actually make posts and so on. But if you look at it, compare it to Twitter, it's literally the exact same thing. So I am streaming, building out their clones. So yeah, that's what we're doing. So we're building out all the functionality. We've built out things like likes, follows, some authentication, styling, and so on. So yeah, that's what we're doing. Okay, let's see. Where was I at? Okay, so the thread component. So we need a lot of this functionality, and now I'm rethinking this whole set thread state, because just because of this function, which I think I can just ignore, we might have to rebuild the entire component. So let's just do this. Let's leave it in the thread page. Let's pass the thread in. So what we're going to do is, okay, I might just have to reconstruct this thing actually, because I have to pass in a thread, which I mean I'd have to get the thread from the thread page. We're going to want some kind of ID. So let's go ahead and import use params. Params. We just want the ID value. Then we're going to have to get the thread ID, or we're going to have to get the thread, pass it down. Okay, so we don't get a thread anywhere here. So I guess what we're going to do is in the thread page, we're going to want to get the thread first. So we'll just do const, use some state here and use effect. Let's see, get thread, set thread. This point is going to be null, and then if not thread, we don't want to return anything yet. So if actually, I think we'll just do a loading state. That's better. So const loading, set loading, state loading is true. So if loading, go ahead and return. See, Dennis in the chat, where am I from? I am born and raised in the U.S. actually. My family is part Russian, part Ukrainian. We're from Odessa and Kyiv, so way back when it was the Soviet Union still. And then we left in 1990 or 91. I was one of the first kids in my family born in the U.S. That's my backstory. Love your dedication. 9 hours. Yeah, I'm going on 10. Okay. Theme is Halcyon. Halcyon. Okay. Get thread. See. I want to set loading to false in here at the end. And we want to get the thread by ID. So let's go ahead and let's import database. ID dev, is that what I had it as? And then okay, so we need to import that. Database dot get document, and we'll just do db id dev collection, and then the ID. That should return the object, and then we should be able to set the red right after, I believe. Response from here. Const get thread async. I'm writing this function in the wrong area. No. Okay, third here's the parser, but just fine. Okay, let me just. A spacing thing, really? Okay, so then we pass in a thread. Any suggestions from Masoom? Hey Dennis, any suggestions for someone starting React Native? Do you think native languages would be better? You're talking about like Android and iOS development. If you're just starting, I would go with something like React Native or Flutter. I think those are good. I don't think you need to necessarily go the other way. Yeah, I think that's perfect. There's a lot of good content and they're very easy to use platforms. You can always go backwards. I mean, I got started in web development for making WordPress websites. And then I started learning, actually it was Wix, and then WordPress was really advanced for me. And then I got into WordPress because I started running into limitations with Wix. And WordPress got too limiting. Okay, so I need to go ahead and actually link up this page now. So inside of our app.jsx, we're going to import the red page. Let's just do ID and thread. And probably should link to it. So at this point, let's just, how should we link to the thread? I guess the entire body could be linked up, the body and the picture. So let's just try linking these details up and include, let's start with the comment icon. Let's just start there. Let's go one by one. So the feed or thread here, it's gonna be kind of like linking to itself here. That's the irony. Yeah, I gotta separate this into different components. This is not that good. I just need to figure out exactly what code I want to keep and how I want to separate it, and then go from there. So let's see, inside of thread body, here we got this comment message circle. So let's go ahead and add a link right here to, and this is going to send us to thread, and this will be thread ID. Edit the thread. Joseph says, this is how devs usually be, working on the machine for long hours. You're doing great work, man. Big up from Kenya, Africa. Yeah, it's usually not as pretty as people think. And in the first iteration, this is one thing. I get a lot of crap in the comment section for this, and this is kind of hilarious to me, but first iteration of code is always going to be crap. I mean, you're just trying to theorize an application. You can't just wireframe it from the beginning because you can't think of everything. And then not only do you have to think of as much as you can in the beginning, you have to figure out how those tools will work with each other. Like, for example, our thread component. I built it in one way, and then I realized in order to make it reusable, I have to build it in a completely different way to make it work within a thread page. So like your application gets restructured all the time. You make iterations. So this is one of the good things about live streams is you get to see that early phase. I know live streams are usually a little bit more hectic. Like I didn't even come with a plan. I did that live. This is why it takes 10 hours so far. But yeah, it's the early phase of just trying to figure stuff out, and it never looks pretty. I mean, my code, I can comment on so many things that I'm doing wrong in practice of how it's being structured. But yeah, I mean, here we go. I shouldn't have this ID in here, but I got lazy because I'm trying to produce a prototype first, but this should be hidden. So stuff like that, there's a lot of structuring things. So let's see, the request model, DB ID dev. DB ID dev is not being imported, or what's going on here? Thread page, DB ID, dev DB ID. Okay. Actually, I realized I probably should rename it the other way because it should be the item. So it's a database ID dev. So I'll probably rename that later. Okay, let's check this out. Okay, line 31 functions. I don't think that's an issue we have to necessarily worry about. It's something with our custom function that I need to figure out. So I think we're good if I refresh it again. Okay, so now let's click on comment, which I need to change the color to. This takes me to the page. Okay, that's good. Let's just change the styling. So, or the styling of the icon. I should take deep breaths, get some air in me. My rabbit thinks I'm crazy. He's just watching me, wondering why I haven't slept for almost 24 hours. If you don't know, I literally have a rabbit sitting next to me. If you didn't join earlier when I showed him, he's a funny little guy. Okay, feed. Where are those icons? Okay, oh, that's in the thread component. And let's see, color. think there's just a color attribute I can set. That's going to be white, like that. Right, yeah, that's better. Then I can probably set the styling because it's all aligned to the left here. So let's set a wrapper. The component itself doesn't have a size, and I can probably create a container soon. I mean, this is another part of that perfect styling, no container. The design, well, the design I'm stealing from. No, if you start watching the stream, that's always when I struggle the most. But I stole it from Threads.net. I'm rebuilding their application. I'm literally copying this app and I'm building my version of it right here. So this is literally our comparison. So the design is still from them, and I just closed it out by accident. So that's how we started the stream, doing that. The part that I struggled with the most is the fact that I started off with Tailwind, and this is my first time using Tailwind. Like seriously, like I've never used it in a stream, and I've never used it in an application other than just practicing with it and like small little apps just to practice with Tailwind. But so I'm like having to remember all the class names. I mean, it's just CSS, but class names are different and there's a different format to it. So like, yeah, I'm not setting any variables for my CSS classes, which I should be doing, and configuring that entire theme. Okay, so let's see, what am I trying to do? Oh yeah, threads page. I'm gonna steal this layout from the profile page. I'll always create a container soon. So we put this in a container. So now when I click on a thread, let's go ahead and view Solomita's. There we go. So if I click on Francesco's thread, let's find one without an image. This is what it looks like. So ours has more spacing at the top. Dang, I keep closing it out. Should I make it wider? I guess I probably could make it because I have it at 600 pixels. Okay, hold on. Does it get wider? No. Okay, so it looks like it's about 600 or 700 pixels. Maybe we can try that. So Francesco. I'll tell Francesco to jump on my stream. Let's see if he responds. Oh, I can't comment. Let me comment. Francesco and I are good buddies, so let's see. We'll see this comment appear here in a second. There we go. You should see my comment here. Okay, so let's replicate this. So let's actually go in here. Let's go to Solomita's post. Make it more clickable. Let's find one. Okay, so I made it 700 pixels. I think 700 is better. I'm going to manually just. Okay, I think they're at 800. Oh, sorry. Maybe they're at 800 pixels. Let's try this. Okay, I'm literally going to put my finger to the screen and measure it. Yeah, they're at 800 pixels. So we'll do that too. Let's just go ahead and see if that's the problem. Is I have to reset this in every page, so I could create a container. In fact, let me just do this. Let's create a component called main layout JSX. React arrow function component exported. We'll just go ahead and add a class name. Let's go ahead and take this right here. Main layout. And we'll fix our little bugs here. Okay, children, we'll just render that down or pass that down. And then now I should be able to just go ahead and remove that div everywhere and just add in the layout here inside of. Let's see, I could add it to each page individually. I don't think I want to do that though. What I want to do is go into app.jsx and then just wrap these. So let's do import main layout. Go ahead and add this under the header. It also means I can go ahead and just remove this header here. And I don't need this anymore. So I could just go ahead and just do this. So what I would do instead is wrap this in a div. Which means that we should have two headers now. Second, let's see what kind of error am I getting. Oh, I didn't import header, I think. Import header. To watch Francesco's message, see if he responds. He says when. Let me send him an invite link real quick. Invite. See if he joins. Okay. Somebody was, what's Twitter? It's a thread up. Oh, that's funny. Oh, I can't like. Dang it, freaking Zuckerberg! Fix your app, or let me fix it for you. Okay, we'll add the ability. I mean, we already have the ability to do things from the desktop version. Okay, so we have two headers now. So what I could do is just go ahead and go into app.js. I can remove this header and I can remove this import because that's now in my main layout. Now with that, let's see. I could just go ahead and remove this right here, so I can just create this as an empty fragment, I believe. So if we go to the profile, we should still have all our styling. So let's go to profile. Perfect. Okay, I'll put in my headphones just in case Francesco joins and decides I don't notice him. Let me just let him know I DM'd him on Twitter. Okay. Yep, I'm streaming for 10 hours already. Okay, so where was I? Oh, I'm removing all the classes that are repetitive by adding a layout. So we have our profile. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. The red page does not need this container anymore. Or shouldn't need the container. We'll just make that an empty fragment. All right, let's even get rid of the div. So login. Login, I think we're going to keep. Yeah, for now, let's keep that because it has the styling's a little bit different. But any page, there we go. Any page that uses that will now have it. Okay, there we go. So that's a little bit better. And now if we, hold on, why is it? So this is the feed. Why does the width on this one look different? Okay, so the zoom is the same, 125%. Oh, it's literally like, that's funny. Okay, that's better. Okay. All right, let's see. Let's make sure we can actually click on a thread, because that's gonna be annoying if I want to be able to actually click on the thread itself and then visit the thing and the image. So we'll go into thread component. Okay, so we have that around the comment button. We'll put this around. Let's just do this around the entire thread body. Backend is using Apparate. Okay, so that changed the styling. I want to make sure text is white. Okay, that looks better. So now I can click on it and I can view the thread. Perfect. Okay, so making this a little bit easier to use. Okay, a form and then comments. So the form, so it tells me to get the app here. So let's kind of replicate this, except for what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to keep this same comment form with the ability to upload too. So we can go to the feed page and we're going to have to steal some of the functionality here. So we'll take this entire form wrapper, put this into the thread page, and this will go underneath. I'm obviously going to have to upload some of these values. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of cleanup work to do. So in this form, we're going to have our thread body, thread image, upload handler. Is there anything in here that says we can't put this into its own component right now without having to do a bunch of configuration? Let's figure this out because I don't want to repeat all this. So the image component, we're going to need to add that. On submit, or submit, handle submit form, send it, and then we, this is where lifting our state might help. Let's repeat it for now. This isn't going to be fun, but we need to do it just to get this done. Okay, thread page, handle submit. We'll go back to the feed. Let's just copy and paste a bunch. We'll have to create like a thread context. So we have hold on a second. So handle submit sets the threads, which here we don't want to do. Hold on, no, we're not updating threads here, so that's a lie. Comment that out. I'm a software developer and I have a life and I love my life. Sometimes, yeah, it can hurt for sure. Continuously coding, you're talking about today? Today, well, 10 hours and 19 minutes. It's been Friday night, so I started coding yesterday at 7 p.m. and it's 5:21 a.m. And I think the sun is actually going to start rising soon. All right. Okay, so let's actually think about the data structure. So let's uncomment this, and what I need to figure out is what's going to happen. What's going to happen when I submit this? So comment, is this going to be a different database item, or is it going to be a thread? Because what you could do is you can actually make a item. I've done this in different applications. You can typically make an item a child of itself. So for example, a comment would simply just be a thread, but it's like a sub thread in a sense. So let me. I'm going to take a quick restroom break, and then we'll keep thinking about this. So let me just. Okay. So, let's see. So if I do that, all I would need to do, if I decide to make a comment, a sub-thread, here's how it would look. So in the database, I would simply create a new attribute, and it would be called parent thread, and it'd just be the ID. And then in order to render it out, how does this look? So when we're calling threads, we need to make sure that the thread doesn't have a parent ID. And that's kind of the frustrating part right now, is I feel limited with my queries here. I don't feel like I can exclude a value, or can I? Let's try this. I'd have to update my other queries because I wouldn't want to render comments in the main feed. Or should I just render them out differently? I think to keep it safe, I can create a table called thread comments and then just modify a lot of this functionality. So let's do this. We're going to create a new collection, and we're going to call this thread comments. And I think it'll keep it simpler for now, and then later on I can always fix this. So the thread comments. So this is our new table. Let's just go ahead and say any user can read, or anybody can read, and then we're going to also add a role for all users so they can create and read. And let's just go for full CRUD. Okay. Now what I could do is build out, so the comment will look exactly like a thread itself. So we'll just add in all the attributes, create attribute. This would be the body. Again, this is why it's useful to just, here, let me check this query actually. So can I exclude? Between is null, is not null, starts with, ends with. I need to exclude a value. I don't see anything with exclude. Okay, query class. Yeah, okay. So at this point, unless I'm missing something, we need an exclude method in order to do it that way. So we're going to have to just do it by creating a new table. So save. So body, string, comment will also be 500 characters. This will be required. Default value, we don't need anything. Create attribute. Character, this will be owner, attribute owner ID. And this is simply going to be a string. And we'll set it to 100. Default value, well, we don't need anything there. Let's see. This is going to be likes. Here, let's actually pull up a. So owner ID image. I guess we can allow people to, for now, let's not worry about images. I'm going to leave that out. So we won't deal with image uploading and all that because you should be able to put that in a comment, but I want to focus on just getting the comment there. So owner ID body, users who liked, let's just do that later. So let's start with owner ID and body. Let's just get the base comment in, and then we'll go into other features depending on where we're at. So, okay, so I have a little bit of OCD, and it's been bothering me that this is lopsided. So I need to fix that. There we go. Okay. So, right page. Let's start with the form. So we have the form. We don't need this input ref right now. We don't need the image because we're not going to worry about that. That'll make things a little bit easier. We don't want that, and we'll just do justify end. I believe that'll move it to the end. Just do comment body. How's everyone in the chat doing? Yeah, 32 people in right now. It actually means a lot to me when you guys say hi, so I do appreciate it. I'm not asking you guys to say hi, I'm just saying, but it actually, like, sometimes I feel like you guys think I might ignore it if I don't see it, but it actually means a lot. It just feels cool to interact with the audience. Definitely matters. Okay, comment body. I'm also don't like asking people to like a post or a video, but if you enjoy this content, please make sure to click like. Don't smash that like button. I hate when people say that. Set comment body. Francesco says okay. That means join. Probably needs to put on his makeup before it gets on. Oh, this is the dependency, right? Okay, hold on. Where am I even at? Ooh, there he is. Fran, what up, buddy?
It's incredible. It's incredible, Danny. So I was in a call like 2 minutes ago with my community, but I saw this live stream, but I couldn't join. So what are you doing? And hi, everyone. And I can stay for max 1 hour, but this looks amazing, to be honest.
Well, we're building a Threads clone, man. We've been using you as a prototype. So in our mock-up, I literally have screenshots of you in here. Your face is, you've been a star.
Amazing.
Of this entire stream.
First of all, you are a genius, Dennis. So kudos to Dennis Ivy is the evil genius. I see up right there. It's amazing. It's amazing. I'll make a post now and also promote this stream a bit, but maybe next time tell me a bit before you do it. But
oh yeah,
that.
I was just going with it, and it just kind of happened to work out that way.
So hi everyone! Don't forget to subscribe to this amazing channel. Okay.
Here, let me,
nice. How are things going?
Let me show you let me show your channel real quick. Everybody, this is Francesco. I know a lot of people know you already here, so
no,
just in case.
Wow.
Francesco, you're the one I was telling everybody about you. I thought it was cool, and I did a 12-hour live stream one time, and you made me look like a fool because you did it 6 times already.
For what?
Live streams. You did like 6 live. You did 12 live streams.
Sometimes 12 hours, some 6 hours, some longer, some shorter. I am a fan of this. So no, what am I doing? You distracted me. I was about to post my YouTube channel instead of yours. So that I'm sharing this. But yes, so nice. So how are things going? How are these?
Here, I'll show you in a minute. Let me
show me the state.
Channel.
I'll do the PM role here. How are things going? Show me.
It's going awesome. Here, let me. So I just tagged you. I think. Okay, hold on. It's not letting me. Why is it not letting me do this? Francesco. Okay,
the thumbnail is amazing, by the way.
That's funny. I literally just scrapped it together in like 2 minutes. I just found a good image, and then I was able to crop out the backgrounds. Found a good one of Musk.
It was very great. So let me share this.
So
it's genius.
You want to see the app?
I don't know how much you could do in a while, but 10 hours. You've been live for 10 hours.
Yep. Started.
You are crazy.
Started at night, so it's 5:38 a.m. right now here.
Wow. No, I thought it was 1 hour, not 10.
No, it's 10 hours.
You are crazy, Dennis. I think I'm crazy. I noticed that all my friends are crazy. So probably this tells something about me. I don't know. All my friends are crazy.
I was gonna say, yeah, they usually said something about you. Here, I'm trying to show you the app, and I was in the middle of editing a page, and I think I added a bug. So give me a second. Let me figure this out. Undefined username. Okay, here we go. So this is my Threads clone right here.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so
nice.
It should be rendering my. What the heck happened? Oh man, I totally screwed something up. Okay, hold on. You're just keep entertaining yourself, so I don't look stupid trying to show off my page, and then also.
This is not saved. This okay.
What's not saved?
No. This file before. So I made this.
Oh man, where was I? Okay, here is the Threads clone. But for some reason, it's not rendering Solomita's profile.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I literally have see, right as you joined, I was in the middle of writing a hook.
Yeah. I'm sorry for. Nice. So, what are you using to create it, Django?
Appright and React. So this is my.
Interesting.
So check this out, Francesco.
Appright should be happy about this.
Is it with 2 C's like that?
No, 1 C. It's like Francisco. There is no such thing as 2 C's after an S in Italian.
Oh, okay.
It's illegal.
So check this out. I'm going to go ahead and screenshot. I just screenshotted you and me here. And I'm going to upload it. So Appright for file storage, all that. So this is the post now. I make the post. And look at that. So I can like a post here. So I'm still working on comments. That's actually what we're working on right now. But likes are working, and I want to choose that hard to fill in. But then if I so right now it only lets me view people's posts who I'm following. So if I could go to Solomita's account, for some reason the layout here just messed up. So I'll fix this. I just changed some styling, but I can follow Solomita. So I just unfollowed her actually right now. So it's all live. It updates, and then if I go to my feed, I won't see her post. So the following works, likes works, all that functionality. So yeah,
nice,
making it happen. So just introduce some bugs in the moment, but yeah.
Nice, great progress. Nice.
Yeah,
I didn't know this.
It's nice to talk to another human. You know, I've been talking to my rabbit all day here. He's just he's sitting here.
No, I can't remember. Maybe you went live now. Maybe this is early morning. No, because I remember it was online, but I think I was doing a run or doing a space.
You were doing Twitter Spaces. I saw when I started
Yeah,
going live.
someone Ninja invited me, so I said yes. We should do more stuff together, Dennis. Yes, we can do some stuff
for sure. I'm trying to get active with YouTube, so I did a couple of sponsorships. So that's been nice to do, but trying to get back in the game. I did a stream for a bit, and somebody asked me, what's the last video you put out? And I was like, oh, maybe a month or two ago. And I looked at my YouTube channel 10 months ago.
Okay.
Look how fast time goes before you realize that.
No, it's really mind blowing. Like it's yeah. It has been 2 years of me being a developer advocate already.
How you liking it? You're freaking traveling everywhere.
I like it a lot, especially the change I made, because I was working for another company, and now I'm working for Daily Dev for almost 2 years. In October it will be 2 years, so it's a lot, but it's great.
Are you enjoying the traveling at least, right?
Yes, but the traveling is not much involved with Daily Dev. It's just
not much. You're traveling every month.
Don't remember me this. I have another trip in 3 weeks. I'll be in Germany and then India in a month. So,
jeez.
But it's and I'll be in Miami in October. And now, last week, I understood that there is the DockerCon in October in Los Angeles. So I'll be also DockerCon in October. So if this happens,
Los Angeles, I might have to go to that.
I'll be to the US 4 times this year, only in the US, which is a lot.
How was Render ATL? Is that still one of the better conferences? Because it seems like that's the one that gets all the hype.
It depends how you define a good conference, but probably one of the best, top 3, I think, Render ATL. From
like our network, I think, from like the
network perspective, probably number 1.
It seems
probably
like
number 1 from the networking perspective. Conference top 3, I think. So
I was jealous. I told myself in 2021 or 2022 when everyone went, and that's the first time I heard about it. I told myself I would go, and then this year came around. Life just doesn't line up that way. You get busy, and then I'm like, dang it, because I saw it last second. I wasn't paying attention to Twitter at the time.
I had some FOMO in 2022, so I booked the Render ATL ticket in September 2022. So I booked the very early bird ticket. I say, okay, next year I think it's May. It's so far. It ended up being 3 days after my travel in Poland, when I did 3 talks in 4 days. Like I came back on Saturday. On Tuesday I went from Poland, and Tuesday I went to Atlanta. And this also screwed up totally my nice sleep schedule has been totally screwed up. But now I'm back. But like it really caused me some problems. And then I've been also to Romania, but in Romania as a developer advocate, so I didn't have to take days off to go to Romania because I made a presentation for the Dev. This looks amazing, man. It looks amazing. This clone that you created. Also the colors, I like that you captured.
I just stole them from them. I'm just trying to fix this right now. How's your public speaking been? I mean, you started off like I literally saw I remember your first talk, and I watched it. You're nervous and all this, and then
I published it. So I made so my first public speech. It was the end of May 2022. So now I made 12 conferences as a speaker in 1 year and a month, which is a lot for having also a full-time job and all the other stuff. So it's a lot. And the best is that now I'm way more relaxed. When I do a presentation,
that's what I was gonna say.
I'm not anxious anymore.
Right?
I'm not anxious anymore. So when you're not anxious, you can also put, I don't know, something that happened to you this morning, or something strange that happened. Or for example, during the last presentation, I said, okay, so this is a very super simple presentation. Turn the PC on, and I had like a network issue. So like people started laughing, but it was funny. I mean, so it's I didn't feel anxious at all. I'm a bit don't want to say anxious, but like this will be the final thing. It will be the next presentation. It will be in Germany and Berlin at the We Are Developers Conference, and it's the main stage. So like thousands of people. So
that's your biggest talk, probably.
It's probably the biggest tech stage in the world that I know. Then I don't know if there is a bigger one, but it's for sure one of the biggest one that I know. So it's good, but it's good. It's good.
Dang. Yeah, my brother said the same thing. He does a lot of talks. He speaks at like, here, let me just move the camera so I'm more looking at you, because
It's okay.
It feels impersonal, you're right here, but I'm watching you here.
It's okay. Hey, Manish, let's bring some more people here.
Oh wait, hold on, I kicked you off the screen. My brother does the speaking stuff, and yeah, he was basically saying, he's like, when you get used to it, you don't have to, like, you're not worried about messing up anymore. And it's kind of like with streams too. Like that's what the 12-hour streams broke me out. Like I remember early on, it was like I was stuttering. If I messed up, I'll start sweating. Now it's just like whatever. It's annoying if something happens. But you just go
now
with it, and you have fun.
At least now now I would mess up, or I would mess up with some friends at my home. Like it's the same level of messing up. I don't get nervous. A trick that I used, which is a bit strange. Like I was so used, basically I came from live streams to public speaking. So there's a Docker file in this project, and so I pretend. So to get less anxiety, I pretended to be in a live stream during the presentation.
Oh, really? I was gonna say, are you gonna picture everybody naked? Is that the cliche trick, right?
Yeah, I don't know. No, all these mental tricks, they never work for me. Like, so basically, like to get relaxed, I was looking at the camera recording the talk.
I see. Okay, yeah.
Which usually gets you more nervous. But if you're more used to live streams, you say, okay, so this is like the camera. I pretend to talk with the camera, and also, for example, doing a presentation is amazing if you have friends of yours or someone who is very into the talk. They really like look at you. They say,
giving you feedback. Yeah.
If you have like one or two people like this in the presentation, it's amazing because they give you like energy, like they give you like the feedback. And yes, hats off to Dennis, of course.
You know what helped me was I used to I'd watch different streamers, and one, do you know who George Hotz is? You probably know who that is, right?
No, whom?
George Hotz, Geo Hotz. He's like,
I heard it. I don't know.
Super nerdy. He actually worked
I don't know
Musk
that
on
he
Twitter
streams.
for a little bit.
I know. Yeah, I know who is him, but I never watched his live streams. I prefer to watch your live
streams. He's
very.
I mean, I don't. His style is definitely different than mine, but his presence and how casual he is, it blew me away how he can captivate an audience, but just totally not care and just hang out. Like he's literally like he's just talking to a friend inside his room the whole time. Like he'll get up and he'll cook himself dinner and this and
like Nicholas White style. I don't know, something like that. Like super relaxed.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, but I
like him.
Does Nick does he do technical stuff? Usually he's more of just like casual. Like I guess you're right. Yeah, I guess it is that style. It's George Hotz is just on his own level.
It depends on how you intend a live stream. It depends. For example, I do live streams when I did one very short yesterday, just update and talk about some bits of content creation. I like also to do some like when I code and I already know what I'm about to code. So this is usually also a good format. And then the live streams when I have no idea what I'm about to do. So this is like one of the ideas.
You just try to announce that, I guess, like tell people like, hey, this is going to be a casual, I'm just coding, but it's not necessarily going to be a tutorial or something like that. Like even with this one, it's like, hey, you're going to see what's happening. Like I'll show you all the code and I'll talk through it. But, in a recording after, maybe I might put timestamps. Just don't expect to, I don't expect anybody to sit here for 10 hours live, and watch it, So it's like one of those type of things. Like as long as you're kind of clear with the audience, you give them the chance to, you're not trying to hook them with something and then not give them what they came for,
Yeah. And I don't know, you probably know this, but like YouTube gets you max 12 hours on the live stream,
that. I know. So is there
so either
streamer still records more of it, so at least if I get the file, I think I might have
maybe you can start recording when it's about to end. I hope you get some rest, but if you want to keep going for 1 hour 30 minutes, maybe you can record. No, it might be a nice trick because maybe you can record that and then you can publish another video. So it's like this is the final part. I don't know. So maybe you can make like a whole recap of everything you do, which is a sort of like.
I might do that. I might summarize it because I figured people actually probably want to build this. So here's kind of the issue though. Threads, I don't know how long. What's your opinion on Threads? Do you think it's going to last? What do you think?
Social media is all about numbers, so it has more than 80 million users. So this is something.
So
it's not blue sky. It's something because it's a lot of people. So what you are freezed? Okay.
Am I?
I'm alone on the Dennis Ivy's YouTube channel. No. Okay, you are a bit freezed. Okay, now it's okay. So now we have the hype. There will be for sure this will go down. For sure, in 1 week this will go down, almost sure, unless it really goes to skyrockets. But let's say the normal stuff is that the hype will go down in 2 weeks. So then, what will happen? You know, the famous graph, like high hype, then it goes, and then the plateau of like productivity. So we need to see what will happen after the end of the hype in the lowest moment. If it starts to grow up again, or it just dies. So this will be the things. I think that also it will depend on what Twitter will do, because if Twitter does a couple of more dumb moves, it might be. You see now, Elon Musk is not tweeting about stuff because they are a bit scared that like it's like I don't know where someone is winning a war. Like if you do a mistake, it's like if Twitter I don't know goes down for 12 hours, it will be a real problem now.
Yeah. It's an interesting thought. I think we kind of have the same conclusion. I'm a little bit more pessimistic on it because I think it's hard to create a copy of something that exists and keep the momentum. And I kind of use like the bar analogy. You ever been to a bar that you've been to before and it's like it's dead, but the last time you went there it was a vibe? Sometimes they do everything to set up the environment right and nothing happens just because the people weren't there. And I feel like Twitter had that initial rush of people, and then to create a platform that's lesser than Twitter, and you have to admit it's not as good as Twitter as far as like the features. I think it's gonna be really hard to keep that. The reason why they have this many users, and you track daily active users, not users. They're just simply importing users. So really, like it's not new users. How many people signed up that didn't have an Instagram? So that's the part.
True.
You know?
This is true, but I have to admit that the engagement is not bad. So
it does seem good. I'm more optimistic over what was it, the 6 or 7 other social media platforms that Dorsey tweeted about. He said we wanted flying cars, but we got 7 Twitter clones. This is the one I'm most optimistic. If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be this.
But for example, this morning I made a Instagram live stream to other 3 friends of mine just for fun. But we ended up like using Instagram because we say that maybe it's connected. I'm also growing up slowly on Instagram now. So this is backed up. I don't know if we ever had a Twitter clone app baked up by a huge company. It's always like something new that people like.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Let's see. No, you're right. I'm trying to think because Blue Sky. Right, Blue Sky was like a Twitter clone.
Blue Sky had a huge hype. I was also there. But I think I did a couple of mistakes. So but jokes aside, the first mistake is that like I made a presentation about Blue Sky. I tried to contact them like I'm about to do the presentation. They didn't care. They never replied. So I'm a bit upset with them. But so that's the first mistake. No jokes. They closed. They made this like. Supreme tactic, like marketing tactic, to don't invite anyone. It's great, but then you have to do something. You can't just keep the doors closed for 3 months. So they absolutely lost the train. I don't understand because people have the hype, okay, but after 2 weeks you do the second round. You invite
and hype goes down quick. It's literally like a couple days even.
Yeah, so they basically stopped getting users. So it's. I don't know. You have to get users. I mean, you can get a hype, but then you want the users in some ways.
Yeah,
so I don't understand this. And then when I post now on Blue Sky, I got 0 engagement in all the posts. So
engagement here is good. Like Salamita post. I think she created an account. She got like 100 followers, and like her first post is like 70 likes. It's like literally everybody liked it. I mean, they're also recommending your post a lot too. They're trying to create that engagement. Like I go on my feed and I see people I do not follow. Like. So they're really trying to make sure that people stay active.
And also what I did is also that they made an amazing job at making the onboarding process as
Yes,
fast as
it's
possible.
very seamless. Yeah.
It's I never saw, because of course since they are backed in Instagram, say like use the same profile picture. You already have the handle. You can import your bio, import your link, and you are there.
Yeah.
So it's because many times people say, "Oh, I don't have a handle now. I'll create it later." But basically, I think they got almost 100% of like people ending up at least making one post.
Yeah.
Because
I can't remember. You're right. You got to get them to that like aha moment, that first move with it. I can't remember. Did you have to create a new email and password, or was it just imported too?
no, because you join with your because you join with your Instagram handle. That's the trick.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's right. And that's it. It's that seamless.
It can be bad because maybe you have a bad Instagram. For example, my is Francesco Ciula Roma, which is like the place where I live. I don't know if I always live in Rome, but this was like the handle that I put. I didn't plan to travel so much when I created the Instagram account. So you already have something, let's say. So it's otherwise I think many people they get blocked when they have the handle. Say, I don't know, I'll create it later. But like this on a world scale, it has an impact. Like you have like half the users. Like if you create the handle, and then also they think that the Instagram influencers, so let's say people who have a lot of followers, they are trying something new, so they don't start from zero. Maybe it can be a bit strange, but I mean they can basically have. I mean, there are people who are on Instagram and they hate Twitter. I know many people who are like this because they have Instagram but they don't like Twitter. But the people who have Instagram now, they are trying this for sure. For sure, people who have Instagram, because we are talking more from a Twitter perspective. But people who have Instagram now, it's a no-brainer for them. This app for sure is better than Twitter for them now.
Yeah,
because maybe they didn't have even a Twitter account, so maybe they already have more followers on this new app rather than on Twitter.
Yeah,
I think.
I'm personally still not a fan of Twitter, but it's like one of those things where it's like, at the end of the day, you're still gonna need to communicate, and it's just something that you kind of need to have. Like I've always seen it that way.
Yeah.
I think it's too easy to growth hack Twitter. Where YouTube you can definitely growth hack, but it's going to take a lot more effort to create a video. I mean, thumbnails and all that. Twitter, I can probably grow a channel. I mean, I'm not downplaying how hard it is to grow, but I'm pretty sure I can chat GPT my way into growing on Twitter. I can probably have a web scraper, just go find certain tweets.
Yeah, there are ways, but the thing is that Twitter, as any Twitter clone, is a place where it's like a place where you can connect. It's not where you actually create a lot of content.
Yeah, that's the way I've seen it. Exactly, you said that right. It's a place where you connect, not necessarily where you're creating the content.
Yeah, and also I think on Twitter there are many strange things, like if you post with a picture, if you say, I don't know if you notice that if you say threads, you get less engagement. I made this as an experiment. If you post I love Twitter, I got like hundreds of likes. So it has some processing. I feel that there is some processing behind that. So instead that it's very dry. For example, on Twitter, I always wait at least 1-2 hours before posting. On this app, I have no rules. Just post whatever I feel, and it's great.
Yeah, they're fire hosing it right now. Like if you want to have an easier jump, start early. Like I don't always buy into the you got to get an early thing, but it definitely helps.
No, sure. It's I mean, it's for now it's worth it because it's there are many users there, and but I'll keep discussing about this because it's interesting and also unexpected. I also had to create another account of
freeze
accounts on Threads, and I hated this, but yes, it's Dennis, it's always a pleasure to be on one of your events. I see that you always do great things. If you're here, don't forget to support this channel, amazing channel.
Yeah, thanks for jumping on. Like I said, I saw you're active. I'm like, hey, I can use a little break. By the way, so now I just fixed it. So it looks like when you got on, I must have hit backspace and I deleted my Flex class. So if you look at, let's just pull up your accounts. This is what I was kind of trying to model here.
Okay.
If I go to your profile, So this is Sulamita's, this is yours. So it looks, I don't have the logo. So the issue here is Threads doesn't have a desktop version. So like there's certain functionality, like for example, I had to add in, some logout functionality because you can't log in on web. The ability to create a post, like they don't have this. You can't create a post from.
You have to check from the phone. Okay.
Yeah. So I kind of had to improvise a little bit, take care of stuff like that. Like just before you got on, that was why I saw your post. If you go back in the stream, I was literally watching this, trying to replicate which tweet, this one right here. I was looking at this post, and I was just building the individual post page. So like when you click on a post, looks like there's a little bug here, but
the individual post.
Yeah, well, that's where one of the bugs is right now. I'll figure it out. But anyways, I was just styling it. But yeah, I don't want to hold you long. Like I said, I thought it'd be fun just to bring you on.
No, it's for me. It's always a pleasure to be here. I'm Italian, by the way. Yes, you got me from my
Francesco
accent.
Is Francesco is probably like by definition Italian. Like if you think of Italian, you just Francesco. That's it. So yeah,
I'll take this as a compliment, not as an insult.
Oh, it's not an insult. You're just the most Italian person I know.
How many Italians do you know?
You talk with your hands, you eat pizza, you take pictures
People
of your
from
food.
Rome are really stereotypes. From Rome is a classic. We have the stereotypes of Italians, of course. And so I had I forgot what I was about to say. I have a space in 30 minutes invited as a guest, and then another one in 1 hour and a half. So I have this stuff. But yes, it's I suggest, by the way, to check this app, at least this weekend, and then we will see. It will probably hit 100 million users in a couple of days. So it's interesting because Twitter has less than 500 million users. Twitter. So like the numbers
Twitter has 500 million. And
less than 500 million. Yeah. And Instagram has 2.4 billions. So like the numbers are
they're just importing users.
The numbers are scary, and we'll see, because I'm sure that some people, I don't know, they've been busy. I don't know. Some friends of mine, people who are not much into social media, they still have to join. They are slow. In Italy, they are super slow. So, and also people on the TV, they are calling it threads instead of threads. I don't know why. Don't ask me why they call it like that on the Italian television, but this is the level of pronunciation of the Italian TVs. And yes. Yeah, be careful when you mention mafia, because mafia is something bad, of course, that kills people. So if you joke, it's okay, but be careful. Be careful when you mention. It's like when you mention, I don't know, Yakuza or like something that they have not a good reputation in Italy. But we understand that abroad we take this as a joke, but just for yourself, don't joke about mafia in Italy, because people can get you seriously and really kick you for real. They relative skills. So be careful, super careful.
I need some wisdom from you, Francesco.
What?
I need some wisdom from you. If you can finish your sentence. Sorry, I interrupted you, but I want to ask you something.
No.
What do you think is one thing that Threads can do outside of what's going on right now? They have hype. What's something that they can do or they need to keep going? Like that's going to either push them through the ceiling, or that's just going to have them die out, like Mastodon, like Parler, like Blue Sky. What's something?
I think that what is really missing,
what's the feature?
The nail in the coffin, it would be thread spaces. So or any live event, It can be a live event with a very low resolution. When I do this only from my phone and it's crap, but anything, because if you sum hype plus in real time, that's I think it could be like the most powerful thing, because now, for example, we are doing a live stream talking about threads. We're doing a space talking about threads, so we are using other social media. But if we could do a live event that is like with low effort on the platform, even if it doesn't work super well, like Clubhouse integrated, I don't know, something like that, it could be.
I agree. I think Spaces took Twitter to the next level. I mean, Spaces killed Clubhouse. So you don't hear about Clubhouse. I mean, I'm not saying Clubhouse doesn't exist.
I never used the Clubhouse because I was focused on Twitter, and then basically Twitter Spaces came on Twitter. I don't know if you know a couple of things, and then I don't know, maybe I have to go. The first thing is that they planned to release this app in September, and it was already a secret project. And then I don't know, Zuckerberg said like, "Hey guys, we have to release the next week." And I just
I
kind
think
of think like,
because Musk dropped the ball with a few things,
yeah,
and they saw that opportunity.
I think developers went crazy. Like, well, what? so they were probably planning. And Elon Musk, I don't know if they already sued him or they are planning to sue, but they already sent a letter from a lawyer telling them that basically
Cease and desist, basically.
they are cheating because they hired people, but people who were like laid off from Twitter. So this does mean
I don't see a viable lawsuit. I mean, I'll tell you right now, I'm rooting. I'm rooting for Musk on this one. Somebody called me up. Someone said I was Team Musk. I am actually, because I have my issues with Zuckerberg for sure. But I don't see a lawsuit as a viable option. I think what they're going to try to do is maybe just keep them busy and distracted. What are you going to sue for? What's the lawsuit? Stealing employees? Employees go.
I don't think. No, the thing is that I am 80% sure that the people who got hired from Twitter to this thread or Meta, they have the know-how on how to create the spaces. They know how to make it. They know how to develop.
I don't even think you need to work at Twitter to be able to build Twitter.
No,
other
not
than
even
scaling the application, it's not that complex of an app, and they've already built. There's not much on Instagram that's different from Twitter. In fact, Instagram's probably more complex outside of Spaces. Like DMs, posts, scaled out.
And also, I think that the last thing is that by the infrastructure point of view, I think that also Meta, I think they have the power, infrastructure power, because maybe, I don't know, they are getting some servers from Facebook that they don't need that anymore.
Sure,
and they are recycling it for this, that maybe they need it more. But so they are really handling billions of users. You see, they have 80 millions, but it's still smooth. It's not, they have no scalability issue, which is probably what usually kills like also apps that are like Pokemon Go or other stuff, which is Zoom, I think, also in the past. So they don't have this issue. I never had I had a couple of bugs, but it's like you refresh the app and it's done. It's way less than Twitter and even Instagram. So a couple of times you see the app crashed. I think it crashed once for me.
They got a new code base too.
But sometimes
George Haas was saying Twitter's code base was shit when he came in.
So maybe they don't have to copy.
I'm just saying, you do get a fresh start. You got to see it beta tested. Like they're in a decent position. Like I said, if anyone's going to do it, I think it's them.
Perfect. Yeah. So Dennis, I'll save this video. We will come back on this video in 1 month and see like, okay, so these guys, they predict everything wrong. But
1 month, give me a couple months. Maybe in a month we're going to see a change, but
2 months. So we'll come back.
It took Blue Sky like 2 weeks to die, but they just did it wrong.
I had confidence in Blue Sky, but I didn't think that they would have been like so dead on the platform, like from there.
Nobody's on it right now, right? Like nobody's posting even.
I don't know. It's I don't know. I get almost zero engagement. I opened the app a couple of times, but it's they don't have the user base, so it doesn't make sense. So
because he kept everyone out.
I mean, that's the rule of the social media. It's like this: you need the users. Like it's like a party. You need the people. Then it can also be a bad party with bad alcohol and it's super dirty, but. If you don't have the people, the party's over. So that's it.
Yeah.
Dennis, it's always a pleasure. Next time, please warn me a bit before.
I mean, I wasn't planning to have you on. I just
so I can promote this event. You did an amazing job. You always do a lot of stuff. And yes, best of luck. At least we had a chance to
for sure. Appreciate you on here. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, awesome. Don't remember to support this channel, of course. Like this video, check the other videos of Dennis. He has a lot of great videos on on Django, and also some other great ones. So take a look at this channel.
Appreciate it, friend. And your channel's linked up in the description, so I want to make sure people check that out.
Wow, that's too much. That's too much. Thank you. Okay,
right, take care, Francesco.
Bye.
All right, y'all. We're gonna finish up here and see what we got left. We have about an hour until YouTube doesn't let me record anymore. So let's see. We had a bug here. We're on the profile page, and what I was trying to do is finish up. Here, let me actually get my Twitter bio added. Actually, no, I'll do that later. So what we're trying to do is make sure that when we go to a post, we can see. Let's see what we're going to. Oh, okay. So we were just trying to design the post view page, and then we just need to add in the comment functionality. So that's kind of where we're at. I'm just going to finish this up. Hey, Jeff. See you in the chat. Okay, so, all right, thread page. Somewhere when Francesco joined, I literally hit the keyboard and updated like 2 files, so I had to fix those. Okay, handle submit is not defined. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're in the thread page. We're just making this function, and handle submit. Let's do handle comment submit. I at least want to get this done if I'm going to finish up at some point today. So to handle comment submit. Okay, let me just go ahead and make this bigger so anybody watching on a phone can see this. Okay, so let's see, submit and default. And we are going to need to import the use ref hook here. We're going to use ref with our form. And this is going to be const. Let's see, what do I call this in feed? I think I just call this form or file ref. Form ref. Here, we'll just we'll do I don't think we need a ref right now actually, because we're going to submit. That's going to be for when we submit the actual image with that. So we got our thread. Let's just do const comment body. Actually, let's call it comment body. Set comment body state. And this will be the value here. So we just need to update this form that we copied and pasted here. Set comment body. We have target value, handle comment, submit. Okay, so we've updated most of this. I should be able to at least see the page now. And yeah, I guess I was going to move the camera, but I think that's fine. Okay, so we got that form. Okay, so now we need to process it. So let's see, feed. So handle submit. Let's see, we got the payload. Let's go ahead and just grab all this right here inside of the handle thread submit, and we're just gonna copy this and we'll modify all this in a minute. Appright is backend as a service platform. So something like, it's like an open source alternative to Firebase. It's newer. We're adding a bunch of stuff to it, but yeah, just think of something like Firebase where you basically, if you don't know what a backend as a service is, it's like basically you get to build a backend of your application, but you get all those pieces in place. You get the database, file storage, a lot of that stuff that goes into building a backend is basically built in for you. So you get a lot of tools to scale up your backend a lot faster. Let's see, we'll do comment ID. Actually, no, we don't have the image yet. But yeah, so I've been enjoying working with it and figuring out how to make this, how to make applications like this. Import key from Appright. Okay, so on handle comment submit, we're going to go ahead and create the payload. We need to get our current user ID. So let's bring that in. User, and that's going to be from use auth. That's going to be user ID. Thread body, so we're going to change this to comment body. Okay, we don't need the image right now, so I'll just comment this out. And later on, we'll actually make this comment image. Okay, so we're sending this create document. We need to set a variable here for this async function. We need to go ahead and import the comment ID, comment collection ID. So grab that right there, set this in our app-right config. Comments, passive ID, we can import that in thread page. Okay, so we're sending that to the comments collection, creating that with the payload owner. Oh, with a comment, I don't think I've built in the table, but we have to also let it know what post we're commenting on. So we'll just do thread ID at the top here. So this will be string. And now we can actually comment on a particular thread. So we'll just add that into the payload. And we'll just remove that. Okay, so what was it? Okay, so we specifically need to grab the current thread that we're in. So we'll just do, I think I can just actually grab this from the params. So we'll just do that. Okay. Need a little bit of energy for the last hour here. So let's see. Thread body, thread comment body here, change this. Need that right now. And I think that should do it. And then we'll actually render out the comments here. So that'll be kind of like the next step here. So at this point, we shouldn't have any documents in the comments collection. So we'll test this out. I have so many tabs open. I need to close out a few of these. Okay, so let's say let's just refresh this real quick. Go to this post. Forgot to add in the submit handler. I don't think I added that handle comment submit, or did I? Yeah, that's added. Okay, e.prevent default. Ooh, I had to sneeze. Okay, so let's see the collection. Okay, there we go. So we got it. We have the body itself, the owner ID, and the thread ID. So let's go ahead and render these out. So what I could do, let me see. I'm trying to think about how I can reuse this thread component. Because really what I need to do is just render out a bunch of threads down here, but these are just going to be comments. So the only issue with reusing the thread component is that a lot of these take you to a thread. Yeah, I'm just going to have to recreate this referencing that thread component. So we comment.jsx. So function component exported. Okay, let's just take a lot from this thread component. So let's see. So I'm just going to take the entire body, and then we're just going to reconstruct this as a comment. And I spelled comment wrong. Let's see, but comment can have a comment. So why don't have only one comment collection where target ID posted here. Yeah, you're right. I mean, Instagram doesn't let you comment on comments, so we can follow that model for now. Basically, I'm trying to think about this, how we can relate that, because then what's going to happen is you're going to have this nested. For now, we're not going to allow it, and then later on we can build it in. I think I have a way to allow a comment to respond to another comment. Otherwise, I was almost thinking about just having it to where you can like tag another user and let them know. So like if you responded to them, it would like respond at them like Twitter does. But yeah, there should be a way to reply to that. We'll add that in later. So right now, let's just focus on the CRUD functionality of the comment itself. So, okay, so here's our comment owner. Okay. We don't want a link here. So for the comment, at this point, I don't want a specific link. So we'll just remove that. Owner profile picture. So we're going to need to pass in comment information. We're also going to need to get the comment owner. So we're going to need the same functionality as we did in the thread. So let's go ahead and throw that in. State, use effect. Okay, so at this point, I think we're just going to grab this get owner function. Where was that? Okay, get thread. Oh, that's the thread page. Okay, so in the thread itself, I want to get the owner of a specific thread. Get user info. So that's the function that we want. And this needs to be called on load. Let me rename the file too. Okay, so we're not going to call this just yet. What I want to do is actually render this out and see how this works. So let's just go ahead and comment out the picture. Let's bring in a comment. Pass that in. And down here, let's see, we don't want the owner name just yet. We'll comment that out. Handle delete. We'll comment that out. Time since. We'll just do comment instead of thread. Just going to do this piece by piece. Thread image. That'll be comment image, but we are going to comment that out. Okay, thread instance. Let's just, yeah, we're going to comment everything out pretty much. Okay, thread instance. Okay, so let's just render this. I'm just trying to render it with as few errors as possible since we copied and pasted a lot. So in the thread page, first of all, we want to get comments. See, we'll just bring this down here and we'll just iterate through them. So we have the form, the thread itself, and then underneath we can just add in another div. And we'll do comments and then map through them. Marcel is here almost 5 hours. Yeah, AimSky has been here for a while too. That's crazy. Went to sleep last night, woke up and still going. Yeah, I haven't slept. It's 6:22 a.m. right now. That's awesome. Okay, comment. at this point, we can bring in comment component. And we'll just pass through the comment itself. And we need a key here, so the key. Okay, so let's see. We do need to get our comments, but let's just make sure we don't have any errors. So to render these, let's go ahead and create a function called getComments. Misspelling comments here. Hey, Graham is in the chat. Good to see you. Just had Francesco here like 20 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago. I know you two are always tossing back and forth on Twitter and now Threads. Okay, let's see. To respond, so we're going to go ahead and just make a request here and get all the comments. So just make this an async function. Database, did I already import this? If not, it should automatically import from app-write config somewhere here. Database, yep, it's all there. So database dot list. If you don't have a JSX extension, you won't be able to use JSX code. So JS is just going to be a JavaScript file. JSX will let us use, well, JSX code. So right here, like this right here is all JSX. And I believe it won't let us use it. If not, I just think it's not going to do all the syntax highlighting and the error handling that we needed. So yeah, we can test that, but I'll just try that out yourself. I believe the extension will be a little bit better to use, so I'd recommend it. Just good practice. Okay, so oh shoot, why is this one getting off to a bad start? So just do const response. So wait database. It's like throwing an error right away. Dot list. Okay, guess it wasn't that. DB or dev DB, and then the collection. So we'll do collection comments, and we'll just get all the comments for this post. Okay, so how do we get the comments related to this post? So we're going to pass in the query object. We'll just need to query those down or filter those, and that's going to go ahead and come in from app-write. So we'll pass in the query object, and that'll be the third parameter. So let's go ahead and just fix this indentation. Okay, so, oh, I must have, oh, I wrote async instead of await, that's why. Yeah, people from Indonesia, Marcel, watching my Udemy course, the Django one, I'm assuming, right? Oh, the React e-commerce site, probably. Nice, I'm always glad to hear that. Okay, so let's see how we're going to run this filter. So we'll just do a search, and I'm going to have to add an index to this. So let's just let's actually copy this from the profile page. Let's see what we're doing here. So we're running this query somewhere here. Get threads query is equal to. So we'll just do this, and we'll also order it in the same way. So let's see, thread page. Let's see, so we want the owner ID. No, we want the thread ID. Thread ID to be equal to thread that we passed in. So thread ID, like that. Okay, so that should give us all the comments to this thread. Then once we get the response, let's just console that out. Let's make sure we got those. Response, and we'll just do response.documents. And let's call this on load, which I think we already did. Okay, so we're on the thread page. Where am I getting the thread ID from? Oh, that's right here. So we're just going to use that instead of doing thread.id. So we can just get that from here. And let's just take a look. So before we update our state, query is not a valid attribute. From AppWrite. Let's see, let's try to refresh this. Okay, let's see. Cloud collection. Oh, I must have thrown something. Thread ID, that's what it was. Okay, AppWrite index not found. Okay, so that's what we need to do. We need to go to our database here. We'll go to dev thread comments, and we'll just add an index, and this will be for the create index. Index key will be thread ID. Select the attribute of thread ID. Set it to descending. We'll just do full text. And now if I refresh it, there we go. We should get the comments. That's good. So now we can just render those out. So we'll take the set comments method. We'll bring this down here, and then we can start working on the comments component. So we just need to render these first to make sure all this checks out. We'll do set comments, response.documents. And move that. Okay, reference time ago. Okay, so there's a bunch of little imports that we need to add in. So we have our thread component. Let's go ahead and just grab time ago. So we'll need to bring this in into the comment component. And then we have these right here. And it might really importing use. Oh, that's the original import. Okay, so we want to import en react time ago. Go ahead and configure this, and then everything else should work. And then we also need to import some icons, I believe. So from React Feather, we have a few icons. Let's grab those. Let's see, what else am I missing? All these warnings will tell me. Okay. Link is not defined. Dang, a lot of basic imports. All right, there we go. So we now see the comment. Okay, so now let's just do this. When I submit it, let's go ahead and render out a new comment, and then we'll just finish up the styling. We'll add likes to the comments and so on. And based on how it looks here, so this is a line straight. So I think I might fix that alignment later then. So go in here. So let's first allow us to submit one. So on submit, handle comment submit. And if we go to the thread page or the feed page, we'll bring this into the thread page. Actually, yeah, this is going to be on the thread page. So we'll bring this in, and we're just going to go ahead and go through the previous state. We're going to take the response, and we're going to pass that in. So this is going to be set comments. All right, so this is a test. We'll submit it. There we go. Now we see 2 comments. Perfect. That's what we needed. All right, so at this point, what I want to do is actually render out the user object. So we're going to add in some functionality. And yeah, a lot of this is going to have to get cleaned up and abstracted away. So it's going to get pretty messy for a minute. So right now, let's go into our comments. And we first want to start with get user info. So get user info is going to go ahead and get thread owner ID. So we're passing in the comment. So we're going to go ahead and do the comment owner ID. So owner ID, we're going to trigger that function to get the owner ID information. And then this is going to be comment. Should update a few things. Profile. Okay. Set owner. So let's go ahead and actually update the owner. Owner. Let's set owner. Okay. So we're going to update the owner state. And set loading to false. Let's also do that. Loading, set loading state. Set this to true. Did I already set this to false? Or no? Okay, so what we want to do is we also want to make sure that we return nothing if loading is true. So if loading, then we just want to return nothing here. So we'll just do return, and yeah, that's going to be it. So we don't want to render anything until that's done. And let's go ahead and just let's call it get owner. Okay, functions is not defined, so let's bring in functions. I'm pretty much just running into, at this point, I'm just running into errors and just letting the console pretty much guide my coding. Let's literally just go into, okay, okay, so just a bunch of imports. Dev, bb, id, what are we rendering? What are we calling? So at some point, collection ID profiles, so collection ID profiles. I think that might be it. There we go. Okay, so got the profile, which means that I should be able to go ahead and update this to get the owner profile picture. There we go. Perfect. And then somewhere down here, let's go ahead and just comment out the heart for now and just see if everything else checks out. So this is going to be comment. Oh, I don't need this link at the moment. So we can just undo this. And then threads are going to have likes too. Yeah, TypeScript probably would help at this point. Okay, so I do want to render the likes, or the comments are going to have likes. So let's see. In the comments, let's go to attributes. Likes. It's going to be a integer. We'll set the minimum to 0, no max, default value of 0. Let's see, let's make sure that I thought it would auto update. Maybe I didn't save it or something. It shouldn't be an A or a null value. Yeah, it set a default value. I'm surprised it didn't just auto add that. Okay, and then people who liked. I think that's what we're going to call it, just like we did with threads. We created one called users who liked. Okay, so that's we'll use the same naming convention. So thread comment, attributes, users who liked. This will be a string, not an integer. And then we'll just make sure that it's an array. All right, users who liked, that's good. And now I should be able to render out the likes. Comment, likes, and then they should be at 0 right now. Okay, 0 likes, perfect. That's exactly what we needed. And then, let's see. I think I'm just going to take away replies from comments for now. Just remove that. So we'll just only see likes. We won't be able to reply directly to comments. We'll only be able to reply to a specific thread. So we'll keep it like that for now. Now, let's see, what else are we missing? So we're going to want to add in delete functionality and toggle like functionality. So let's start with, actually, let's get the owner name in. Realize we're missing that. So let's add in the toggle like functionality. And let's actually move, let's remove the comment. Yeah, let's just remove, actually, I just realized we can probably remove all of this and just leave the heart, since we won't be able to respond and retweet comments at this point. Okay, so thread instance, we'll just do comment.users who liked. We'll get the current user ID. If they've liked it, we'll render out the heart in a different format. All right, let's see. What kind of error do we have? Come on. Comment. Toggle like not defined. Okay, so let's just go into our thread page, or thread page, and we'll go ahead and get that function. Toggle like. Okay, comments. Really? Where was that? Oh, it should be on a thread component. That's what it was. Okay, so we'll get toggle like somewhere here. And let's just copy all of this, and we'll just have to modify this. Okay, so toggle like. It's going to go ahead and get the users who liked, and then we'll do comment. And users who liked include user. So if the users who liked include the current user ID, let's go ahead and remove that user from here. Then users who liked, if they didn't like it, we'll add them to the array of user IDs. We'll go ahead and just add the likes array and the likes count to the payload. Update collection comments thread ID. So this is going to be comment ID with the payload. Now, set comment instance. So set comment. Let's try this. All right. So we actually want to update the UI, so that's why we have it called comment instance, or thread instance like before. So we're going to do the same thing. So comment instance, and this is going to be set comment instance. Use state. Okay. Update this right here once we get that back. So that'll update the UI right away, passing the response. And then we're going to go ahead and just get the comment instance instead of just the comment. And that's going to be just for the likes. Comment instance. Cannot read property users who liked null. So something's going on in this. Let's see this section. Comment. Let's just comment out comment. Comment here. Console.log. Actually, I just realized I can just pass this in. And let's just actually remove. Oh no, I need that. Okay, so we have our comment. Did I misspell it? Users who liked. So what's the error? See if I have thread anywhere. Cannot read properties null of users who liked. Okay, let's start at the beginning here. Comment 111. Should be able to just do that. All right, there we go. So if I let's see, when do I fill in? Oh, I guess I need to throw in comment into that. So we should get the count. User is not defined. Let's bring in our user. I'm using AppWrite for the backend. It's a backend as a service tool. Use auth. Yeah, good morning to you. 6:45 a.m. So I started 7 p.m. last night, so 15 minutes, and I'll be on for 12 hours. Okay, so I should be able to like a comment, and there we go. So at this point, let me just log in as Sulamita. I'm gonna take some time to get some rest. Then I'll get back to this, and I'll upload the source code with some cleaning to do. But for anybody that wants to see what we have so far, I had to put the code on private. You have code linked up in the video description. I accidentally revealed some keys in there, so I made sure to, or inside of the environment variables. So I had to make sure to put that on private. So Sulamita at email.com. Let's just test a few things. Password 123. Okay, so something in this login process messes up. So we'll have to fix that. Okay, so we see the post. So we'll go to Dennis's post now. Let's actually go to Dennis's account. And let's go to this post that we've already liked. We'll comment. We'll say, this is super cool. Post it. All right, and we can like our own post if we want. We can, or like our own comment. We can like post. And that's going to be it for now. So let's just review for anybody that's followed along at some point through this process. We created a threads clone, almost a threads clone. I've never worked as a Django developer. I created the app that I worked out with my old company as a Django developer, but for the last while I've been teaching Django, but I've been working a lot with React at my company. So just kind of clarify that answer. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, threads clone. This is the real threads, and we basically just copied styles from it, improvised in a few areas. But if we go through the functionality, I just logged in as Solomita. I can go back to the home page. Here I should see my feed of all the threads. And for some reason, some aren't showing up. So it looks like there's some errors here. No, there's no errors. Why? Oh, that's why, because I'm only getting the most recent posts. So that's the way that we created our filter. So yeah, I'm able to see threads here of people that I follow. So if I don't follow them, so let's say if I go to Dennis's account, I can go here and I can unfollow Dennis here. And I actually need to update that button real quick. So give me a second. So that's going to be the profile. Let's see, somewhere here. Somewhere we have this button. Anyways, we're not going to work on it right now, but I can follow a user. So the outline is supposed to be white, and then this will change based on that. And if you look at that, the follower count changes. So if I unfollow Dennis, Dennis won't appear in my feed anymore. So I'm logged in as Solomita right now. I can also log out. So we're able to follow. We're able to like post here. So I can go to any post and I can like, I can unlike. I can also go to a post and let's say I want to click on this one. Let's go ahead and view it. And I can say this design is incomplete. So we want to be one of those people, ... We'll submit the comment. And now we can see our comment. We can like our own comment because we like to like our own stuff. And at any point, I can also delete my own post. We still have some functionality to do. So that's pretty much what Threads is. So again, liking and following are probably the biggest features here, along with authentication. But it's very minimalistic. I mean, it's literally like a Twitter clone, but CRUD app. It's like the basic stuff. So some of the things that we're missing maybe are things like user search. So on Threads, I can actually go and search new users. Now that's going to be something that's pretty easy to build in. Things like making sure a user can only delete their own posts. So we just need to simply add in like a protection on that, just a layer that basically checks if we're allowed to edit this and set permissions. If we go to this Excalibur diagram, we can view threads. So we just completed this for the most part. So we just added comments. At some point, we should create a tutorial on this. Now, let's do this in the chat. If you, well, no, I don't want to ask people to tweet at anybody. So if you want to see a tutorial, a full tutorial, let me know on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter and maybe tweet and comment Appright and reference this stream. Because I can do this. I mean, to create this full tutorial, it'd be pretty long. Honestly, though, I think it'd take about 6 hours, 7 hours maybe to build this. In the stream, you see a lot of issues. You see a lot of the complexities. We even went through literally drawing up this diagram and kind of planning certain things. We had interruptions where I had to eat. We had a guest on at one point. It's Francesco. So there's a lot of stuff that wouldn't be in a full-on tutorial. Now, that's something that I would consider doing, and I still might do that. I'll probably add to this code base, clean it up a little bit, and then I'll upload it on GitHub. So again, the link is in the description, but it's private right now because I exposed some keys. Right now, I'm going to go take a walk. I need to get some physical exercise, and then I need to actually get some rest. So if anybody wants to say hi in the chat, have any questions, I'll spend the last 10 minutes just chatting for a little bit, maybe 5 minutes, because I believe YouTube only lets me upload 11 hours and 55 minutes. So this will be left up on YouTube. Oh, notifications. So I missed user search. Account registration, that's an easy thing to do. I mean, we're pretty much complete there, but pretty much every task that we set out to do, for the most part, we completed. So all these are complete. user search and notifications, and then maybe real time features. That's something that we can add. And user account editing. So right now, like, you can't go in and edit your profile. So I'm logging as Solamita. I can't go in and like change my name or anything like that. That's not the functionality that we put in here. So yeah, it's just not something we can do. So also, this is something kind of cool. We are able to, let's see, go to images. We're able to upload images. This is all hosted within AppWrite. Let's do streaming now. Yeah, I'm dead. Okay, so yeah, we can upload images. And if you look at the URL, this is in an AppWrite bucket. Put an image in new tab. Yeah, it's an AppWrite bucket. All right, so let's see. I'm not on Twitter, but I'll say, yes, let's do it. Seems like the API is very slow. That because AppWrite is being slower. So I'm using AppWrite Cloud right now. And AppWrite Cloud is in beta. I don't think it's anything slow with the API. I think some of the things are throttled with that custom function that I just don't know how to set the settings to. Yeah, AppWrite Cloud is in beta, and they're obviously not just going to go full-fledged production right away, because they literally can't even charge it right now. They don't have that feature, but they're going to release that in the coming months, I think, and then you'll be able to scale up if you need. But if you want it to speed up and you want to host it yourself, you just clone, set up a Docker instance of this whole AppWrite console, and then deploy it yourself, and then that speed is completely up to you. So yeah. The same issues with network tabs. Requests are pretty fast, 15 millisecond. What's your opinion on recent hike on API pricing like Twitter, Reddit did? They basically killed the nonprofit fund projects. Yeah, the Reddit thing sucks. I'm surprised that they didn't fight back I'm surprised that they actually fought back, because Twitch tried to do that and they got slammed for it. Not for the API stuff. They tried to change their configurations basically, and they try to change how users get paid out and all that, and that didn't work out too well for them. But yeah, the Reddit stuff I'm definitely surprised about. The Twitter stuff I understand, because Twitter was in the dumps already. I mean, they were literally about to go bankrupt, so Musk is trying to do whatever he can to save them, and I think it's a lot worse than we think. So he's trying to limit a bunch of third-party apps, basically just draining them. So it kind of makes sense why he did it. The fact that he's throttling users from using it and they've seen only 600 posts a day, that surprised me. I think that was as bad of a decision as letting anybody get verified in the first phase of that. Turns out he actually had, pretty good idea, and everybody's copying him now, the ability to pay for verification. We all thought it was a bad idea, but the first phase of that was terrible. So I think he might backtrack, fix it. I definitely trust him to lead it successfully. But yeah, I was definitely surprised by it. Here, let me stop sharing my screen. When do you start uploading Django project videos? Here's the thing. In order for me to upload videos, I have a day job. I work at a tech company, and ideally I would be posting a lot more. The problem is monetization. With YouTube, YouTube has really slammed monetization. I mean, you can't get paid out for a video. I can spend 100, 300 hours on a course and only make, $1,000 from that. That's literally how much work it is. And then in the US, that's ridiculous. Like, I can't make any money on that. So in order for me to successfully put out content, I need to monetize with something. I need to have some kind of paid product, something behind a paywall, whether it's a paid course or not. And that just takes a long time. Last course I made took me almost 3 months to develop, and it's made money, so it was worth it. But for that time, I couldn't put out free content. And then I also had to, I couldn't just release a course because I needed people to buy it. So yeah, it's this constant battle of being able to justify. I have my own family. I have a wife and people that I need to spend time with. So it's like after work, I can't just make videos for free all the time. So it's like I try to do it when I can. I want to get back to the Django projects. Right now, I've been doing a lot of machine learning stuff. I've been tinkering with AppWrite. I'm excited about what AppWrite is doing. That's why I used them in this video. I really want to see Firebase get their ass kicked. I'm rooting against Google, so that's why I'm so for